Hi.
Hello?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. Mic checks?
Okay.
Can everyone hear everyone?
Mic test 1 2 3.
Everyone's good? Hello, everyone. How are you boys and girls doing?
Wait, hold
And
on,
others.
Wes, was your strategy for this show just to like snipe all of my guests from my podcast? Good job. Hey, good job, dude.
Wait, you have a podcast? I don't know who you are. Sorry, RajjPatel asked me to run this show because he wanted to talk about his politics. Then Destiny, Big Leech, you might have heard of him. He wanted to come on as well. I just did what I could do to appeal to who I can.
Typical.
Okay.
Always leeching off you.
I thought you did really well on the podcast today, Wes. Good job.
Thanks, Harkdan. Thank you, I guess. Why? What did you think I did well?
I liked when you were giving a lot of shit to Eva Una Loves.
Don't.
You know what?
Don't.
No,
Don't
wait,
do this.
I'm not
Okay.
being ironic.
Okay.
I actually. Wait. No.
Okay, I'm
you're
listening.
doing a good job.
Okay.
No, you're doing a good job. Not enough people call that out. Being nice to everyone, being non-confrontational, fucking boring.
True.
Amen,
You
dude.
Thanks, dude.
I saw it. Oh wow, you really love everyone, and you don't want to say anything that's going to offend anyone. Wow, that's really interesting.
Yeah.
I love it. You saw it, Wes. Not many people would, but you.
Well,
did.
like I love everybody, but like I will still call people on their shit and bust balls and stuff. Like I feel like if you say you love everybody, that means you should be able to still criticize them.
Yeah, I mean, you can definitely like call people out without being like a total fucking asshole.
Yeah, but
like,
being an asshole
it's
sometimes is
possible.
effective. Because I think when people are too nice in the way they call people out, it's not taken seriously. But if you see someone who is normally your friend come at you aggressively, you're taken aback more. And you're like, wait, why is a friend of mine calling me out for shit this aggressively? That's what I do to my friends.
I think it depends on the framing, though.
Yeah. And are you willing to lose your own self-respect and dignity for it?
Like in what sense?
If you're not an asshole to your friends, I don't think you're really friends.
Yeah.
Disconnect your mic's a little.
There you go,
low.
Neff. You're in the right one, buddy.
Hey, what's up? Sorry about
Hey,
that.
Neff.
Guys. We're just finishing a little tarky, dude.
Yeah. Sometimes if you call out your friends and they're too sensitive to take it, then I don't think they make a good friend. My friends groups have always been built off of the ability to call people out on their bullshit, and that's how we've grown as people. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think people are often way too sensitive, but I don't know. Okay, I guess let's start with the introductions. We only have 2 people waiting. Rajj will be here in a little bit, and then Destiny is the last one. So one by one, if you have some prepared, go for it. If you don't, just say what you want, just so everyone gets their equal introduction. I'm going to go in order of stream. Blake, you're up first, dude. What do you want to say to the people?
Oh, okay. My name is Blake. I stream on Twitch. I mostly do stuff related to relationship advice because a lot of people fuck up their relationships, and I sometimes like to argue with people about things. So that's it.
Do you know anything about the things you argue about, or you just argue because?
Oh yeah, I used to own a counseling firm. And I used to work in mental health.
Were you a counselor, or you just benefited from owning a counseling firm?
I owned it, and I was going to be a therapist, and I dropped out because of the laws related around therapy because they're kind of bullshit.
I think he's trying to ask you if you've had a girlfriend. I think isn't that?
No, I'm not. I was just curious.
I don't know where you got that from. No. So I was in the process of being a therapist, and therapist worked for me, and I dropped out because some of the laws related around telehealth therapy, which is like therapy online, are bullshit, and they are very bad.
Yeah, it's really hard to do that kind of shit because of the...
It's illegal. It's illegal.
Yeah, basically. So, because you'll get your licensures stripped from you. Yeah, I get that. Okay, well, welcome, Blake. I don't know why you have an arcade behind you, but that's cool. WillNeff, what do you want to say to the people, dude?
Screen.
Hey, what's up?
There he is.
It's me. You might have seen me in various different streams. Most recently, masterminding the $10,000 whatchamacallit game that Clint did.
Neff, you're so fucking out of sync on Discord. Does everyone else see that? Or is it just me?
Yeah, I see that.
I see it. I was looking around wondering who the fuck was talking.
Yeah, leave and come back in real fast.
In Discord?
Oh, no, the whereby. Because,
Okay,
you're desynced audio-wise. Hey, Rajj, you look
like
real nice.
It looks like the classic game, or what's that little device that you get to hook up DSLR cameras to your computer?
Oh, lecture fan. I get to debate lecture fan here. Ooh, yeah.
Somebody has the
Rajj,
biggest echo in the world. It's like killing me.
Oh, it's Rajj. Make sure you right-click the Whereby tab and mute site. You will hear literally no one, and you'll only hear through Discord. Pro tip for
Sorry, I'm a boomer. I get mad at people for the same shit that I do all the time.
I expect that.
Yeah, he wouldn't know anything about these podcasts,
Yeah, nothing. Mindwaves. Is that you? I hear your voice.
Okay, well, while he's coming back, Harkdan, say some shit about how much you hate people that live in places you own or something.
No, that's not true. I'm Harkdan. I'm an emeritus institute professor at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. I've been there on the faculty since 1970 when I served as the chairman of the Department of Chemistry. And now I'm just kind of spending my days a little bit hanging out on Twitch. And yeah.
You're such a bullshitter, dude.
You're such a dad, dude.
You're so full of shit. That's all lies.
Like you believed it for a second.
No, I didn't. I looked at your other screen and you were reading off someone else's accolades. That's how I knew it was bullshit.
I was looking at the camera.
That's smart.
It was so obvious that it wasn't your words, man. Fucking asshole. All right.
Buzzkill.
Okay, Boomer. Loyal Logic.
I'm knocking right now if you want to let me back in.
No, you're not.
I'm not? What the fuck?
I don't see you.
So broken.
I'm Loyal Logic. I'm a Republican on Twitch. I stream all kinds of stuff. I host a show called The Serious Seat. I have some views that you might be shocked by, but I'm here just to talk shit with a bunch of idiots.
Hey, look, Lecture Fan, you're not the only one. You, dude. I can set up a show with more than one conservative, Raj. Maybe you should take some notes, dude.
That's all right. I do set up a show with more than one conservative. They just all get eliminated before the end of the show.
That's true, dude.
Yeah, that's what happens, dude. You know, like they really hate affirmative action until it benefits them when it gets them on the fucking big podcast.
Well, I tell this to conservatives: just have better ideas, and maybe you wouldn't get eliminated. So
Raj, you'd be shocked by some of my ideas. I believe in universal health care.
Oh, do you? Okay, we agree.
Yes, I do.
Okay, there you go. It's just like it's hard for me to find,
Killer Steven, another conservative. Look at the moves I'm pulling. Killer Steven, give us your introduction, man.
Definitely not a conservative on the right, but horrible at introductions always. But I'm gonna steal Dan's idea next time I need to do one. But yeah, I stream random shit, games, and people yelling at each other and whatnot. But
where does the name come from? Killer Steven.
There was a game and a comic called Killer 7, like way back in the day. And I saw it and I'm like, oh, that kind of looks like Killer Steven. And so I just went with it.
I saw your mustache and I just assumed you've been to prison for murder. So that's good to know that it actually wasn't that.
I actually went to murder for prison, to be honest. But,
wow, really? Okay, fuck off.
You could put Killer Steven in any Civil War photo and he would just fit right in.
Yeah. He looks like every guy that gives me my coffee at Starbucks.
Yeah. What? Steven, give me your best Civil War face.
What is that, the 1,000-yard stare, dude?
Yeah, you just gotta look super
serious.
Hey,
that's perfect. You just add the sepia,
pictures from like Civil War.
Well, because they had to stand there, Raj. They just had to stand there for like 2 hours.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
It's crazy.
Because the cameras, the development of the film and stuff. But anyway, go on.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead. Rational disconnect. You're new. I don't know anything about this guy. This is a gamble, but he pitched himself well. So don't let me down.
I hope I pay off.
Okay.
I'm Rational Disconnect. I just started streaming recently. I do politics, some video games. And I guess I'm like a sock dem. That's about where I lay on politics.
Like you hit people with socks full of soap? What's a sock
that's
dem?
that's messed up, man.
Oh, Social Democrat. Okay.
Social Democrat.
Yeah. Tap on your mic. I don't think you're using the right one. Oh, you are. It's just shit.
Oh, it just sucks.
It's just shit.
we need to work on like your EQ and shit later on with that, because I'm sure it can sound way better.
Oh shit, my bad.
It happens. Okay, Lecture Fan. Everyone knows you, but here you are, baby.
Everybody knows me. No, I'm kidding.
Famous.
Yeah, no. I'm a conservative. I stream politics during the week. I do Bible studies Wednesday night, and then I do gaming on the weekends. And I'm in the middle of an amazing run in Europa Universalis 4 in an Indian nation called Mewar. It's awesome.
Do you get more shit for the religious streams or for like the conservative political views?
Well, it's different. I actually get more support for it than anything else. It's shocking the amount of support that I get, and even though I have like a smaller community, like the amount of support that they give me for that kind of stuff is.
So you don't have lefties who come in and like shit all over you, or people?
Wes,
who are,
hurry
like,
down.
I do.
He's gotta get up for church tomorrow. Come on, let's go.
Oh fuck! It is Saturday night, dude. I'll wrap this one up quick for you, Lecture Fan. My bad, dude.
There's normally like 12 o'clock services too. I'm just saying.
Just wake up later, dude. Go to
Catch
the
a
later
evening service.
All right, Mindwaves. God, I hate that fucking guy.
Yeah, what's up? Mindwaves. I do politics on Twitch Monday through Friday. I do the Big Brain podcast on Tuesdays. Haven't done it for a while because my internet was shit, but I got that fixed. So the 28th, look forward to that. Yeah, that's it. Oh, I also do a podcast on Fridays. It's like a more scuffed version. I don't plan any of that fucking topics or guests. I have somebody else do that shit. So
why do some people do their introductions and talk about their shows instead of their character? I've always wondered.
I don't fucking know. I have no
Because
character.
they don't
I
have
just smoke weed and I talk
Oh,
about
that's
shit
what
that's
everybody
relevant
else
in the
did
news,
when
right?
in
That's all I
Rome.
do.
We're gonna have like 3 hours of seeing everyone's character. Let's
that's
be
a good
real.
point, actually.
Like we're gonna.
You'll get sick and fucking tired of people's character.
Yeah.
I have a quick question.
Yeah, go
quick
ahead.
tech question. It looks like I'm fine in the whereby, but then it's in the stream. It doesn't look like my camera's working.
Yeah, I see snap camera, Neff. That's all I see.
Why is it working in the whereby but not on the?
Raj, call one of your
damn it, Will.
producers.
Did you try to restart and get back into the whereby?
Here, let me try and use my shitty camera. Maybe that'll work.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be high quality, dude. I just think it's important to have like a face connected to the voice. Like when people try to come on without cams, it's weird to me. This like podcasts have evolved, dude. It's not just voices anymore. People want to see your face.
Do you
Pixie,
see this now? Like I'm
No.
still not up.
I'll tell
What
you
the
when I
fuck?
see you.
Oh, you guys don't see me still?
No, we see.
Yeah.
At
snap
least it's a
camera.
cool icon.
Yeah, dude.
What the?
Is
Alright, I'm
it?
gonna try again.
You can add
Fuck.
effects and stuff to it. Pixie, go for it.
Hi, I'm Pixie. I haven't streamed in a while because I'm in Puerto Rico right now and I'm enjoying life and all that stuff. I'm a sockdem. If you go to my stream, I'm basically like, sometimes it's really wholesome. Most of the time, I'm just like screaming at people like, no, you're wrong. I think this, blah, 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 blah. And yeah, it's just a mixed bag. You don't really know what you're going to get.
There you go, Will. Now we see you.
Hey.
Hey, alright,
Beautiful.
now let's see if I can actually get my good camera too.
Yeah,
That'd
you might
be-
be able to switch it. It doesn't look terrible. You're still the hottest guy here besides Raj. Raj, would you fuck Neff?
Did that
Would I
work?
fuck
Can you guys
Will?
see the good camera?
Yeah.
now?
We're
Oh,
not
now
on
you look
that-
good now.
We're not on
Ah,
that.
yeah.
We're not on that sort of level.
Why
I
not?
feel like I have to let down my hair to
I
even
think
come
Will
close.
is really attractive, but Will's very sexy. Like he's got one of the nicest bodies and probably biggest cocks I've ever seen.
Wait,
I've
you've
never
seen
a
his
cock.
cock? Oh, okay.
No, but like,
What he's
I
saying
see
is you need a
posing in those-
mustache.
in those underwear, and I know what. You don't mind me talking about this, do you, Will?
No, man. I mean,
Okay,
no.
yeah, I feel like we're on that level where I've seen like an imprint of your penis. I haven't brought this up to you before, but the imprint of your penis alludes to something much larger.
Can we be real though? Okay.
Hey, we all know pictures are misleading,
Hold-
all right?
hold on, hold on.
He half chubbed that up before he took it. We all
Did
know
he?
that. Everybody does it, all right?
How do I
Alright,
get
here's-
pictures
in a
of
hot tub
this?
for 30 minutes before the.
Here's the real fact about Will is that he's also the type of guy that would definitely cheat on you. Like, does anyone think that's not the case? Look at him. 100%.
No way.
He would
No.
have side pieces the
Dan,
whole time.
all that money has been blurring your vision of character. That is.
No, you're just naive to the fact.
No,
Look at,
Will,
I look at him and
Will
I
is
see
a
someone.
loyal- Will is
Nah,
one
he
of
would
the,
fuck someone else the same time.
I've hung out with Will, and Will is one of the most loyal people I could see. Will's incredibly
Yeah, that's how
loyal.
that's how he gets away with it.
No.
Will Neff, have you ever
Dan.
cheated on someone?
I was just gonna say.
I've never cheated.
Damn.
Yeah, as far as you know.
Will's incredibly loyal, and I've got. A
I
great
haven't
view of
either
character, I
though.
feel.
So
Oh, I'm surprised. By
I think
that.
Will's more like the type to get cheated on time after time after time, you know?
Damn. You just let him rip your heart open over and over, dude.
He's not a puss. I mean, never
God,
mind.
you poor
Cheater,
bastard.
I'm victim blaming.
It's okay. Raj, you're speaking of victims, RajjPatel or Raj, you could change your. Nice to see you.
Hey, thank you.
What do you introduce yourself, or you just do some?
I do.
Indian accent?
My name is Raj. I run a show on Twitch called The Rajj Show. It's a show where I get the opportunity to showcase everybody but myself. So here I am sitting on Wes's show because my career is at rock bottom and I have no other options.
yeah, I mean, I've never even heard of your show before. So I mean, yeah,
yeah,
that's
I know.
why.
It's really.
I have been trying to pull you out of your comfort zone for so long.
Nobody else will have me. Nobody else will have me. So yeah.
Okay,
no,
sure. I'm not gonna reply to your email, Andy.
I don't
Who
know.
emails? Use Discord like a normal person. Fucking emails in 2020,
So,
dude.
this is I'm sure there's gonna be political debates here. I know it's hard to believe, but I consider myself to lean a little bit to the left. I'm not super politically involved, but I hate lecture fan. I don't hate lecture fan. Lecture fan, my whole family.
Rajj, did
that
you
I
look at the
adore and love
topic list,
are
by the way?
exactly like you.
When you open
So-
the topic list, not that many are political.
He's
I
fooling
like
you.
to have
He
a
hates
big
his family
side.
as well, dude. Don't let him
No, I
fool
don't
you.
hate my family. Lecture fan, I respect. If at the end of this, I respect your rights to be religious, and I respect your religious, and I'm actually kind of a religious person myself, just probably not as much as you. But anyway, go on, Wes. Sorry.
Okay.
Interesting.
Well,
Thanks for
welcome.
having me.
Thank you for being. I was excited to finally pull you out of your safe comfort zone. Like everyone else here does this kind of shit. They're comfortable doing them. So it's nice to see you like ripped out of the host position, and now I get to be the host.
Do I look uncomfortable?
You always look uncomfortable. I don't know why.
I'm wearing a sweatshirt that's 3 sizes too big.
Dude, you
because-
really look like a quadriplegic to me. Like you have no function of your arms or legs, and you just can't fucking move. And you're
I just don't
terrified
know
if
how
you
to
do
move. I'm
move.
thinking about them too much. I don't want to move
You're
them.
thinking
awkwardly.
too much. Stop thinking.
I don't want to be like. I don't want somebody to be like, "Wow, look at Raj's shoulder and the way he's doing that thing." You know?
Why are you so
That's
uncomfortable?
the weed talking, dude.
Yeah, maybe I'm just you know, it's like, God, why is Raj
Paranoia.
like doing that thing with his hands?
I don't know. It's strange to see that you're so physically uncomfortable. Because I think
I'm not uncomfortable.
Oh,
I'm very
whoa, whoa! I saw you move your hands. I was excited.
He's trying to make you.
Holy
He's trying to get into your head, dude. Don't
You're
let
a
him do it,
puppet.
bro.
I'm not Goolsby. I am not socially awkward. Wes, you're gonna have to put that down right now. Am I socially awkward, Goolsby?
Yes.
Wes?
No, not
Really?
with your friends. You're awkwardly enough. You're the biggest streamer by leagues. But you're the most socially awkward on the internet. But IRL, you're not at all. It's like you're scared of how people are going to see you
like
online.
I'm socially awkward in these.
Yeah. Yeah, like
I don't feel socially. I came on the only 2 instances that you've had me where I've like been in your show. I killed it the first time. The second
did.
time is now. and
Speaking
I haven't-
of, Candyland, is she ripping my heart apart or is she serious? I don't know.
she said she wanted to fuck you, right?
She said she'd fuck you. I think she said she'll fuck anyone when it benefits her. She's using her
Not
pussy
Destiny.
powder way too
Didn't
hard.
she say not Destiny though?
I'm
Just saying, there's at least some bar here, guys.
Wes,
What?
I'm very hard pressed to believe that she would want to fuck you.
Well, I DM'd her. I'm here for nipples.
Because I
and
know
gotta
I know
ignore
her type. I know her type, Wes, and we have like the same type of guy that we like, and you're not it.
Oh,
It has nothing to do like more like I'd say like
ow.
I don't know like
Like
oh
that?
god like twinks.
Bears.
I'd say probably.
I'm just a fat
She likes
twink.
that.
I'm an overstuffed Twinkie.
Yeah, but I mean, what if she just wants to have sex with him one time? It's not like they're gonna be together forever.
Yeah, but still, I don't know. Yeah, you're a Wes. I don't know if you were to be classified as something, you'd be probably a in the gay community. I think you're not very hairy.
No.
Well, I shouldn't say that.
Why?
I
have back. I have a bear
you have
pelt
back
on my
hair.
back. That's it. But I shave that when my boyfriend wants me to.
Okay.
Yeah. If he wants me to shave it, I'd shave it for him. I'm not an
Where's
otter.
Destiny? Wes, is Destiny coming on?
Yeah, he said he was talking to Ava and they'll be here in a minute.
Okay, it's Eva, by the way.
Ava, they, them. At least I know their fucking pronouns.
Hey Dan, can I have some money?
Sure.
All right.
Yeah,
Thanks for having me, Wes.
Destiny's never fucking on time. Every time I tell him weeks in advance, and he always is like an hour late on average. And then right when he shows up, I'll give him shit for it, and he'll be like, "What the fuck are you talking about? Dude, he's gonna talk so fucking fast," and I'm gonna lose the argument, and then I just have to move on.
Yeah.
Dude, he showed up like an hour late to I'm Really Important's podcast for like League. For like one game of League. I was like, wow, dude. Okay.
You know
No, it
what?
wasn't
I
an
feel so good right
hour.
now
It
because
wasn't
he
an
always shows
hour.
up on time to the Royale.
Yeah,
He
because
and the
that's
scuffle
because you
match.
stall for 45 minutes.
That's true.
Yeah,
Kinda.
like I mean, if he knows when you start and he's always there on time. Mine's kind of dependent on yours because I'm on yours, and a lot of the cast members I have are on your show, right? So it's dependent on whenever yours ends because you don't have a clean cut schedule either. So
Well, no, it starts around. My show starts between 1 and 4 usually.
it's a range.
That's such a long fucking
It's a range,
Like,
dude.
I think
imagine
people
going to
have come
watch
to
a TV
expect-
show and like, oh, I want to catch my favorite episode of Dragon Ball Z. It's sometime between 1 and 4.
Look, my viewers have come to expect. They're very good waiters. Okay, that's all I'm saying. They're very good waiters.
We're incredibly patient, but the whole time we're sitting there, we just shit talk you and how fucking long you take.
Really?
Yeah.
I think my intros are shorter than Train's, though. I think.
Yeah, he is Mr. Intro though. That's like he's known
9/11
for his
prisoner
fucking
abuse.
intro.
Jesus Christ, what the fuck did I get myself into?
No, this
Holy
is an interesting topic.
Yeah, all right. I'm ready.
Okay,
Go on.
so I'm
You
gonna
didn't look
post
at the
it.
topic list, Rajj?
Are you kidding me? I don't read. What are you
I'm
talking
gonna
about?
I'm gonna post it in the Discord, and the chat, and then I'll also read it out once because it's a lot of the questions are multifaceted, okay? That way you can refer back to it if you need to. So what it is, this topic is a 9/11 prisoner all the way back from that time. He was charged with funding the hijackers. He's been held in Guantanamo Bay since 2006. Why he's coming to the news recently is he was used as a training dummy by like 6 to 8 CIA operatives in training for enhanced interrogation techniques. There's been a trial on it recently, talking about is this legal, is it valid considering the national security risks at the time. So that's kind of where my questions stem from. Based on the climate of national security at the time, with the danger of more imminent terrorist attacks based on how we thought, do you think the way this prisoner was treated is just considering the circumstances? And then furthermore, was he treated cruel and unjust, and were laws broken in the way he was treated?
Well, you didn't specify how he was tortured.
I'm sorry. Yeah, that's why I linked the articles. Normally people could fucking read before they come on our show.
Now, Wes, you know exactly what the fuck I deal with, all right? Now you're in my position. I
have it if you need it.
Yeah, Lecture Fan made a good point. He said it. Torture. This is not an enhanced. This is fucking torture.
Yeah.
So they do this.
To be
they
fair,
do
enhanced interrogation is
okay.
torture.
Yeah, but what pisses me off is that they do these terms so it deflects criticism.
Yeah.
This should never happen unless, now I'm going to say unless, there is actual imminent threats that he's the only person that knows. Now, I don't agree with it. No one should. But it's going to, I've said this before with some of the government actions they take. It's going to happen no matter what. We just need to call it out when this happens.
Yeah.
And
I'd say get you with the word training.
There's been a
yeah,
lot
I was just gonna say, if torture doesn't work. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah. We know the opposite. We know that like working with people and trying to build like trust in communication with people is actually effective. There have been tons of studies on this. So it's not only cruel, it doesn't even result in what we want. We're more likely to get misinformation.
Then why do you think the CIA would have done it in the first place?
They're more likely to tell you what they think they think they want to hear. Yeah.
This guy didn't even have information. He was being used as a training dummy.
The
goal is not
which is worse. It's so much worse.
The training.
Hey, you pulled his fingernails out really well, dude. Good job.
Yeah. Considering his affiliation with the 9/11 terrorist attacks, do you think it was just to have a human being like this guy used this way for help in the future with how we treat terrorists?
Not at all.
No.
Fuck no.
Does anyone? Because I feel like
no. Yeah.
I guess that's a bit like. Does anyone think it's just?
Well,
that would be the arguing point.
I think
it depends on.
Go ahead.
It depends on which portion. It depends on which portion of it that you're talking about. So he was made to stand for an hour. He was made to.
Sleep deprivation, extreme stress-inducing angles, waterboarding.
He was slapped. He was slapped multiple times. Like, do I have a problem with the CIA slapping a terrorist when they're trying to figure out?
It's like kink shaming.
No, it was a training though.
Like, it depends on what you're talking about here.
Yeah, but Lecture Fan, so the reason this came out is a psychologist that was the one who was the private contractor was paid to build this program. Had all this information, and he's the one who's exposing this through this trial. And yeah, they put it in kind of easier terms, but this could be construed a bunch of different ways, right? He could have literally just been cocked back, beaten the shit out of. They said like dozens of times, I believe. This guy's just being tortured by 6 to 8
I linked the
different
article,
people.
so if anyone wants to look at it, it's there.
The stats are.
It sounds like just evil bastards getting off on abusing the shit out of this dude. How are you going to use torture techniques as training? Like, you're going to go to somebody and they'll be like, yeah, that really fucking sucks. That one works. Like, if you're not actually getting intel that you don't already have, how can you really use that as an effective training outside of somebody just saying, yeah man, it fucking hurts? Like, it's pretty fucked up.
When you put it
then
on,
again, it's the CIA. That's what they do.
When I looked into it, I was like, I don't understand. How did they measure the effectiveness of it? Like,
there was no information on it.
There's no information to get from the guy, so I don't understand what the fuck they were doing. Like, it sounds like you have a bunch of fucking psychopaths torturing a guy.
Like a CYA trying to justify it in hindsight, saying we were actually doing training when really they got caught being pieces of shit and they don't want the bad optics. Well, the CIA could have bad optics, but
the truth of the matter is, if this was any other nation doing it to one of our guys, we'd be calling for fucking like violations of like war crimes and shit. We'd be
fuck yeah.
But I mean, that's like, let's be real. Let's be real. Like, we do that all. We break that shit all the time. Like, no one fucking. Like, that's so, and it's wrong, and we shouldn't do it. But the United States does break that shit all the time. So
because
like,
we're the best
we should
country in the
probably
world.
hold
Ain't that
ourselves
right,
to a
Lecture
higher
Fan?
fucking
Come on,
standard.
I mean, the U.S.
Hell yeah.
fucking even like experiments on its own people. It's historically, right? Whether it be like forced
Oh, yeah.
sterilization, drugs, like
True,
a whole
the
ton of
FBI
shady shit.
yeah.
Like we don't
The
really.
FBI did that to black neighborhoods in like the 60s or some shit.
Yeah, no, 1/3 of the Puerto Rican population got sterilized forcibly in 1970s. Like that's the other fucking day.
Yeah, there's
like,
still a ton of fucked up shit to their own people and people that we like subjugate. Do you think, looking at a broader sense, like it's ever okay these extreme, like when it becomes to extreme measure of national security, do you ever believe excessive torture, cruel punishment, or similar tactics like this are ever warranted?
Well,
I think if you're
is,
going to use techniques that don't work, how can they be warranted?
Right,
if they're literally proven not to work, how can they ever be warranted?
You can't say that. No, you can't say that. That's assumptions. All the studies, they are assumptions. We do not know what information the CIA or the FBI is getting. We are not there seeing what the people are going to know. Yeah, but it's assumptions. We don't know.
Wait, so how is it an assumption if that's what the study concluded?
So the CIA has come. Stop. Because so you're telling me the CIA has issued reports on what information they got from people they tortured. Show me that report, please.
Well, no. You can do. You can
okay,
do
even in this article, it says
general.
according to the CIA records, the interrogation provided little new information.
Yeah.
I thought it was for training anyway. So
it's training.
Yeah, it was a double-edged. Go ahead.
Here's the deal. I don't like the whole thing of like, oh, it's just an assumption. It's just an assumption, because you can have like clear like psychological studies seeing like, okay, how does the human brain generally work? And if it doesn't provide these answers generally, I don't see like why it would be an exception to the CIA, if that makes any sense.
I didn't say
I'll admit to anything you start peeling my fucking fingernails off.
But to say the FBI, the CIA has gotten no information from it, that is a huge assumption.
You're right. Yeah, I'll give you that. You're right. They could have gotten, but you never know whether or not the information is valid or not. That's the problem.
Of course.
So I will modify what I said slightly and to say that you will only get information that you probably want to hear, and you can never really confirm or deny whether or not that information is necessarily then actually doing.
But that's what they do. So, they take the information, they check out if it's correct. I mean, now again, I'm not for torture, but to act like these techniques are done for no other reason than to get intel, that's naive.
But you don't know
what other reason is there other than intel?
Yeah, I don't know. Again, I agree. These people are psychopaths that did it for training, but you cannot convince almost anybody in the intelligence. Yeah, anybody intelligence agency, they're just doing this just to do it when there's reports out there say it doesn't work. Let's be honest.
Were these reports put out before or after this? Because this is like
they've been saying they've been saying that. No, they've been saying about the advanced torture has not worked for many years, but they're still doing it because they are getting information. Again, we're not privy to that.
Goddamn liberals telling you it don't work.
Yeah, no. Yeah, here's the thing, right? I don't think that's like a fair argument to make. I mean, we have structures in the United States that we know don't really work. Or for example, like take our whole prison system. It's not very rehabilitative. We know that like the way that we're treating drugs right now doesn't really work. But we continue to have these systems in place either because they're easy, because we don't know what type of new legislation to write.
We do prison reform.
Part of the problem with this specific case is that if you look at like the recruiting methods of the military and the CIA over the last like 20 years, a lot of it is based in like protect our soil from like foreign threats. And that all comes from 9/11, right? 9/11 is this like watershed moment in American politics. So when you talk about the type of people that are joining the military, joining the CIA, issuing those levels of like torture or doing those things, like this is porn for them, right? Like we have one of the guys directly responsible for 9/11.
Yeah, that's a big step.
I want to be careful with that assumption there, because like if you look at something like Milgram's study where people just follow orders, then there's like lots of stuff that people just do what people tell them to who are in authority, right? It's proven that authority is there.
We've already seen that from Guantanamo, though.
You understand why? But Will, you understand why
coming out of Guantanamo where they were literally like making human pyramids of the dudes and like taking their dicks out. They didn't do that because someone told them to. They did it because there was an American culture that like 9/11 was the worst event of our life. and we can blame basically wholesale anyone in the Middle East for it.
Do you think the CIA?
It wasn't just like our political understanding of like it wasn't just like this fear mongering either. We wrote this into legislation. We passed the Patriot Act right after 9/11 happened, and that extended like the amount of rights that we could violate under the guise of like an imminent threat from terrorism or something like that. It's like it's bullshit, dude.
Well, yeah, and that's why I was against.
We've been using this excuse for 19 years now.
Longer than that though. We've been doing this for a long time.
Oh yeah, longer.
Yeah, no, I think this is like a clear case of it attracts those types of people, the institution, right? So this sounds really like random, but for example, you can argue that the way Christianity or organized religion is set up, it attracts pedophiles. That doesn't mean every Christian is a pedophile, but it means like those types of people who like to abuse power are going to find positions where they can do that. And I think the military, up to a certain extent, with the whole culture of like follow what your commander says. If you're not gonna do it, step out, like resign. You gotta like follow the hierarchy no matter what. Is privy to like situations where people abuse their power, period.
Yeah,
so
but that's with any power structure. That's with any power structure, though.
Well, I think
there's going to be abuse of power on some level.
Even
the military,
even this guy, in this
though.
case, Mitchell testified, and he said that he came to believe that CIA's torture techniques had gone too far and verged on breaking the law. He had some interrogators use his methods in abusive and unauthorized ways, prompting him to try to quit. But he said CIA officials told him he had lost his spine and would be at fault if another mass casualty occurred. So like, yeah, they're like literally like trying to like guilt trip or like try to say that.
But none of us are surprised. Is anybody really surprised?
No, but like that's absolutely.
I have a question for you guys.
Right?
Do you think that there's any possibility that the CIA used this as an excuse to get away with their unethical studies to figure out if torture actually did or didn't work to get information? Because it seems like a lot of these studies have come out in the last like 2 decades, eh?
I feel like I've known that
I guess
was
the
effective
issue
for a
is
pretty
like,
long time, though.
Yeah, I mean, there's like, I think there's. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I guess the issue in this specific instance is like we have a guy, we know what he did. It was well in the past. There's no way they can get new relative information from a guy that was funding someone in 2000, the year 2000. Like, what relative information is he going to have now?
Yeah.
Even if, you know what I mean? Like, so basically you really are just trained. Like if even you can get any kind of justification out of it, they could probably be like, okay, you can see he's sleep deprived based on like these behaviors. And like, this is where you want to take it when you do this in the field. Like if you're even allowing that justification.
Yeah, that's even a stretch.
That would never pass the ethics board, yeah.
Yeah, that's a stretch because again, my issue is that using the excuse of training. What type of measurements are they using? I mean, it's ridiculous to say that they're actually training. I believe these people are fucking psychopaths.
I don't think they give a shit what anybody thinks. It's just the fact that the info got out, so they got to cover as best they can. And it's not very good, but you know, in 2 days we'll be talking about something else. So it's just ride the wave until.
Yeah, I mean, I want people to understand this is going to continue for. Doesn't matter what law you pass. The CIA, FBI are going to keep doing this.
Yeah.
Like that's why the subjects like this, I kind of throw my hands up in there. I'm like, hey, that's great. You can pass as much legislation as you want. They're going to keep doing this. That these people are dead set on getting agendas passed, warmongering. This is what they do.
Well, let's all appreciate the fact that in America we have such an open government that the citizens actually find out about stuff like this.
Yes,
this shit happens.
yes.
This shit happens in every country, and nobody ever finds out about it.
Yeah, that is true. We do. I mean,
we found out about this one. I mean, what's to say what else is going on that we're not hearing about?
But Lecture Van makes a good point, though. I mean, because this does happen. We need to understand this does happen all around the world. Look what's happening in China. Look what's happening in China.
China does 100 times worse stuff than
Coronavirus,
this.
what's happening right now.
I mean, we don't know that.
China is asshole.
Yeah, we
No,
do.
they do,
Yeah,
Blake.
do.
We know what the death camps.
We're
they have in the
assuming.
West. No,
They
but
don't.
we're not
Yeah, you're right. No,
assuming.
you're right. The death camps. You're right. I lied. You're right. I can see. No,
China's doing
hold
all
on,
mind blank. You're
relax.
fucking right.
Muslims as
You're
well.
fucking right.
Neff, what were you
Yeah,
saying?
the Uyghurs.
Well, I mean, someone's saying that we don't know that. We do know that. They're
Yeah,
doing
I
it to Muslims
could
in,
see.
like mass number.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Well, coronavirus is a good segue. Any other things? Because I have a topic about coronavirus. Perfect, dude. Does anyone
Catching the White Claw virus.
Any other topics that, or any other statements on that we need to cover? Go ahead,
Let's
Raj.
talk about coronavirus. I'm thinking about going to China in May to see my sister.
Raj,
She
what were you
teaches
gonna
English
say?
There, so I'm
I
super
was gonna say,
interested.
well, you ask your question on coronavirus, and then I'll talk about it.
Oh yeah, there's a bunch to it. So it seems like the coronavirus is now, it's plaguing China. It's now landed on American soil. There's a second person that's been
Really?
infected.
Where?
I was reading the
California
article.
and
It's
Texas
linked.
so far.
Here, I'll link it all in the Discord.
I thought there was one in Washington.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was about to
Everybody
say,
in
there's a
Florida
confirmed
already
case
has
in
it.
It
Seattle.
says there's up to.
There's 2.
Can I finish? It says there's at least 50 more possible cases and across 22 states. Yet the CDC is claiming the risk is really low at the moment. This is kind of multifaceted. There's a bunch to this question. I want to talk about what's actually going on in China, how big of an issue it is there, and then is it really an issue for us? And if it is an issue, should we impose travel limitations? How do we keep the U.S. safe from this kind of stuff? It's all in the Discord. You can see the questions. So take it from where
what's
you want.
what's the mortality rate of this virus?
It's literally very low. I mean, we're talking about 1 out of every 100 people.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So
Wow,
like,
that's way better than SARS then.
It's a virus
yeah,
that's
but-
killing people, no doubt, but viruses kill people every day. Is it?
Yeah.
The question that I would ask is it killing people that are like immune
The real
systems are
issue-
compromised? Are they young?
The real-
Are we babies, elderly people? Like who is it? Who is it?
I
taking?
know
Okay, wait.
two-thirds
To
are
be
over 40.
fair, yeah, no, wait. Okay, wait. To be fair, like the whole fear of this virus. So I guess like the biggest fear of this virus is that since it was like, not really contained but hidden for so long, we don't really know like how harsh like the death casualties are in China right now. From what I've seen or from what I've read, it seems like it is like becoming like a bigger and bigger epidemic there because instead of actually dealing with it and publicizing it, China instead were like jailing reporters who were reporting on it.
Wait, no, they
so
had
then-
this back in December. They knew about it. There was articles out.
Well,
You
yeah,
think-
no, but that's the point. Instead of the Chinese government like actually like trying to deal with this virus or being like, hey, like we have a new virus, it can be contagious from person to person, they try to like lock down and hide it as much as they can. So I guess like the bigger fear here is like, what if it like mutates like something worse, or is there like, we don't really have a cure for it currently. We don't really know how contagious it is. Right now we're seeing like low numbers, but we don't know if.
Well, we know where it came from. We know where it came from. It was bat soup. I mean, I can't believe.
Is
no
that
one's talking
true?
about
Is that where it actually came from? The bat soup? I saw
it
the
came from
pictures,
bat
dude.
soup. It's a real
Crazy,
thing.
man.
It's because people in China, this is the truth. They do eat these weird foods, and they don't understand by doing this, you might ingest stuff that's going to affect your immune system. Going back to what Rajj said, it's not affecting anybody in particular. Well, what is so weird about this one is that the symptoms are very casual, coughing, low, so it's nothing major like you're puking your guts out. That's why people are like, well, could anybody have it? That's what the big issue is.
Yeah, no, it's definitely scary if you have a percentage of dying. I'd be curious to know what the mortality rate is of any given virus. Just out of
You get
curiosity.
people dying from the flu. and stuff.
SARS was like 1 in 10 from what I looked up. So
Yeah,
that's
it's way below
way higher.
Yeah, but it's also
1 in 10 would die from SARS. So
the advances in medicine today.
No, it's not.
You're
No,
not going to
it's
find
lower.
stuff
It's
where
1 in 100.
that type of mortality rate is super high. I don't even think Ebola's was super high, and especially we killed it immediately. So in China, it seems like it's a real issue, but are we even worried about it? People are saying that.
This is my thing. This is my thing. Okay, look.
That's what I would ask.
Is it cause for concern? Yes. Should it prevent you from going outside and living your life? No. Should it prevent you from traveling? No. Unless the virus is worse than anybody has let on to. It is bad. It's not good. But should you take extra precautions? Just like the flu is very bad. We take precautions. We get flu shots. We do what we can. But you don't
eat bat
stop
soup.
living your life.
Yeah, I mean, according to NPR, there's like 1,300
Wait, hold on. I have to
confirmed
push back
cases
against the bad
in-
soup thing real quick because that's not actually true. So from what I'm seeing, it says that it originated from snakes. It said that in the Journal of Medical Virology, the scientists noted that there are 2 snakes that are common to southeastern China, where the outbreak actually originated from. So
everything I'm reading is pointing to bat soup. It's a big delicacy.
That's not really that
area.
important. I don't think that's really that important here.
I know that. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, Wes.
I was going to ask, China's really known for them like obscuring information from other people.
Yeah.
That's what kind of concerns me, because I've seen a lot of the images of areas in China where this is an issue, and hospitals are flooded. They've had to build literally turn what are they, like little plots of land into like holding areas with a whole bunch of tiny little cots for these people. So the news makes it seem not that big of a deal, but if you look at the images and actually look at the evidence going on, it seems like a real big issue in these parts of China.
Yeah,
And-
so I would
NPR confirmed 1,300 in China. So NPR has said there's at least 1,300 confirmed cases in China.
Okay, well,
so take that with what you will, but
I think why this is a bigger issue in China is also
no 1,300 just confirmed.
When you talk about the climate in China and like how China is laid out, like it's much more densely populated than the United States with much more people living in abject poverty. And so when you talk about like a pandemic in the United States, you really wouldn't have the same kind of impact unless like it hit in Manhattan or Los Angeles and moved very quickly. But like when you talk about an area like Beijing, if a virus in Beijing starts spreading, like you have millions of people.
Wait.
You cut out. You cut out.
You cut out for like 10 seconds now.
Oh, my bad. But like basically what I was saying is like the density of population and the abject poverty in China potentially makes the coronavirus in China a much greater threat, which is why China takes these viral outbreaks so seriously. Like the avian flu like seemed almost like a joke in retrospect, but when it happened in China, China was on like fucking DEFCON 1 red alert because the potential impact of a virus in that super dense living condition.
Well, and the standards of like food and cleanliness in China is nowhere near ours. So we are, like you said, Will, we're not going to be affected on the scale that they are.
Do you ever think? Go ahead, lecture fan.
I was just gonna say I think this is still like it's a developing story. We don't actually know for sure the answers to all these questions that you guys are discussing and topics you're discussing. What I think is sort of the more interesting thing is that the Chinese have literally quarantined 50 million people, and they're not allowed to leave their cities anymore. And that is an unprecedented reaction to a public health crisis. And so this is the first time in modern human history, certainly, where a public health crisis has been addressed by a quarantine of 50 million people. And I personally don't think that the Chinese government would be taking drastic actions like that if these assumptions that everybody's making in the discussion was actually true. And so, I do think that the Chinese government takes this very, very seriously, because in the Chinese culture, the government has a mandate of heaven as so long as there's not a lot of social unrest. And so if there's a bunch of social unrest, the Chinese communists know that they could lose the public support for them having the mandate of heaven, which could
I feel like
harm their power. But I don't think we know. And I think the quarantine issue is insane.
It's very reminiscent of Chernobyl. Like, they're saying it's not that bad, but if you look at the evidence, it looks really fucking bad, and they're quarantining massive populations from moving or leaving the city, and it feels like they're trying to limit the spread of misinformation or what.
Never
like,
trust
information.
the commie.
Yeah, I'm just
Lecture
so
fan, I have a
untrusting
question.
of them.
Are you against them quarantining the cities? I'm just curious.
I don't know.
Well, because I think it's the right move.
Yeah, based off what we've heard about how easily it can spread and how fastly it's spread, it seems reasonable that they would do this.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is obviously there's a lot of concerns about your rights and freedom of movement and everything else like that. So I don't know if it's justified in that sense, but I do think that it's something that you don't just do easily and quickly, because quarantining somebody inside a city and not letting people leave is a substantial violation of your human rights. Now, whether it's justified or not is questionable, but there's no question that that's a big violation of rights. Now,
I agree,
whether
but I think they're justifiable. Yeah.
I don't know, but we don't know enough about the virus.
I was just say we don't know. So. I don't think it's going to be a big deal in the States. I think it could be a big deal in China. So
I think if any cases bring up here, we're going to take care of it.
Well, we don't know. Like, we're just barely starting to see outbreaks, so we'll have to see how far
and also,
spreads.
I feel like people take diseases not serious enough because they grow at an incredible fucking rate. Because if one's infected and hits 2, 4, I mean, the disease and the rate at which it's spread, it grows at an exponential rate. So
is this more harmful? Are we saying this?
Do you remember Ebola?
Ebola
people freak the fuck out.
That was a question.
Ebola is so grisly too, dude. Pictures of Ebola are like.
Is this just another Ebola, swine flu, avian flu? Is this just another one of those?
We don't know. This might be like a freaking influenza that every year the strand slightly changes, so we are not really sure how to completely fight against it every time. We really Like, I forgot who mentioned it earlier, but it's still a developing story. We really have not enough information to say if this is just like a fluke or whether it's going to be something super duper extra serious.
Do you think some of this is scared journalism because it makes for good articles and people click and read it a lot?
Yeah, 90%
That's
of
what it
almost all
feels.
journalism.
Do we know how this is spread? Is it spread through touch?
It's by regular
person to
coughing.
person.
And, yeah.
That's what they're assuming right now. Is it's through respiratory.
So it's
respiratory
incredibly
form. So-
easy to spread.
Yeah. So if you're
It's
around
America.
someone like
We
that,
make
they think
memes
you can
about
get
it.
it.
Which is so fucking ironic that's in China, because China is like the most common place where everyone's wearing those fucking masks and
That's what
shit.
they, yeah.
Well, if it's anywhere in
China
the
has,
U.S.,
like,
it's in
almost
L.A.
no-
for sure.
That's what I'm saying. Someone
Yeah.
said
One other thing though is that
It's definitely in LA
one of
if it's
the
in the US.
articles I was reading about this is they said like 2/3 of the people affected have been like over 45. So it seems to be at least very commonly for like elderly, obviously.
Hey,
which
it's only
That's how
going for the
diseases work.
boomers. Hey, we're safe, guys.
diseases
Yeah.
often
So
infect
All right, Dan,
people
watch
with,
out, Dan.
Exactly.
Well,
with
we
less.
actually-
That's how almost all diseases work, dude.
yeah,
Dan,
I know.
they're
I'm
coming for
just
you,
saying
Dan.
Yeah,
that
you
like
gotta be careful.
Babies and elderly, man. The shittier your immune system
Yeah,
is,
hold on.
the
That's a
easier
good
it is to
point.
catch it.
Chad has a good. Since when did
45 plus,
become
guys.
elderly?
45 is a boom. On Twitch, 45 is in the grave. Okay? Your hand clutched through the
Hold on,
dirt.
wait.
Sub with
45
Twitch
is
Prime!
crazy, dude.
We're gonna be here. We'll be here in 20 years. We'll be the boomers.
What,
It'll
you
still
think
be
you'll be on
popular,
Twitch
right?
in 20 years? There'll be 45-year-old Rajj Patel writing topics about Twitch
Hell yeah,
thoughts and titties and stuff.
Probably be on Mixer
Right,
by
baby.
then.
That's a train, isn't
Look at
it?
Dan having a midlife crisis as we speak. Look at him.
I'm not 45. That's Linda's.
Dan told me he gave me a wake up. He's like, the time that you're at, the age you're at right now, 26, to get to 36, it's gonna go by faster than 20 to 23
Wait.
went or whatever.
you're only
there we go.
26.
Yeah, I'm 26.
Oh my God, you're
What? What?
I'm
did you think
older than
was
you. I didn't think I
older?
was older than you. You look old.
You.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Wow,
I'm
thanks.
just saying you look old.
You
Wow.
look young.
Nice guy,
I
Blake.
do. I do. So.
Well, hey, I want to ask Dan because Dan
I'm
has
mature,
on it.
okay?
Dan, what's your view on it? This coronavirus.
It's like drastically like blown over. Like, how many deaths have there even been from this thing? It's like a fucking pussy version.
It's 40, right?
Yeah, that's like a beta version of fucking SARS. I don't know why we're
Jesus
going so like crazy about it.
Why do you
Listen,
compare it to
Well, he's
SARS
right.
when 10% of people get into diet or whatever?
Listen, it's all about like selling shit in like the news, having a story and stuff. Like, I don't know, compared to anything else, like fucking traffic accidents or anything. Like,
know.
dude,
That's
40 deaths. Like, how many people have been eaten by a shark in the same time? Has it been 40 people? I think
Well,
we've had 40
there's
shark deaths.
200. Well, there's 2,000 cases of it that we know of, and it says the death toll as we speak, reported 2 hours ago, is 56. So.
I mean, outrage culture is a real
Again,
thing.
And also, this
2,000
is coming
people all
from
might
the
die.
thing you
I
don't understand.
know.
This is coming from China, the
Well,
country
also,
that is the most well known for
China.
withholding information besides Russia from the United States.
Well,
so I don't
like,
trust a
yeah,
fucking
they-
thing
they
that
hit
comes
the
out of their
SARS,
mouths,
yeah.
man.
But like
they
Pixie
did
said,
cover
it's about
SARS.
mutating. It's about mutating. That's we
It
do
could
need
be
to understand.
5,000 deaths. Who fucking knows? There could be mass graves they're shoveling over right now,
Does
man.
does
Yep,
anyone
they're
know
deleting
how?
social
I
media
don't
posts.
know how good China's healthcare system is for their because I know they're overpopulated for like their area, like right, like their hospital cannot take as many people that could potentially get sick.
They're
Okay,
building
whereas-
a hospital in 6 days, which is crazy.
Well,
Yeah, man. It really
So,
seems like it's a.
how much of it is the
actual
fact that
issue.
they have to build resources that they couldn't fit people in anyways, right?
That shows the alarming situation. That if so many people get infected this fast, where a place as big as fucking China has to build a pseudo hospital overnight, it's definitely seems a lot bigger than it is, man. I don't believe that 50 dead bullshit. I think that's pure just obscurity from
Do
China
they really
withholding
need that many more
information.
hospitals for 2,000 cases of
That's
this?
I
what
think
I'm
Wes,
saying.
I think you're right. Yeah, I think you're right.
I think they're obscuring the hell out of information.
I'm impressed they can build a hospital in 6 days.
Because
That's
I don't
amazing.
remember any images of like mass things like this happening with Ebola or avian flu. All you saw were those single images or a couple people who look super macabre of like their shit all fucked up from Ebola. But it wasn't these like, if you looked at the images of Chinese hospitals and these like fake hospital things they built to house people, it's really fucking concerning. Okay, but yeah, sorry, that was my take. Any other tidbits want to go on this before I move on to the next one?
This is so interesting. Like, dude, like this is like, I'm looking at Twitter videos of this shit. This looks like a fucking movie.
And China is they also China, isn't Twitter banned in China? They have like their own type of Twitter.
Yeah. Well, yeah, no, and they
have their own version of Twitter. Yes. China's always been known for that. China is take shit down because they don't want people to know. They're so exclusive with their information. They're sneaky. The fucking Chinese government scares the shit out of me, dude.
Last thing I want to say
I get nightmares. I literally get nightmares of visiting China and like getting arrested in it.
Go ahead, WillNeff.
It's deeply ironic that China's facing a new plague in the year of the rat.
Oh, good one, dude.
Good one, dude. It's very ironic.
The year of the bat soup.
Yeah, year of the snake or whatever. Okay, where am I? Next one. Okay. So this one's from a couple weeks back, but I really like the topic because of where it goes. So at least a dozen Saudi servicemen were expelled from the United States because there was a shooting before the year. It was like in the late December from the Pensacola Air Force. Nothing shows they aided the shooter. There was some fucked up shit like child porn and extremist rhetoric. But the important aspect, the reason I wrote this question is that Apple wasn't allowing FBI the access to the shooter's phones despite getting a warrant and arguably during a time of high priority national security. So my question to you guys is, in cases like these, do you believe major phone companies should be required to comply and unlock the phones? If yes, where is the line and like how do we draw it? And if not, like why not?
Absolutely fucking not. Period.
No. Apple MVP.
No, because
like if you allow yourself to have like a back door like that. Oh, am I going robot?
They have a back door. It's
nice. I'm fine.
It can be.
I was gonna say. I mean,
they got a warrant though. What are you talking? They got a warrant. I mean, they went the proper channels and got a warrant. Like, so we're going to allow companies not to abide by a warrant
but
now?
I think I heard in this particular case, it was that they would have to create something that would compromise the security of all the devices.
No, they've been wanting to do that for years. No, they've been wanting to do that for years.
They say that, but the companies have a way to get into them.
Well, no, that's the thing. That's
Are
the thing.
you sure?
There's no way to have a universal. No, there's no way to have a universal backdoor, like using like an Encryption or something like simple like that the FBI can access without compromising basically all securities on iPhones. Now, yes, maybe if you bring your iPhone to the iPhone shop and they reset it and they plug it in and doing like a bunch of shit, they can get into your phone. But the point is, it's not like really easily accessible. It's not like a universal code you could put in every single phone to just like suddenly get access to it. I'm explaining it pretty poorly. But the point of the fact is, if you create a backdoor like that that's easily accessible, you risk everybody's private information in my phone.
Pixie, the thing is there is the backdoor. I'm positive I've read stuff on this too that all of them have it.
There's always a way.
Yes,
they did that in the past. They had like a third party do it for them.
Shit has gotten in. I was reading more on this. There's examples of them getting in when it's chosen, when the companies themselves decide to or something like that. So there is a way to do it. It's just they've denied the U.S. government access to do so, even though getting a warrant and this, which was thought to be possibly a terrorist attack.
The warrant. I mean, they went through the proper channels and still denied them. I mean, it's ridiculous. Like, I get what Pixie's saying, but when you go the proper channels and you get the warrant and then you still say no, it's like, what the hell? Like, you can't use a privacy
They know not to talk to the cops.
Huh? What'd you say?
Said Apple's smart. They know not to talk to the cops.
Well, no, actually, apparently they did work with them a little bit. What I'm saying, it says that like they turned over many gigabytes of information.
Like cloud
the
data and
investigators.
stuff.
The iCloud stuff they could definitely do.
It wasn't on the phone.
They did like they gave them a number of different like information that they asked for, but then apparently they requested more data. They requested they wanted them to like crack the iPhones apparently, and they refused to because like I think like Rajj pointed out, it like messes with the security of like not just those like phones, I guess. Like, I don't know.
Do you think that's true that them doing this for one phone would suddenly open us all to get hacked? Because you can get your shit hacked by everyone. It happens to celebrities all the time. That's where the news leaks
I was going to say something else. Is this potentially like them trying to get like legal rhetoric down? Like, oh, hey, this is something that's allowable and we can maybe expand this to other places. Right? I mean, if they really want to break into a phone, I highly believe that they could probably break into that phone, right? And then they could get whatever information they want. Like we talked about the FBI and CIA earlier. I mean, if they really want it, I feel like
but it would be
but it would give them legal groundwork to maybe open up the floor for other things. So I'm kind of
I think it is dangerous.
I'm kind of I'm curious. Like, can anybody find if like a safe manufacturer, are they required that they have to be able to like open anybody's safe if police have like a warrant for something.
I believe they're actually have to.
Well, yeah, that's pretty easy. Safe crackers, they're all
Yeah,
over
just
the
hire a
place.
safe cracker. But
There's a lot of
like
dope
the
guys
same
on
thing.
YouTube.
That's
Yeah, the
what I
manufacturers
said
legally
before.
they do.
Yeah,
For
okay,
iPhones.
yes, they do.
Okay, wait.
Yeah,
so
because
I'm
this
gonna tell
was
you
a
guys
criminal
my
case.
general understanding about like how iPhone security works, and you can contradict me. But from what I understand, and I saw this like when I was setting up my new computer and stuff, they had like an individual like serial code, passcode per computer, per iPhone, et cetera, that if you ever get like super locked out, you have to save that code and then take it to the then take it to the Mac store or whatever, where then they can access your information. The point is it's individualized to like every single computer, every single phone, et cetera, It's not a universal backdoor, which is what the FBI is strongly pushing for. If you create a product that has a universal backdoor for every single one of your phones, then yeah, it's a huge security and liability risk. I'm not saying it's not possible for the Mac store, iPhone or whatever to get into your phone. I'm saying that it's highly individualized and specialized. It's not just a universal, easy thing to do. Am I being clear? Is this making sense?
Shut up, Destiny, we're right here.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Pixie, I see your point completely. I don't think there is a universal backdoor, like a key that unlocks all phones. I think there's some encryption and some way to distinguish between every single one of them, and they can still get into every single one of them. Because the way you're viewing it, it seems like you're talking about like if one person can get in the backdoor, they could get in all phones, which I don't think exists. I just think that every company has a way to get in each and every phone specifically.
Well, yeah,
Right,
it doesn't
so-
exist because it's a huge security risk.
All right,
but that's what, from what I read, the FBI is
Okay,
really
let me
pushing
tell you guys
for.
what's going on. I've been listening for a while. Okay, there's a lot of misinformation going on here. As someone who works in this industry, I can tell you. First of all, the FBI has pushed very aggressively on Apple not to have iCloud backups be encrypted as a result of that. So here's the thing. Your phone, I don't believe that there is some secret Apple double, whatever way that they can get into your phone. It's just not the case. The risk to Apple as a company would be massive if this came out, that Apple could decrypt your phone. So here's the deal. Can Apple access your iCloud backups? Yes, they can. If you upload your shit to iCloud, it's unencrypted and the FBI can come and get it. And Apple actually had a plan where they're going to start encrypting your iCloud backups by default, and the FBI pushed back heavily against it, and that's why Apple didn't go and make them all be encrypted. Now, as far as if you have my phone right here and you want to break into that phone, you're fucked, okay? Apple can't help you. And the reason behind that is that there's so many things they can do. If something is encrypted, it's encrypted. That's it. There's no like, oh, well, we made it so we can do this, unless Apple's stupid. So if Apple's so stupid that they did build a backdoor into it, the risk to them is astronomical to do that for law enforcement. Because if that got out, another foreign government got a hold of that shit, you know what that does to the fucking stock price? That company is fucked.
I disagree.
It's an illusion. It's an illusion that you just because they're like they have these superhuman powers to be able to just only
It's not
do it for them and
superhuman. A
nobody
company
else
would
can get a hold of
always
them.
be smart enough to have this right to protect themselves
They
to put
have-
that
wait,
in
wait.
there.
You guys know they have cracked phones open before, right? Like this is
And
not like the
different-
first case.
Okay, this is a very
Well, they used a
different
third
ways.
party though, didn't they?
No,
All
it
right.
was iPhone. They've done it for iPhone.
No, I'm saying a
before.
third party that cracked the iPhone for the FBI or whatever. When they were trying to get it from who was the guy in Cali, I think, one of the shooter guys or something.
Yes,
They wanted to
that's
get
very-
in. Apple told them get fucked, so they used a third party to.
That's what I'm saying. They were again. I keep saying this. They had a damn warrant. So why? I don't understand why they're allowed to say "fuck you" when we couldn't do that. We couldn't say "fuck you" if they gave us a warrant for our phone.
Because it's
I'm sure you
fucking
could.
it's different. Okay, so like very technically speaking, what was happening in that case is that the data was encrypted on the phone. Now, any of you guys who have iPhone that's kind of locked down, there's an option in your settings that say delete all my data after X failed attempts, right? Right. So what they do is if you have a custom company that does this shit, you can actually go and hook the iPhone up to a machine which will copy all the data off of it, and then you can try and do passive down. So the thing is that Apple tries to stop this shit. It's very, very difficult. Is it hypothetically possible with the right equipment? Yes. I don't believe Apple has this shit. Why would you make this? It's like asking WinZip, hey, do you have the ability to like decrypt my fucking password encrypted file? No. It's done in SHA-256. That's the end of it. Like there's no like double secret triple shit. Like the only way around this is like brute forcing and custom technology. For the iPhone, you have access to the hardware. So essentially anything is possible on a hardware device to get that. Because here's the question, here's the answer why. On an iPhone, you have to enter a PIN to unlock your phone. Okay, so it's not going to be that advanced of a fucking passcode to do it. And as a result of that, you know, hey, there's a limited amount of attempts that you can do to get into this. So if you can copy the data to 1 million virtual phones, which are all the same, and try a different code on each thing, that's the way that you would possibly get into that.
Not even 1 million, because the iPhone pin is only 6 large, right? Oh,
Well,
no, so that was exactly 1 million.
It depends. Like on mine, I have a 16-digit passcode. But yeah,
That's
on
cool,
most
then.
of them.
Jesus Christ.
Hey, boomer.
Listen,
Listen, it sounds impressive, guys. It's just his phone number 2 times, okay? So.
This is 111111111.
It's nice and easy, right? So.
I don't know.
But yeah, that'd be the case. So that's how you would have to do it. But aside,
There's also a big difference between like somebody giving like a warrant to get into somebody's house and like breaking in versus like asking like a key manufacturer to make a custom key for the police to unlock your door and get into, right? Like we wouldn't tell people.
Right, that's what I was asking about.
There should be absolute
Just go to a
exceptions.
third
Like I
party
don't
at that
understand.
point.
Yeah, why didn't the FBI go to a third party on this? If it was something,
I
as
think they just
dire
want the
dire
legal
as national
precedent to be able to do
security.
this type of stuff, right?
Okay, I make
Yeah,
that.
That's what it feels like. It feels like legal precedent.
No, I think you guys are putting way too much power in the hands of the FBI. Like, there's many cases that you can look at right now that are pending where people are like going after child porn subjects or terrorist subjects that have encrypted their computer, and like they're trying to compel them in court to say what their password is so they can unlock their hard drive, and they won't do it, and they stay in jail indefinitely until they release their password because they don't know what it is. There's many cases like this right now that are going on. That's the first thing.
Maybe they could try the new torture techniques.
So there's that, and then the second thing to
Give me your password, motherfucker.
the FBI and the NSA, these are government companies. They don't pay that much money to assume that like they're like god tier compared to like fucking Apple or any of these other. It's just not the case. It's a government job. I don't know like what fucking god of technology is going to work for like the CIA versus the other people. It's not the common case. You're gonna if you can make $100,000 to work for the NSA or make $500,000 to work for Apple. For most people, that's a pretty easy choice, I would think.
I mean, it depends on what exactly they're trying to accomplish, but for the most part, what Dan is saying is correct. Like, if you want to know where like the cutting edge research or the cutting edge technology is, you have to look at like research labs around the world and companies around the world. Like, the government can't just magically have people that know. Like, people are like, oh, how much farther is the government ahead on like internet technology? Like, I bet it's massive. Like, no, it's not. They don't have a military use for it. Like, you can talk about like private contractors having like cool new planes and shit, but it's not like the government has like all this crazy secret technology because they don't have the manpower to actually research it. Like, those people are either working at research labs around the world or they're working for companies to like, you know, make money and shit. You know?
I think the money behind the CIA or FBI or whatever could still push for any the best third-party crackers in the world to get into any phone.
Yep.
I don't know. Yeah, the only thing that makes sense is they're trying to push for legal precedent. Who is echoing? Which one of you fucking boomers doesn't know how to use audio? Hello?
I don't know, Wes. I'm gonna roll. I'm watching Rajj and Destiny eat, and I'm starving here, so
it's so good.
I'm gonna roll off. So I'll talk to you guys later. Thanks for having me.
Okay.
Later.
There's a liking spot. Now liking could join. Okay, fuck it. Let's jump into a politics question, dude. We haven't done one yet.
That one was a politics question.
I'm fucking ready.
Like hard politics. Election politics. Election politics, okay? Or presidential politics. The good ones. So, fuck, Lecture Fan just left. God damn it. Okay, there's other ones here. So Trump's impeachment hearing is coming to a close. I think it started this morning. Trump's lawyers have 24 hours to build the defense, and then a final decision is made. This might not really have any controversy between you guys, but I'm curious. Hold on, let me get like in there. So did the Democrats say or do enough for Trump to have a real chance of getting impeached?
No.
Hold on.
No.
Well, he's not going to get impeached, but it's not because of what the
I
Democrats
know.
presented. He was never going to.
I know, because of the party lines.
Okay.
So with the Republicans holding majority, it's highly unlikely. Everyone knows that. Is there possible there's any secret coup is formed to go against party lines, or Republicans might turn on him?
I doubt it.
No one?
Because despite Trump being as horrible as he is, I think he still
In your opinion.
No, he is horrible.
Okay.
No. So it is in Raj's opinion because we go and we look at Gallup polls for the popularity of Trump. It's still like in the fucking 90% range. So like no one is going to go against it. It's fucking electoral suicide.
Is there anything that could have been brought up to take them to get them to switch over?
He's still far better in the interest of Republicans than any Democrat.
Like centrist.
I mean, obviously,
Republicans
Wes,
in
if
swing
they
states have gone closer towards Trump because of this specifically. So
if you had like a Nixon type scenario where he was on tape, doing like the Zelensky, but I mean, but there's nothing like that. It's alter. It's all. Yeah, it's alter. Yeah, like Destiny said, no one cares anymore. Like they just want to move on. I made this point on the Yes Politics. People want to move on and actually get their legislators to do shit for the.
No, they don't give a shit. I don't think I like this whole idea that like, of course, yeah, people want stuff done, but I mean, people are entertained by this shit. Are you kidding me? I think.
Yeah, people that don't care about politics are. Yeah, people that don't care about politics.
Do you think his acquittal will actually help him get reelected?
I do actually. This is one of the things that I'm worried about is right now what's going to happen is the impeachment is going to go through the Senate and he's going to be acquitted. I wonder how that's going to look publicly, but it's like, well, they tried to impeach him in the Senate. Trump is innocent. He was acquitted of all charges. Like,
and most people will see that as Trump was great.
If he's acquitted, it plays so much into his narrative that he's been like unfairly
hunted, persecuted.
And then also this narrative that the impeachment was a fix that was in from day one, right?
Well, they announced that
we're going to impeach this motherfucker, and he created this narrative that this was like a determined decision rather than the reality that they just knew he was going to fuck around.
We were talking about impeachment in like 2020
Yeah,
so I mean, it's just...
there was articles the next day. There was articles the next day after he got elected saying the time for impeachment is now. Like,
well, because there were multiple concerns with emoluments. So right from the get-go, he already didn't sort his stuff out.
So why don't they go for that?
Questions.
Because no one cares.
24 hours saying quid pro quo, but not going with that.
Yeah.
Wait, we went with that in the House, but it's not going to go anywhere in the Senate because the Senate is it's all part of
use of power and what was the other obstruction of Congress or something?
Do you agree with the House ruling that he did do those things? Does anyone disagree?
Yeah, of course. Nobody, not even Republicans, will defend Trump publicly on the fucking Ukraine shit. Like everybody knows that.
I didn't see enough evidence. In my opinion.
I don't know. I'm not convinced.
I will say.
Let Loyal Logic
if
speak.
you trust the third party people that were saying that they heard and this is the conclusion they came to, of course you're gonna say. But I did not hear Trump personally do anything. Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, said he was not pressured. I'm going to look at the world leader from Ukraine and go, okay, he said he wasn't pressured. And that's what's weird to me is every time we have this discussion, for some reason, we always force out what he said. He came out and said he wasn't.
If I tried to intimidate you and you aren't intimidated, that doesn't mean
they got the funding. They got the funding before you even know it was held back. And Zelensky said this. Said that.
There's a couple of things, right? I feel like that's an unfair argument to make because, of course, Zelensky isn't going to say, "Oh, I was pressured" or "I wasn't pressured" or whatever.
Why is that? And of course, why wouldn't he?
Why?
Well,
there's other.
He's probably about to say it. Let her finish her sentence.
Yeah. If you say if Zelensky comes out and he says, "Oh yeah, I was pressured by Donald Trump or whatever," he's gonna come out as a total weak ass bitch. Imagine any other fucking leader coming out and being "Yeah, I actually felt like I was gonna cave into the pressure." You're gonna look like a weak ass fucking bitch. Period. It doesn't make any sense for any world leader.
I don't think I buy that.
Like that unless we want to look like a weak ass bitch.
I don't buy that at all. We have plenty of world leaders that
could you define weak ass bitch?
You're I think for money. Hold on, like a weak bitch.
Hold on. Regardless of whether he was pressured or not, what he was asking for was still against the law. Right. Whether there's pressure or not,
wait.
If I ask a 14-year-old, "Hey, can I fuck you? No pressure. It's cool."
Wait.
Still against the law.
Will, are you saying we cannot take away aid from other countries? I want to make sure what you're saying.
Yes, the president cannot do that.
No, I didn't say no.
He's allowed to unilaterally withhold aid. That's approved by Congress.
That still doesn't matter. Logic. What matters is you can't ask a foreign body to interfere in the American election. If there's a favor,
he didn't do that.
That's not what he asked for.
What are you talking about?
He asked for information on Biden that would affect the election.
No, he didn't ask for information. He said, "Can you look?"
He's asking for investigations into corruption with companies like Charisma, and it's because Zelensky literally ran on the platform of exposing corruption in the Ukraine. So that's why Trump said, "Do what you ran on."
I read the transcript. I didn't hear him ask for information. So
wait. I'm sorry. So when you say I'm looking into, when you say, "Hey, look into this person," what are they going to provide if they find something? Would look into him. a report with information. Like, that's it. He didn't explicitly
like
say,
a
hey,
Steele
can you get me
dossier or
information?
something, maybe. That'd be fantastic, wouldn't it?
And that's what I said at the beginning, though. Like, and I said, if he said specifically that, then obviously I'm gonna. I've called out Trump plenty of times.
But he said, look into him. What do you think he's trying to get at when he says, look into him?
He literally wants him to say, he wants a recording of Trump saying, I'm going to kill you and your entire family.
No, I didn't say that, Anthony. I didn't say that.
Code 47 of the Constitution.
By the way, I'm going to use this information for nefarious purposes. I just want to get this out there.
That's not what I said. This while fully cognizant and not drunk, and there's no deep state forcing me.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
The fact of the matter is,
you're assuming.
Well, there's two huge problems. One, it actually doesn't matter at all what the Ukrainian president thinks. It doesn't matter if he feels pressured or not. You don't need the other person to feel anything to attempt to extort somebody. It doesn't really matter what he says about it. So that's totally irrelevant, firstly. Secondly, the president does not have the power to unilaterally withhold aid that Congress has already approved. When other presidents have tried this, including Obama, you have to get approval from Congress to redirect those funds or to withhold those funds. You can't do it on your own if Congress has already earmarked the funds for it.
Okay, did they get the aid on time when it was supposed to be?
Doesn't matter if they got it on time.
No, they withheld the aid for. I wish Bastille was here because he had the exact number.
They got it on time when the aid.
It doesn't matter. If I tell my girlfriend that she needs to have dinner done by 9, and if she doesn't, I'm gonna beat the shit out of her. If she gets it done at 8:55 and she doesn't get hit, it doesn't make it okay.
Your entire argument is that
that's 100% the comparison.
Badly.
No, that's not.
It is.
I get your point. I get your point.
Sorry.
I agree with Destiny.
All right. See,
can we
came to a conclusion. This is what I love about the show. You don't have to compete for a fucking vote. You could just. It's so beautiful. It's so beautiful.
Wait! God damn it!
Oh, go ahead, Harkdan. Go ahead. Fuck off, Boomer.
The House impeached him. You know how stupid Democrats are. They had the ability to hold on to sending this shit to the Senate until they got what they wanted. But Democrats are so fucking stupid.
No, they wouldn't.
They felt the need to do it. If in like 2 weeks they could have waited to get shit done to help.
No.
They're not going to get anything done. They withheld it for
2 weeks. For like,
but they're already. Mitch wanted them to push the vote. Mitch McConnell had like basically was like changing laws because he's like, you can't just hang on to it because he knew he had the majority in the Senate. Like, that's not the Democrats doing. Nancy Pelosi was doing her damnedest to hang out and flip some votes.
Yeah, and it's not like they would have accomplished more holding on to it.
22 votes is a lot to flip.
And also, it was House pressure. I'm sorry, it was Democrats that were trying to push to get it done more than Republicans in that part.
Well, because the Democrats in the super blue districts, like the fucking Justice Dems, of course, want to see it pushed through because they care about law and order and dumb shit because they don't actually have to worry about any of their seats. But yeah, I mean, like, eventually it had to go through. It's not like we're winning the fucking Senate next year anyway. So, like, yeah.
Okay. So wait, have they voted for the? Have they voted whether or not they're going to have witnesses?
For what?
Yeah, they were doing that the first day.
Yeah,
all of them got blocked. 53-47. Every vote, 53-47. 53-47.
So I think, I mean, this is me just being hopeful, but I would think that would shine poorly. Like, you know, I don't disagree with Pelosi's wording of, you know, that's you're voting for a cover up. Like, why wouldn't you have those witnesses? You know, you have that guy come out. Yeah, everyone attached to Trump that comes out and speaks against him is going to have some dirt on him at the end of the day, right? So we can't just say, yeah, well, he isn't really reliable. At the end of the day, a lot of these people are fucking people that we should be hearing from. So do you guys think that we're going to see some pushback?
I don't think there's anything that can hurt a Republican as long as they're backing Trump up. I think they can do almost anything, and like their constituents will be okay with that.
Not at all. I call Trump out all the time. I call Republicans. But that's me.
Wait. I'm curious. Wait. What is something you've called Trump out on?
When he held back the $2.5 million, well, he took it away for the parade. I did not like that. I thought.
Okay, hold on. What's something that we care about? What's something that we care about that you've opposed Trump on?
Nice goalpost moving, Destiny.
Wait, no, hold on. I want to hear because I hear this. Wait, real quick. I hear so many Republicans tell me this dumb shit. They come on like, oh, I don't defend Trump, and then like on every
I
single
for universal health care when he said that he was actually going to take away Obamacare and put something in. I was hopeful, and I called him out. I said, "This is bullshit. You're making a promise on the campaign."
But you're still Destiny. Move the goalpost again. Go.
Wait, no, that's great. So you oppose the repeal of the individual mandate that the Senate passed through?
I think there's some constituents on both sides that could have done a better job if you want.
Wait, hold on. So did you appeal the repeal of the mandate for Obamacare, for the Affordable Care Act?
I didn't like it. Yeah, I was for it. I thought we could have done a better job.
Okay, so you were against that Republican move. Okay, are there any other big policy decisions that Trump has made, maybe regarding bombing Syria, foreign policy, killing Soleimani?
Well, we talked about that in Yes Politics. We agreed on that, but we agreed on Soleimani. It was a good move. Could have been better because we killed Iraqis. I said that on the Yes Politics. I said that was a bad move. They shouldn't have killed Iraqi officials. I was completely against that. We should have captured them and arrested them, but like you even stated, it would have been a hard operation to conduct.
All right, you get a pass. Okay.
Look at him go!
He's good.
Big one.
You let it happen. You finally left the fucking goalpost alone. All right, Nomi. Okay, and Mia sends in a question. I didn't have this, but I like this one. Bernie says abortion is health care. Do you agree?
Yes.
Not for the guy getting aborted. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I like the
just
part,
farm in chat there.
Jesus Christ, dude.
The part that when I read it, here's the thing, Wes, that I attached. I have to take my religion and my personal opinions out of it because I've always say this on my streams and everything. So when I looked at it and you said private healthcare, I was like, well, I mean, we shouldn't be requiring private healthcare to pay for it. Because, I mean, for example, there's many other surgeries we don't require that are
Well, we don't have public
life-saving.
health care to pay for it.
No, okay, but California we do.
But there are things that we do require. Like there are bare bones requirements for a lot of things.
And that's what I wanted to hit on is like, okay, so the argument really is, should it be required? I mean, the courts have ruled that it's legal. I think that comes down to a state issue. California, I think we have the universal health care here. I think it's going to be allowed. That's a state issue in my opinion, because each state has different healthcare systems.
So yeah, let's move it into the same question that Rajj stole from me. Do you believe that private insurance should actually be required to cover them, Loyal? For anyone who wasn't there, but
no, I don't think so. Well, I don't think so. So, but that's my opinion.
But I'm gonna. So the Are private insurance companies like the big ones that we talk about, are they denying people abortions on the basis of are they?
It's not on the policy. That's
so
why.
my thing is I don't know too much about this, but I would be hard pressed to think that insurance companies are really denying people on the basis of their religious beliefs, and more so that it costs them money, and then they have a justification for denying them abortions. I think that is probably a more reasonable assumption. In which case, fuck insurance companies anyway.
Yeah.
Well, like some of it might have to do with
required to cover them, and on top of that, it's not illegal to get an abortion, right, on the federal level.
No.
So I don't know if I have any Midwest. I don't know if I have any Midwest bros in here, but like for some of the there are smaller healthcare companies. I used to hear commercials for these back in like Nebraska, where they'd be like, "Hey, join the small network of Christian family health insurance, blah blah blah." So my guess is this probably applies to a lot of those like smaller health insurance networks that have the values of their customers or some shit. That would be my guess.
I was thinking like is this like Blue Cross Blue Shield or some massive.
I doubt it. I doubt it would apply. I doubt they're like trying to deny people abortion.
Right, so are these companies denying paying for abortions when it's like for a medical need, like the pregnancy is a danger to the mother? They're still denying it?
As far as I understand, yeah, some are, and I think again that's.
I don't think they're able to make that distinction. I don't think
they have the right to do so regardless because it's not part of their policy. But I agree, it's mainly a scheme for money. I don't think the religious is that big of a part of it. I think that's their logical excuse, and that's now that Trump pulled that back, they can use it again.
I mean, I feel like almost any surgery, any medical emergency, your health insurance may cover some of it, but at the end of the day, they lose money by that, right? They're going to try to fight you on almost anything they possibly can. Period.
Oh, they're horribly crooked.
Yeah, that's how
they're horribly crooked.
Health insurance works.
They're in the business of like they select all sorts of things and classify and designate certain things as such things so that they don't have to cover it or pay for it. It's bullshit. It's crooked, which is why we need universal health care.
God, you're so brave, Raj. Holy shit. That was just such a brave take.
You know what, Dusty? I am fucking brave because I'm used to hosting these shit shows and now I gotta fucking contribute. All right?
Harkdan, I gotta for an hour.
Yeah, I'll be back. All right, have fun, guys.
So, Harkdan, I'll be back.
Thanks, one other thing with the with that abortion bill was that it was already found to not violate anything by the Obama administration. So it's not like this specific thing is new. It was already looked at. Trump is just going after it now because it speaks to his base. But
Wait, I have a question for you then, Rational. Do you think the government or you have a right to tell an insurance company what they have to cover?
I mean, we already do that, right? We already established that there are bare bones requirements.
Well, bare bones, but abortion's not a typical. I mean, it's not typical, correct? I mean, this is something that a lot of women do in very, very situations that are not typical. Like, I'm just saying, it's not something that's every single day we're running it. You know, it's something that is very.
I'll take the affirmative on that. I'll take the affirmative on that. Yeah, if you operate a business, then yeah, there are certain expectations of you to not discriminate against like certain like totally legal practices. If you're in the business of offering health insurance, I think that the federal government totally has a right to say like, hey, if you're going to engage in this business practice, yeah, you need to offer like all the services that are legal. It doesn't make sense otherwise to randomly discriminate, especially based on religious rationale. And if you can't handle that, then just like we do with protected classes, you can't operate in the space. You know, if you can't
have universal health care, like Rajj says. Am I right, baby? Let's go. Let's go.
Or a public option at the very least.
Hey, you know what?
Yes,
or
a public option that covers
something
it
better than fucking.
Well, no, I agree with you.
Put them out of business, drive them into the ground. All of them.
I mean, we can make it more.
Hey, why don't we just kill all billionaires while we're at it, right, Raj?
Right. I would say I agree with you, Destiny. I agree with you, Destiny. But then, I mean, what do you do with these smaller insurance companies, like you were mentioning? I mean, they are very small.
Then fuck them. If they can't cover the services that they're supposed to as a health insurance company, then
if you're small,
let the free market, let the wonderful free market take effect, and let
fuck them all. I don't care if they're small businesses or big businesses.
No, but let me rephrase. No, but let me rephrase.
I like this side of Rajj.
I'm saying they're so fucking crooked. Why should I? Why should?
Oh my God, this guy's been on a Son stream so much. Sorry,
I've been on it so much. Shut up, Destiny. Let me have my moment. Okay. All right. Look. Why should I? When I call a fucking insurance company, they tell me my insurance is expired and I can't pick up health insurance at any given time, anytime I want it. Why?
Yeah,
why
no,
is
I
that?
agree. That's ridiculous.
Why is it? It's so fucked. Why do I got to go through the fucking exchange? Why is there some stupid enrollment period? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know that. Like there was a time that I had to be ready.
It's disgusting.
You know, to get cover. It's stupid. I mean, even getting car insurance is easier. For God's sake, I can protect my car and have more, mental
coverage.
On my fucking my car, but I can't feel safe about like my own health. It's stupid.
And Mo, Destiny, the point I wanted to make though is that I think I need to rephrase what I said. Smaller companies that only offer like casualty type stuff, and it's very policy specific. You get what I'm saying? Like it's very centered on only certain things. Like,
well, no, I don't think anybody would say that like fucking dentists need to be offering abortions, right? But it's more like if you offer like comprehensive like medical coverage, then you're covering like operations and shit, then you should probably be covering like abortions.
So I'm just making sure we're clear because that's what that's why I had to rephrase it. That when I was talking about the smaller companies, that's what I meant. They're offering these cheaper plans for the higher risk, like car accidents and stuff like that.
Sure. I have a solution. What if the state funded Planned Parenthood to give free abortions, and then these small insurance companies wouldn't have to cover them?
Well, that's what I was wondering too, Destiny. I don't know how much you've looked in this issue or will. Like, so Planned Parenthood covers a lot of abortions. Well, why are women having?
There's a lot of places where Planned Parenthood, like the closest one, is like 4 hours away or like 8 hours away.
Which was done on
like it's not always
done
readily
by
available.
design.
Okay.
Not to mention, you can't simultaneously use Planned Parenthood to cover abortions while also trying to defund Planned Parenthood and make abortions illegal by medical insurance companies. Like,
and the truth of the matter is, even if we had fucking even if we socialized healthcare and we had everybody planned, there'd still be people like the Trump administration trying to push the government can cover everything except for abortion, right? It's just an appeal to the base. Like he went to the fucking pro-life rally, right? And he said this shit just to get people riled up at his rallies. All right, he does this shit all the time, so it's nothing.
I think it's more an issue of being like a voluntary procedure or whatever it's called. Like that's why I was asking about it being a medical need. The mother's pregnant, doctor's saying, hey, you're gonna die if you carry this baby to term. Then they say, well, this is a medical procedure, it's a requirement, it's necessary, yes, insurance will cover this. Whereas as a horrible example, somebody wants to get big titties and their insurance says no, we're not covering that because it's voluntary.
Yeah, well, I think
I feel like that's more the heart of the issue. The insurance companies are always looking for ways to not spend money, and so if someone's trying to get something voluntary, be it an abortion or otherwise, the abortion just comes down to being a more convenient emotional argument.
Do you think that if the insurance had like a mandate on their abortion coverage where it was for life-threatening cases, that would be more reasonable?
It should 100% cover any life-threatening case, be it abortion or otherwise.
Well,
here's the thing. Even if it wasn't life-threatening, right? Like here's the deal. from what we look at the past, when we look at history, when we look at places that have completely banned abortion whatsoever, what you end up having is people still trying to get abortion, except back alley abortions, which leads to the death of the mother.
Yeah, prohibition doesn't work.
Yeah, exactly. So
there's a really good case study.
Well, it's not about the legality of abortion. It's about who should pay for the abortions. Can you
Especially
tell me?
these goddamn cosmetic abortions.
Can you tell
We need to
me?
limit
I'm
these.
at this asshole. Do you, why
God
do you
damn it,
think that insurance companies should pay for abortions?
Getting pregnant can ruin your body. Some people may do it for cosmetic reasons. Actually, we know some people do.
The whole point,
but-
right? Like, I guess like the point that I'm trying to convey here is that if you're saying, oh no, it should only be for completely medical necessary reasons. When we look at society as a whole, if you decide to only have that implemented, you're going to end up with more overall deaths. You're going to end up with situations where maybe the mother isn't like dead, but she's horribly hurt because of those procedures. It's just an overall negative on society.
Can I ask something, Pixie? So okay, so you know, if it, like Killer Steven says, if it's a medical necessity, are you okay with if everything's a medical? Like, so let's say I'm it's a bad comparison to abortion, but I have to make it. So let's say you're 500-600 pounds. You're big. I mean, you're very big. And
Fuck off!
No, but you and the doctor says you have to lose weight, and you have, it's serious. This does happen. You have to lose weight. Would you be for insurance having to cover that as well? Because I'm just curious, like where your line is on the coverage.
Cover them losing weight?
Well,
Cover what, like
if there's a
liposuction or something?
Well, yeah, like there's a procedure, like say you gotta get weight off. You have a big tumor, so you're too big. I'm just talking about if you have that type of where's the line for you, Pixie? Because I've talked to Pixie plenty. I'm just curious.
Yeah, no, that's a very good question. And the blunt answer is I'm not sure. Okay. I think it's just an easier argument to make about abortion because you have 50% of the population or around there that has like a very real chance of this being a problem that can affect them. It's not just, a small minority or whatever that this happens to be the case, et cetera, et cetera. This is something that has very easily watchable, so large scale repercussions.
Yeah, and even for that, there's only one answer you can give to that question. It's that you have to cover everything. You can't selectively cover people based on their personal actions, because if you go down that road, like almost all heart disease, cardiovascular shit, obesity, smoking, what about like cancer? Like if you're a smoker, should your cancer treatment not be covered? If you spend too much time in the sun, if you get spray on tans, like you just have to cover everything. You can't.
I know they factor that in with like transplants, like people that are alcoholics if they get like liver cancer, that kind of shit.
Do you think if your own shitty decisions cause your condition, they should always be covered?
Yeah, you have to. There's just no other alternative.
That's not how health works. Like none of us are like fully conscious of like the consequences of like our day-to-day like shit, right? Like even the shit we eat, right? Like I don't know.
I don't like Mindwave's answer. I think that's a cuck answer, but you just have to. Like you have to. There's just no alternative. As much as I hate to say it. Like I wish I could say that like if you do things like if we
like no matter what, right? Like
yeah, but there are things that you do.
Fat, you can't be like, oh well, you chose to be fat, so we're not going to treat like your fatness.
Well, no, but like if you choose to like
everyone chooses to be fat.
If you choose to ride a motorcycle and you get in an accident, like you're fuck your health, dude, and you're getting fucked, and now I have to fucking pay for it. It sucks. But the thing is that you have to cover everything because drawing that line is literally impossible.
Even if you don't go to the gym every single day, you're gonna be more likely to get a disease than someone who does go to the gym all the time. So then do we make it mandatory that people have to go to gyms for a certain amount of time? You just can't do that.
Mm-hmm. Or people that drink pop, or people that drink
I'm not trying to make it personal. I had viral encephalitis, which is extremely very, very bad disease. I mean, and my parents went in $250,000 in debt, saving my life. I mean, and they shouldn't have. It was a very rare disease. I mean, so I understand this. And that's why I'm for universal health care, because there are going to be these circumstances where something happens to a family and they can't control it. Like my parents were not prepared. I was only 4 years old. Like how are they?
I wish they would let toddlers sign NDAs, because I would rather be dead than ruin my life for my parents. I think that's my decision to make as a 4-year-old.
You
mean do not
DNA.
My parents
DNA. Fucking DRNA. Fucking OBGYN.
He wants to sign a fucking acronym.
You know what I mean?
For, St. Jude's and Shriners, they do great work, but still, that's not enough. We need it across the board, like Destiny said.
What did I say?
All right, next topic. No, I said that.
No,
I said that. Shut the fuck up, Raj.
I want to make the record clear. I said
real
that.
quick,
Thank you.
like what happens when we like do abortion bans and shit like that? We can look at Romania. In 1966, they basically banned abortion to like try to increase the birth rate. And it ended up killing like 10,000 women over the span of like 23 years or something like that. So it's like, I don't know. If you're okay with that, I guess, but I'm not. Like,
and again, I think if the mother dies during a shitty abortion, you should kill the father too, because they're linked. They both made that baby.
Equality.
Equality for all, baby. Because that stat does piss me off, Mindwaves, because the men didn't die too. It's bullshit. All right, moving on. I'm kind of interested in this one.
Coronavirus.
Wait, I heard there's a case in Canada now of the corona whatever virus.
There's up to we're reading stats. It's something like 50 possible cases in 22 states. You missed that topic because you're late as always.
Wait, in 22 in fucking the U.S.?
Yes, 22 states, 50 possible cases right now.
It seems like
according to NPR.
Low though, it's like 1 in 100, which seems low compared to things like SARS.
Yeah, but it's also coming from China, who obscures all their
Well,
information.
the people are worried that the mortality might be way higher, but that China is underreporting it.
That's what I said. Thank you, Destiny.
Oh, that's
Oh, now you know how Hassan feels when I restate his points, Wes. You're gonna be a little bit more sympathetic towards it. Fucking piece of shit.
Wait, what? Sorry for enjoying that I share a point with someone I regard as quite intelligent. Yeah, fuck me, I'm an asshole. Grow up, Destiny. You're so.
Yeah, get your own takes.
yeah, fuck up.
Wait, so which one was it? Do you respect me or do I need to grow up? Is that?
I didn't say grow up.
Okay.
I didn't say grow up. Destiny, you know what I think? I think based off of the love you. Oh, it doesn't.
Well,
he like walked away. He didn't give a shit.
I was gonna make a joke, but I won't. Okay, we'll do this is the intermission. I like doing this. Is there any topics you've thought about or something you really want to talk about for the cast? Because I only write what I think of. Is there any burning desires in your minds? Anything y'all want to talk about?
In the future, if any of you guys can hook me up with Train, and if he's ever willing to talk about like titty streamers one-on-one, because
oh shit, you wanted to hook up with Train?
Damn!
Crazy!
No. I mean, it's just okay. It's just been a topic that's been pissing me off for so fucking long.
What about it?
Because he
go off, Dixie.
Okay, he fucking puts on Twitter like, oh, when our company's gonna realize that people have to like.
Who still uses Skype in 2020?
Like, get on fucking Discord. Okay, but anyways, when he tweets shit like, oh, people have to shut the fuck up about things that annoy them, etc., etc. But when you look at like 1 every 5 tweets about like women having tits on stream, like holy shit, dude, do you not see your fucking hypocrisy?
No,
like,
he doesn't.
Really
so at the look,
wait, does
no, he doesn't.
Does
so
anyone? Everyone knows that he's a hypocrite.
So here's the thing. Oh man, I think about this way too much because I keep getting baited into these fucking combos. Not saying that's happening here, but with Destiny's chat, it happens a lot. So I believe that fucking Train is not this rampant sexist that hates all fucking women. What I believe is he has irresponsible messaging.
True.
I believe because he said this himself, I believe that there's a very small niche in the Twitch population that Train has a problem with, that a few people here have openly stated they also have a problem with.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem with Train is that he uses these broad brushstrokes that paint every woman on Twitch as if they're part of the problem.
This is such
They're
bullshit,
also
dude.
hold on, wait, I'm not done. Also, he has an
standard, dude.
He has also hold on. Can I finish? Can I finish?
Excuse me, Mindwave, shut up!
I'm talking.
Hey, this isn't your show, right?
But he makes explicitly sexist comments like, I don't know how long ago it was, but it doesn't matter. He made the Overwatch comment, for instance, which was women are playing DPS in Overwatch just trying to prove they can do it, right? The fact that he would assume that a woman is doing that is inherently, explicitly sexist. So he has problematic comments, and I would love for someone to sit down and one by one say, you said this. this is why it's bad. Do you see that? Kind of to get it out there, to get them talking to people and saying, yeah, I realize X, Y, Z, right? But when you talk about the more nuanced shit, when people just come at him real fucking hard and say he's sexist, you can watch in real time how he reacts to it. He's not fucking listening to you. He's not getting your message, and you're not changing his fucking mind because no one is empathizing with what he's thinking. And I also think that some of the
just invite a couple girls onto his podcast to agree with all his Squad W takes, and we'll all forget about it. It'll be fine. Dude.
Can we talk about how fucking horrible that? Or sorry, go on.
Okay, I guess I just don't understand like what there is to empathize with in a sense. This whole idea, I feel, and I'm not exactly sure how I'm going to word this best way. I feel like there's this whole thing of, oh, it's unfair because women just have to flaunt their tits and they get more views, and that's not real content. And content is fucking subjective. There's obviously a market for it that people like. They're consenting fucking adults. I think the whole idea that, oh no, men, like poor men are just being lured into these titty streamers and can't.
So you think there's no predatory parasocial relationships? You don't think that anyone is playing that?
You could make an argument about every
So you're saying, okay, so you're saying that's not
period.
happening then. So you're saying that's not happening.
I'm saying if you're gonna make an argument about parasocial.
Yeah, sure. Hey,
relationships-
I already acknowledged the broad brushstrokes are bad. I'm asking you if you think that happens.
No, yeah, and what I'm responding to you is that if you believe that's happening, then we might as well just cancel Twitch as a whole.
No, that's not the appropriate answer. First of all, you say yes or no if you believe it happens. If it does,
well,
cool.
no, that's what,
then we can
that's
take
what
an
I'm saying.
objective
I think,
look.
This is like a really dumb standard, right? Because every single one of us abuses our parasocial relationship to like
there is an
profit
inherent degree
right?
to which it's going to
Like,
happen here. Yes.
Why is it wrong when women engage in this behavior?
Well, no, it's not that women engage
like
in parasocial relationships. We're all engaging in it, right? Every time one of us says, I love you to my viewers and all that stuff, we're all engaging it to a degree. There's an amount that is inherent to what we do on Twitch. Period. End of story. However, there is a level to which that someone can take it to a much more personal, much more intimate fucking place. So, yeah.
Okay, hold on. Nobody ever gives that example, Lycan. So this is what happened. Let's go through the stages of the titty streamer argument. Number one, it's bullshit that there are shameless women that use their breasts to make money on Twitch. Okay, counter argument. Really? Well, I don't think it's that big a deal. People show boobs, it's fine. Some streamers, screaming at their mic, that's fine or whatever. What's the big problem with that? And then the counter argument to that is always, well, there are some women that take advantage of these men by promising them relationships and getting into highly exploitative relationships with them, blah, blah. Why not just attack that then? Why start off with these broad strokes of saying, like, fuck women that show their boobs?
I just
like,
fucking said that. That's what I'm saying.
I know that you said it now, but the attacks are never that specific. And nobody ever names names ever because that's a bullshit argument. And all the people that make it, maybe not you, but all the larger streamers that make it, that's bullshit. They're just talking about girls that show off their big ass fucking titties. That's what they're talking about.
No, and
a subset of highly exploitative relationships that probably don't even fucking happen on Twitch.
And when you've called out Train on his fucking podcast, I think you guys have gone down that path where he said, I don't actually have a problem with people just looking sexy. But like, if I said, hey, I have a problem with those fucking streams where the girl puts the angle perfectly so that every time she gets in and out of the pool, you get that nice, luscious, juicy fucking shot.
Okay, now you're talking about something different than what you just said, which was people being highly exploitative of like vulnerable people.
No, that's not Destiny. He said there's specific cases. I heard what Lycan said. Destiny.
What I'm saying is, like, I don't have a problem. Hold on, I don't have a problem with someone looking sexy.
Let the men do
like,
it too. Fuck.
Like, I think there's a difference.
Wait,
between just
Lycan,
saying
what's your fucking problem then? You just hate when girls use their sexuality?
No, my problem going into this was my problem with how people try to take the most like horrific takes on Train. And I say there's a problem with the way Train operates, and I have a problem with the way he uses his platform with regards to irresponsible messaging. But I also have a problem with the people being excited to fucking go after him as like the poster boy for sexism on Twitter.
He is the poster boy for sexism. He's just not a sexist. I agree with this. I've done this on Twitter 100 times. I don't think Train is actually a horrendous person who hates women and wants to see them fucking banned or whatever. He's just cultivated an audience that works off that message. So he slightly altered it now so he doesn't get fucking banned anymore. But he still pushes that kind of narrative in a sense, dude.
But you think he's also grifting?
It's like, oh wait,
yeah, he grifts his fucking ass off.
It works. We're talking about him. He gets tons of engagement over it on Twitter. It gets retweeted, spread around.
Wait, I just want to say something quickly. Whenever it comes to these arguments, like, oh, well, he's not an actual sexist, but he's doing something that cultivates a culture of sexism on Twitch. To me, that it doesn't matter if you're actually sexist
I agree.
or not.
Yes, his message is just as important.
So horrible.
That's why I spoke out about it, because it doesn't matter if you're actually a sexist, because you're influencing thousands of people with a sexist message and sexist rhetoric and sexist alerts and all that shit, dude. That shit actually.
Usually when you're having conversations about this, like, oh, is this person sexist or not? I actually don't think it's very useful to be like, oh,
It's
yeah,
not.
like I don't think using the label of sexist like is very useful at all. I think it's more useful to point out, well, these are the types of behaviors that you're engaging in that sort of like enable like sexism to propagate, or fucking like these like ideas are kind of like rooted in misogyny in some way, right?
And if you
more, like, an
said
interesting
that,
conversation.
that's a good fucking way to put it. And if I heard you say that just like out of nowhere, you said, hey, I have a problem with train. I said, hey, why is that, Mindwaves? And you said exactly what you just said. I'd have nothing to fucking speak back against except saying, cool, maybe we should try to get him to sit down and have a chat.
Oh yeah,
I really
that's all we need to do.
I
But
think
don't act
wait,
like it would work. That's bullshit.
So I've
Destiny's
done that with Train,
and he
with
denies
kid
it
gloves offline so many times.
When people all came to Austin this last week, Train was talking about like getting together and talking about this kind of shit. And then guess what? Train went to fucking somewhere else for a whole week. He's actively avoiding the situation. No, he didn't dodge me specifically. I'm not saying the name. He dodged someone pretty notable. He dodged them specifically because he's trying to run from the fucking situation, dude.
So,
he doesn't want to get called out on it because
is that
once he's called out, he's indefensible.
Who are you talking about?
I'm talking about you.
Yeah, no,
wait,
he
you
didn't
think?
dodge
Wait,
him.
you think he just left the state to dodge me?
100%, dude.
No,
100%.
No, Wes, because he literally like he told me that he asked Destiny to fucking meet up for dinner so they could talk about it.
And then
like,
he left.
He's not avoiding it.
Yes,
yeah,
yes,
he
then
had
he
other
left.
stuff to do. The point is that I think what needs to happen for Train is I think that someone like Steven needs to fucking talk to him offline. So there's no pressure to be in front of an audience. There's no pressure for that. And he can have an honest, open, intimate discussion about it. I think that's what needs to happen. And I think we could see a lot of marked improvement because I genuinely do think Train's a good person.
Though. He's had that chance, right? He's had those conversations.
Oh, did he go to spend Christmas with his family?
Well.
Online.
I thought he left. I thought he left.
So I have a question. So if he does have these conversations offline and then he continues to perpetrate this behavior, then would you call him a sexist?
Continues to what?
No, because he doesn't. Then he
doesn't.
doesn't. Wait, hold on. If we agree that he has sexist, there's a problematic issue with him with regards to sexism, but that he's not a sexist. He doesn't suddenly become a sexist because he avoids us for a certain amount of time. There isn't like a grace period and then like, okay, after 6 months of avoiding this conversation, you're a sexist. It's still problematic. We can still be upset about it, but he's not suddenly sexist.
Okay. So this is, I guess this is where I am kind of like having trouble agreeing with you up to a certain extent, and it goes back to almost anything like racism, sexism, albiism, whatever it is.
What is it?
If a person ableism. I'm saying English is my second language.
Oh, okay. I keep mishearing words, and I'm like, what?
Okay, so here's the deal. If, again, what I said before, if you're perpetrating behaviors that are influencing sexism or contributing to it, and you have a serious conversation, yet you continue to do those behaviors, then to me the line is, okay, then yeah, you kind of are sexist. If you know the effects these are having towards women, and you know these effects are negative, and they're continuously negatively impacting them, yet you continue to choose doing it, well, how does that not
because
not only that, but when they speak out about it, you fucking quote tweet them and say, "Shut the fuck up." Like,
hold on.
Like,
that's a
that
different
point,
So if going off what you're saying, Pixie, if we continue to still agree that he's speaking in broad brushstrokes about a very small niche, and we believe him on that, he's still not talking like, yeah, he's causing problems, he's causing harm, but he's not sexist. Like we agree. If we still
we're going
believe
in circles
him, he's not sexist. Yeah. So
let's move on.
I want to ask a question. I just want to wait.
Yeah.
So how do we then call out people that are doing these things in a respectful way? Like it's legitimate, because I don't speak on stuff because I don't want to be known as that person, but there are times I've seen things I'm like, man, that's kind of wrong for people to do that kind of stuff.
That's the biggest issue, Low Logic, is you can't care about how you're fucking viewed for calling people out. The worst culture on Twitch that's bigger than sexism, bigger than fucking anything, is when people side and defend their friends despite them being pieces of shit, when they're doing fucked up things. You should never ever hold to that, man. If your people are being fucked up,
I
you
agree
call
with
them
you.
out for it. Because the only way people change is when they're confronted for their fucked up stances
No,
and
I
what
was
they
talking
do
about
that's
the
wrong.
girls. No, I think you misunderstood. The girls, that if someone does like train, like if you see somebody and you just want to say, hey, I think, how do you do it then? Like, so
you
let's
can't.
say. So you can't. Okay, that's what I was asking. That's what I was like.
What are you
Wait,
saying?
you can't? I do it sometimes.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
But that's
Like,
what
women
I'm
are
saying.
being, you build an
How do
art.
you tell her put your
Oh,
titties
shut
away?
up.
Is that
No,
what you're
that's
saying?
not what he's talking about.
Yeah.
He's talking about people who are like exploitative in nature, right?
Oh,
yeah,
I'm talking about just
maybe,
like fucking people that are hardcore booby streamers. Apparently, like, people, like
Yeah, but there's nothing inherently
That's
wrong
what
with
I thought
having
he was
great
meaning.
rockin' tits and having
Yeah,
them
there's
out.
not, Wes. There's not at all. But
I think
I'm
it's
saying, what if you
fantastic.
feel? What if you feel? I mean, how do you do it then?
Then you
And
stop being
like
a
I said-
fucking incel, dude. Who hates tits?
Okay.
What's wrong
Yeah.
with
I mean, my
No, I
position
don't,
is
but
that
I'm just
my
saying.
position is that I think that sexual content shouldn't be on Twitch. I don't think that like heavily sexual or content with the sexual focus should be on Twitch. But I'm careful to say like I don't think that like just because a woman wears a short sweater or not a short sweater, I'm sorry, like a crop top or some shit. Like yeah. I mean, I think you can do that.
Wait,
I mean, the line. I don't engage in these types of
4
questions.
inches above the knee.
Because, because when we say where we draw the line, we're not even close to being in like a reasonable area. Like, because there's two sides of that conversation. One are like people like me that say like, oh, I'm not comfortable with sexual content on Twitch, and the other is like people that are like, fuck all women that like show any fucking amount of skin ever, like the jubby wubbies or whatever, right? Like I'm not, like I don't think that I think that there's a reasonable spot in the middle, but we're nowhere near that right now. And then people that try to concern troll, we're like, well, where do you draw the line and blah blah blah. Like I just want to say that I hate all the sluts and whores on Twitch. Like they're way far away from wherever the fucking line would be drawn.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is like,
That's a good point.
Okay,
I can see that.
personally, it's super frustrating because I feel like I'm not a booby streamer. I have nothing against booby streamers, but I'm not against, like, personally, I just don't feel like that's me. But I have a bunch of sexist fucking assholes who will watch my VODs for 6 hours and find one clip where I move my knee in one certain direction to then write me a fucking paragraph about how I'm exploitating men for just having a fucking body. And it's really fucking
That's never
annoying.
gonna change.
If you want like a really
the
weird
internet.
meme, like ST
Well, you do
Peach,
say
right?
booby streamer.
So like Peach is something that, or somebody that everybody considers a booby streamer. I consider Peach a booby streamer for a long time because of the clips that I've seen. But I was actually curious, and I actually went through her fucking VODs one day to look. She actually, the most of the time, she's like playing like fucking CS:GO or doing random shit or whatever. It's not just like getting out of the pool.
Destiny, why
with
do you
her-
think she's a booby streamer? Because she just looks real fucking hot when she's streaming? Wait, are
No,
you an
because you
incel?
only see sometimes you only see clips that make it to LSF, and you think like that must be the
Yes.
entirety of that person's
That's
content.
how
Is like
people
based on-
clip
yeah.
that shit because they want
Yeah,
to
of course, yeah.
demonize these people. That's
But then when you actually go and you watch their streams, like it's actually
yeah, there
the
are
majority of
very
their
few
stuff is, like-
streamers on this website who actually do it to full force. Shout out Airsoft Fatty, who just sitting there like as much tits as you can get without nipple, full cam, doing yoga and
Love
bending
it.
over, man. It's really not
yeah.
that common. But people clip
Gotta get the
anytime.
dry erase board.
They clip anytime it can be construed as doing such, and then they
Mm-hmm.
fucking go off on these girls on LSF. And then
Yeah.
LSF goes to their stream, and then they have to deal with this fucking shit all the time. It's so insully cringe. I can't fucking stand that, man.
Yeah, and it's ironic because the same people that cry that like, women are doing these things all the time, blah blah blah, because of one clip they see on LSF, will go turn around and be like, people just clip one sentence out of my 12-hour stream and say that I do this thing, and it's like you're doing the same fucking thing.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, I mean, I agree, and that's why I said it. So when you actually see it, it's kind of like I said, you're kind of fucked. Or like you do what you said, just call it no sexual content on Twitch, and that's kind of where I'm at as well.
But that's the problem. Like, I don't think I have sexual content on Twitch, but then you have like a bunch of fucking concern trolls who
You
go
can never
on
stop
and
that,
who,
though.
huh?
You can never stop those people, Pixie.
Yeah, exactly. So I guess we don't draw the distinction of like what is a line, but that's the thing. I don't see how you can even I don't see how you can even draw a line without people being like, oh no, she's sexual content, even though she obviously isn't, because they clip like a couple of rare instances where I move a certain way and happen to look a certain way, So to me, it's just much easier to be like, okay, I have nothing fucking wrong with titty streamers or even maybe even like sexual content in general here.
Yeah, I mean that's why I judge people on who they are and what they do, not what they're perceived as.
All right, you ready to move on? Everyone's covered all they want. I didn't expect that to turn into a trade topic. I opened up the chat or to cast topics, but there we go. Okay, this one so the Taiwanese president was reelected. The woman is really well known for her stance on Taiwan becoming a sovereign nation. And I've noticed that after the whole Hong Kong debacle for like a week, it kind of just fell off. No one talks about it. So why have people forgotten about Hong Kong and it's no longer covered?
Because we have like a fucking 1 week time span on news.
Yeah,
That's an easy
so
one.
You don't hear about all the leaders that are in concentration
You're an
camps.
asshole, Destiny.
Yeah, the shit's going
Well, yellow vests are still popping off too, aren't they? I mean, I think Hong Kong's still going just as hard as it was. Like,
Yeah, yellow vests have been going for over a year now.
Wes, now you know how I feel, you know? That's
No,
how
it
I
doesn't
feel.
bother me.
I think of a
irrelevant.
topic. No, I see it in your fucking face. I come up with this topic. I think it sounds so great, and then Destiny writes it off in 3 seconds.
Yeah, but you ignore him completely because there's 10 other people who matter. He's literally
Yeah,
5'6" and hasn't had a haircut in 3 years.
Okay, he's
Okay,
fine.
Guys, why do people have such short attention spans in the media, guys?
I think
there was more to the question, but you interrupted me. Know me? Fuck off, bitch. I wanted to ask
literally
you.
being that one guy in chat that like constantly spams like, all right, change the topic. This one sucks.
Can we talk about the Panama Papers? Whatever happened with those guys? Remember Epstein, guys?
Okay, I do have a topic about Epstein.
Destiny, were you
Fuck
the type
off.
of guy when you were in school? Did you used to fart and laugh at it?
No, I didn't ever do toilet humor actually. So I got turned off from a lot of early TV as well. Like I didn't like Rocco's Modern Life or Ren and Stimpy or whatever. I never liked any of that shit. Yeah.
Did you like All Monsters?
You know what I get turned
no, because
off?
it's all like pukey, like toilet humor. Like 90% of the jokes are. Yeah.
What about Recess?
I'm not gonna be mean to Melina. I love Melina.
I didn't
roast
fart. Okay, I never
Melina to you.
farted.
Well, okay, so Wes, what I want to say is I think it is still being covered. It's about who you follow, what you're watching. The mainstream media is not covering, but they're not the only outlet out there.
Okay, the further question is more important. Is like, do you think anything's actually going to happen this year surrounding the Taiwan stuff? Is Chinese going to intervene, or China going to intervene, or is Taiwan finally going to get their sovereignty? Is any real happening going to happen?
Never.
Why not?
I mean, I don't think anything's gonna happen unless other people decide to step in.
So
and
no, I gotta head out, guys. But thank you so much for having
I
me.
love you,
Wes.
WillNeff. Enjoy your dinner,
Well,
buddy. Thank you for coming.
Congratulations on that W, buddy.
Later.
Adios, y'all.
My friendo.
Oh.
So why the hell is
I'll
nothing
see you
going
this
to happen
weekend in
at all?
LA.
Because it's China, Wes.
Yeah.
I mean, they have control over that region. Even countries they don't have control over, they have huge influence over. So you have to understand geopolitics is so complex over there that even if they're not involved in the country, they can make a decision in China that will influence that country. That's how powerful China is in that region.
Well, they're also an imperialist nation, right? They want
Well, yeah,
to
but that doesn't matter what kind of, because they have so much influence. Like they could be even democracy. Their influence is so huge. I mean,
What is
that's my
Taiwan's
point.
path to succession?
Nothing.
They don't have one.
No, none. It's just.
So what's
it
the
is
point
like
for
that.
all the writing? There's got to be a path, right?
Well, they're trying to do what they're in France, but I think that difference is like Pixie said, you have one imperialist nation and then a democracy. They think that they can. I don't think they can replicate France, but they're thinking that hey, well, people in France, other places are doing the protesting, but unfortunately, in places like China, it doesn't work because they live in an authoritarian regime that's just going to fit the.
They need a
thumb down.
Second Amendment.
Yeah, all I can think of it gets to the point where if it were to happen, U.S. would have to intervene.
Yeah.
U.S. intervention.
That's what I mean. Unless someone else steps in, it's.
Do you think that's reasonable that would ever happen?
Wait, the U.S. would
I think
invade China?
They got oil?
Yeah. Do you think U.S. would intervene with the Taiwan situation to give them sovereignty?
I think it threatens their
Absolutely
trade
not.
interests.
Why not?
Yeah.
Well, because it's like on what grounds?
Yeah, I mean, to spread democracy, Wes. I don't.
No,
know.
yeah, we're way past the 60s. Like that's not
Yeah.
U.S. doctrine anymore. Like we're not about to fucking just jump into some random. There's no way. We have no There's a legal term for saying that you have a standing to be somewhere, but we have no standing to be there. Like it would definitely not.
And also that would put us on bad terms with China, which is like a massive trading partner and stuff. So we
Yeah,
would
we
have
get
to take,
fucked over
we'd
there.
have to take that
So
type of
I have a
hit
question in
too.
general. Are you guys in personally when it comes to my stance with China and stuff? I really, really like the idea of moving away from them as a trading partner, which is easier said than done. Maybe focusing more on Latin America or other countries and kind of just trying to screw them over fucking economically where possible. It's probably going to take a couple of years, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Do you guys feel
Other
the same
nations
way?
don't have the infrastructure that China
Fucking
does.
fucking A, Pixie. Let me introduce you to my good friend called the Trans-Pacific Partnership, a multilateral trade agreement with a ton of other countries, all sorts of regions of the world, that would allow us to apply a ton of pressure to China to bring them in line, have better trade policies, and be a better trading partner. I think that would be a great idea.
You have to combine because China is just so big and they're only going to continue to overtake like any other country. So the only way you can compete with them is by working together with multiple countries. The U.S. can't do it alone.
Well, I mean, yeah, look how much pressure has been put on them to close down these death camps. Have they done it? No. It is what it is. Like, it sucks, but I mean, now I agree with you, Pixie, but China doesn't just deal with us. They deal with other nations. So even if we went away, yeah, it'd be a blow to them, but they would slowly rebuild. There's many other countries. We're not their only trading partner.
Well, but we're their biggest trading partner. Although China's middle class is growing, at the end of the day, they're still kind of an export country. We're their biggest importer. We're the ones who buy the majority of the shit that China sells. And I think that's why we're kind of in a crucial moment in time. Because as China's middle class keeps growing, as China transitions more perhaps into a service economy, that stakehold we have right now and that power we have right now will dwindle. So I think if there's any point in time that we can take away China's power, it's now or never, basically.
Yep, that's true. The problem is that, like,
I don't think we'll do it.
The problem is that globally, this is like a large trend, right? Is that usually when nations get scared, especially democratic nations, we tend to look inward. We get scared of other people. We push other people away. We increase tariffs. We protect our economies. We leave large unions like the European Union because we get scared of what's going on the outside. While everybody else is getting scared and they're ceding influence and ceding power so that they can turn inward to kind of take care of themselves, China very much looks outward. China is building roads all throughout fucking like the entire continent. China is moving through all the fucking seas and shit and all the straits, and they're building ports in all sorts of different countries. They've got education transfer programs between them and South America, between them and Africa. Like, China is doing so much work around the world to bring everybody into their economy and into their society. And America totally stopped that shit. I don't even know when that stopped majorly, like maybe the early 2000s or I don't know.
Yeah, and just economically too, like European countries, we had our like big time to rise, and China was a little bit behind that, and we've like kind of tapered off, and they're on their way up now. So we're getting surpassed no matter what as individual countries.
Well, I think another thing is that really a trade only goes so far. It only goes so far. Because even if we did struck a trade deal with them, we can't be in their policing. I mean, let's say we did do the TCP, would have been good. I believe it could have been better, but the death camps were still there. That's my point. Is like, there's not everything's gonna be solved, Pixie. That's my only point. I mean, unfortunately.
I think, I feel like you can make that argument with a lot of problems almost anywhere. Just because you economically hurt this country doesn't mean what's going to happen there is going to improve or anything like that. But the point is, China doesn't give a fuck right now because the people up there, the people who are in power, or just like the majority of the country is, in a sense, rising. And if you want to create friction, if you want to create internal change, when does that happen in history? It happens when the people are upset, when people are kind of suffering. And that sounds like a really cruel way to put it. And I sound like a cold-hearted bitch, but it's true. Think about the French Revolution. Think about, you could even say like the Communist Revolution, like USSR and all that shit. It happened when people were in times of economic unrest, and as long as we just decide, oh no, we're going to like keep helping them along in hopes that suddenly one day they're going to be coming to a democracy or they're going to see the error of the ways, no, China will not give a fuck until we give them a reason to give a fuck.
So we go to war with China today, huh?
China.
We go to war with China.
China.
Okay, this is actually true as well. Do you feel that the news like stops covering the detainment at the borders as well? I feel like this should still be covered regularly, considering the whole,
it'll spark back up here in about 8 months.
Yeah, like,
once it gets closer to November, it'll be everywhere
did people
again.
Stop giving a fuck? Why is this
I think people get fatigued. It's hard for people to like listen to that shit all the time.
Yeah,
and eventually your empathy just like runs out.
Yeah, it's the same point. Yeah, same point I made on Yes Politics about foreign policy and geopolitics, and Destiny agreed. People just don't care. You only can care so much until you kind of throw your hands up in the air. Okay, I'm going back to work.
Yeah, but isn't that where pressure gets to the point where it forces people to change, and you keep applying pressure, and eventually people change things?
I think there's another part to it too. I think there's another part to it too, because if you don't give someone an actionable way to make change, then what's the point? Right? And that's the thing is a lot of these issues, there's not actually there's not an easy actionable change that everyone can just suddenly take in order to do it. And so like there's a level of friction
would help.
Yeah, but they don't know if it's going to actually lead to a goal, right? And I think that's
okay. I
that's kind of part of the problem is that the friction in order to achieve something is, I think, very high.
Yeah, there's no button. A lot of people act like, oh, there's a button you push and then the issue's fixed. That's not the case at all. And a lot of people act like that. And when they figure out, oh, it's not like that, that's where they lose interest. And that's what's happened with a lot of these issues. People realize there's no magic button, like many people who have said have been in politics for a long time. There's no magic button, so they'll lose interest.
And human beings habituate to their settings very quickly too. Like they get very used to whatever settings they're in, and they normalize to them, and then it's like whatever.
What, Rajj?
Rajj, what are you laughing
Rajj,
at?
why don't you tell us what's so funny?
Yeah, huh? You got your little inside jokes?
No, I just got linked NSFW and they put a knocking thing in it so they know you click on it when you look around. I knew I got caught. I knew I got caught because I went like that really fast. I knew I got caught. I knew they fucking got me clicking on it.
Okay, have people heard about the Weinstein stuff going on?
Yeah, I'm glad that son of a bitch.
I'm not too up to speed on that one.
What's going on?
So he's going to court for his first case of sexual misconduct. I think there's a total of 6 women that have trials against him. But my question really goes to the point is, does it matter? Do you think like this huge mega millionaire will actually get away with it? Or is the testimony and evidence like half these dozen women or more is too much to surmount? Like, is he fucked or does he still have a chance?
I mean, Bill Cosby was also fucked. I mean,
is Bill Cosby still fucked?
He's still fighting the cases, right? But Bill Cosby isn't.
Is he? I thought that was done. I thought that was wrapped up.
Yeah, he's already wrapped up.
He's getting
jail time, right?
Isn't he in prison now?
Yeah, he's.
I thought so.
Bill
Did I
Cosby,
get that
they
wrong?
fucking executed him. What do you mean?
What?
they practiced torture on him.
Wes, I think there is a chance he could get away with it, but I think it's very minimal. I think there's a good amount of evidence there, but again, who knows at this point?
I mean, a lot of it's statute of limitations because it's been going on for so long. But this is kind of a segue into like a bigger question I wanted to ask is like, how big of an issue do you think sexual assault is in the how big of an issue is sexual assault in the entertainment industry, and how can it be combated better?
Huge, and there's almost nothing you can do about it unless
massive.
Transparency, giving people a way to report safely.
Yeah.
Like that's a big thing. It's like a culture of silence. Which
I think it's time to
like
come up with an agency for this. Yeah, I think there's it's time to come up with an agency of some type for the entertainment industry as a whole, to where if you are assaulted, something like that, you go to them. I hate to say it, but I'm for less government, but in this case, I'm for more government because obviously something needs to be done. It is a big problem. And there's still a lot of women that aren't coming forward because they're misled to think, oh, well, I'm getting roles, I'm getting money. So they think, well, oh, it's okay. What's happening to me? And it's like, no, it's not.
Yeah, they carried on a stick power above these people.
It's disgusting. Yeah.
Well, you wouldn't need that to be a government agency. I mean, if you look at stuff like a Screen Actors Guild, they could very easily be accurately telling the people that are a member that yo, don't fuck with this.
They're not going to go after their own. They're not going to go after their own. You have to have someone from the outside hold these people accountable.
Not just that. Okay, I think regardless, even beyond Hollywood, I think we have to reform completely how our justice system works with cases of sexual assault and rape, period. I'm not a legal expert. I can't tell you exactly how to do it. But the fact is, a lot of women don't come out because the whole process is fucking re-traumatizing. Some questions that kind of do seem logical and they make sense are kind of horrendous when you're in a traumatic
Pixie, you know what's wrong with what you just said is this. I see this happen all the time is people bring up a massive issue like that and they'll say it, but then they don't have any solutions. So
here's one solution right now. This is one of the biggest things that needs to happen is people need to they need to radically revamp their understanding of consent, because I've noticed when listening to content creators and everybody talking about it, like nobody has any fucking idea what the fuck it actually means for somebody to consent to sexual behavior. Like I think a lot of people legitimately believe as long as they don't explicitly say no, everything is fair game. I think that is actually
if they say no the wrong way, it can also be okay,
I think that's
it can be playful.
Yeah, it's a super pervasive attitude that, like, you know, well, if I'm the boss, I mean, you know, like, even if I ask them if they're not explicitly saying no, I mean, it's not really that bad because of the implication, you know, basically, like, more or less, like, people unironically believe that stuff. I think that's a good starting spot.
Do you think you can give
consent? A good way to ensure that would be to, like, reform how we do sex education in public schooling, right? Because, like, a lot of the times concepts of consent don't even come up in the classroom.
Or
I
even
think if you want to talk about more solutions as well, I think we should have I guess mandatory minimum amount of time that you, or no, I guess a mandatory maximum amount of time for rape kits to be sent. There is various facilities where you just have thousands of rape kits that are never tested because there's no pressure or no legislation saying, no, you have to do it by this certain point in time. I think when it comes to police questioning the victim, we should perhaps have a team of like psychologists, maybe not in the room, but finding ways to reword these questions or finding ways to deal with traumatic survivors in a better form. Because the point of the matter is, if you have a bunch of cops asking you constantly, are you sure you didn't like it? What were you wearing? Are you sure? Are you like, it's obviously not a good line of questioning.
So how can we define consent then? How can it be defined so easily? So if what happens with
isn't it usually like
cases where they're taken back?
Informed consent? Like your mind is working, you're not impaired, and you're actively saying, yes, I want this thing. That's how I've always heard it defined.
My issue is, I remember when we went to college, we talked about whole you can't give consent when you're inebriated, even if both parties are consenting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dumb, stupid. Those are stupid ways to approach it. What consent means is, does the person understand the full ramification of these actions? And if they were of sound mind, like, would they be consenting to these actions? Those are like the two really important parts of it. It's totally possible that two people are super flirty, are really getting along, have had prior conversations about sexual activity, get a little bit drunk or whatever, and fuck each other. And that's totally fine. Like, people focus really hard. They railroad into these weird things like, what if both people are on Xanax and both get blackout drunk and then they both have sex? Are they both rapists? Like, those are like really far off, like far and away, like not typically the types of behavior we're talking about.
So do you believe that
it's
it's illegal to have sex with someone if they're inebriated at all, based off that?
Well,
right?
sure, yeah, it might be, but a lot of the problems that we talk about related to rape in society aren't like they got so fucking drunk and wasted, and the person fucked them while they were fucking so wasted, and they're fucking mind announcement. Like, I think that the larger conversations around consent need to be like, what's a healthy way to approach sexual relationships between two people in ways that aren't exploitative? When we're talking about things like, because earlier we opened this with like Hollywood sex, right? If you're in a position of power with somebody, like if you're somebody's fucking boss or teacher, or if you can make important decisions related to the outcome of that person's success, you definitely shouldn't have any type of like sexual relationship with them ever. Yeah, that's like a full stop. And if you don't understand why, then it's time to back up.
Unless
and
you're
totally
prior married or something, you're like,
yeah, maybe, yeah, unless, and even that gets iffy, but like, yeah, unless you have like some prior relationship, right? Like if you work at Twitch, you probably shouldn't be dating some streamer that's applying for a partnership. Seems like there's a lot of perverse incentives, a lot of weird fucking shit going on there. Or if you're like working in Hollywood, if you're a director and somebody's trying to, be casting a movie, probably shouldn't be fucking that person or offering sex to the person. It's really fucked up.
So do you think like a power dynamic law should be put into effect or something?
Oh no.
I don't care so much about like what's the legal law, what's the punishment, how many years in jail. It's more just like people's general understanding of consent is really bad. Yeah.
Like coerced consent isn't really true consent. You're kind of forced or pushed into that situation. I don't know the exact legality about it. However, I would think that maybe there's some law in place. I'm talking very general, but I'm cutting in here to say I gotta go now. Thank you so much for having me on here. I had a really fun time.
Thanks so much for being on, Pixie.
Be careful.
Perfect timing. Right as Harkdan
I
comes back.
I want to hit what Mindwave says because he made
all the women's are leaving.
Let's talk about dicks.
We need to have more education about it. I think being a little bit more, because when I'll put it this way, I guess I went to a really good elementary school because in 6th grade we did have something on consent, but we maybe on a national level need to start taking that more seriously.
Yeah,
I remember my sex ed in high school.
For me, I had no idea.
My sex ed in high school was looking at. Go.
Well,
Mindwaves, go.
I was just gonna say, all right, fuck off. Like you can't just put this responsibility on the parent too, because look at how many fucking adults like we know that don't even understand consent, right? And like to expect the average parent to be able to like explain like concepts of consent to their children and put it only on them and like say that like we shouldn't put this in the public education or whatever, like that's bullshit, right? Like I don't know, this needs to be available in public.
I don't know what you're
public
teaching
schools.
your kids, Mindwaves, but mine are completely informed about consent and everything at this age.
Yeah.
What
I think that just talking about
but
it more.
we are the exception, Dan, right? Like me too, but like
I was joking.
Not
My
everybody
kids
has
have
our
no
understanding
idea.
of consent.
Yeah. I want to say is what we're doing right now is important too.
You have
Look,
kids, Dan?
there's
Yeah, I
2,500
got
people
two.
watching.
What?
The hopes is that other people listen and then they pass on. I mean, talking about this more is the ultimate goal.
No, they're broke. I'm broke.
Oh, they're broke.
They're broke as shit.
Have they started investing in a Roth IRA or 401k yet?
Nah, man, they're fucking addicted to Roblox.
Are they landlords? Oh,
they scam people in Roblox. I was never
Really?
more proud than the day that I realized they were
More
pulling
proud.
the old school. Listen,
Look
I
how
saw
happy
my daughter.
he is.
My daughter, I saw what she was doing one day, and what she did is she was doing the old RuneScape. I think it was from RuneScape, is where you say, hey, like, if you give me this item, there's actually a glitch, and I can turn it into a better item. And she was fucking going and stealing all people's shit. I was so proud.
Yeah.
It was amazing.
Doggy dog world. Get her started early.
That's good.
Okay, someone sent me a good topic. I hadn't even heard of this, but this actually sounds like it could cause a lot of issues. So apparently after January 31st, fuck off, cunt.
I was gonna say, is it exercise? I don't work out at all. I'm a piece of shit too. I shouldn't make.
I actually have been working out. Okay, fuck off.
You're
I just
probably-
don't talk about.
Okay,
See,
go.
I just don't talk about it on every stream because I don't know those fat losers who thinks losing weight is a personality trait. Fuck off, fatties. Okay,
Hold on,
so
no, bullshit. I disagree with that, Wes. I think.
Oh
by you-
God! Now here comes Raj's new fucking.
RajjPatel,
keto-
I'm on a new.
Here we go.
I do keto too, so.
Raj,
let me
I
tell
am
you,
literally
Wes,
on the
I
healthiest
think
plan
you
of my
should
entire
talk
life.
about it. I think you should talk about it because I think it would inspire others to do the same. I
don't
think you
care.
don't want to talk about it because you're afraid you're gonna.
No, I've talked about it to my stream when it's someone asks me about it, and like people, I hate boasting about it. Like, oh, you decided to take control and not be a fucking well. Congratulations.
I'm actually
That's
with
part
you.
of life.
I talk about sometimes how I work out, but like I want to boast about it. Like I'm gonna become an Instagram ethot. I think sometime this year, and nobody's gonna expect it. All of a sudden, I'm gonna be posing half naked with all sorts of different people all over Instagram.
Nice, dude. Well, thanks.
It's gonna happen. I'm gonna
Shout out your Instagram, brother.
Rajj on Twitch with 2 J's.
Pog, dude.
Pretty soon, half naked photos are coming. I
Nice.
have been working out for probably over a year now.
All right. Big Pog.
No. Oh, I gained about 20 pounds.
Hey, Raj,
and
can
I'm
I
just
continue my
starting
show, or you want to talk about how
Oh,
hot you are
sure.
anymore? Okay.
Go ahead.
So apparently, after January 31st, post-Brexit, there's going to be a trade deal, or they're more opening up to new trade deals, where the UK will be able to make trade agreements without sanction of the EU. There's interest from China, there's interest from the United States, and obviously it hasn't happened yet. But just looking and knowing that information, you think, like, what kind of big problems would arise?
I don't think any. I mean, I think this is a good thing, but obviously depends on the certain economics of it. I mean, certain industries obviously are going to be hurt. We know, like the milk industry, I believe, and I want to say with Scotland or something, their sales are going to go way down. So again, it's going to hurt some, but I think overall it's going to be good for them.
Good for the UK, yeah, but what if we get in some war, over, not an actual war, but if it's like a bid, right? And China's bidding for this and wanting this, and we're wanting this and wanting that. It's going to cause problems between me and China.
No,
I am the U.S. Between the U.S.
They're
and
going to
China.
side with us. They're going to side with us.
Why do you think that?
They're one of our oldest allies. So
I haven't been on
why
this
wouldn't
app.
they?
That don't mean shit when it comes down to money, though. If China does it shit cheaper, I mean, why would they side with the U.S.?
We're one of the biggest suppliers, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong, to the UK military. So why would they do that?
I'm gonna come out and say, I don't think anybody's come out with this bold statement. I think we should acquire the United Kingdom and make it another state of the United.
Reverse it on them. They used to own us, and now we switch it and own them.
Give them their guns back. Let's go.
Holy shit, dude.
What do you think?
So Rajj is going beyond Trump. Trump wanted Greenland. He wants it all. Rajj is like, I want it all. There we go.
I love London. It's one of my very favorite cities in the world, and I feel so like I'm disrespecting and betraying my own country by saying that's one of my favorite cities in the world. It's not one of your favorite cities.
I've been betraying like human decency. I don't even think people that live in London like London.
Well, I want to ask you, Rajj,
a
then,
shithole.
since you like London, the UK and stuff, how do you feel about it? Do you think it's good for them over? I do, but what do you think?
What do I think? Well, I don't know shit
for
about it.
Opening up trade. Do you think that's a good thing that they are going to get to control their own trade? And it's
Well,
not,
they have to at this point.
I mean, they have no choice, right?
Like 30% of their economy, or their GDP, was imports in 2018. Like that's a pretty big fucking part of their economy. So
I don't know if I know enough about it to make an informed statement on that. Like whether.
Well, that's every Rajj show, so don't worry about it.
Well, all right. That's why I bring on people that are informed. Like
That's
Destiny.
fine. No, I meant all of us are that way,
Oh,
not you.
oh.
Well, I mean,
Do you guys not
Destiny,
know
what do
shit
you
about
think
what you're
then?
talking about? You guys seem like you
No,
know.
I learn as we go 90% of the time. I'm just like,
Really?
I'm Googling shit and like listening to what other people are saying.
I could try to bullshit some shit.
No,
but
what
I
you
don't
need to
know.
do, Raj, is do what I do: is send out the fucking topic list before so we can do research. I can't stand that you don't do that. How do you think
It's
people
fun.
learn about things if we didn't know
Yeah,
about
but
them before the show
It's
starts?
more fun when you come up with uninformed,
Sporadic.
like top takes. than-
I guess it
than
is
the
for
kids
yours.
work.
Yeah, because
It's not as much fun if somebody researches and then just does talking
because then they'll all
points.
come to the same consensus. You know.
I think it's
So I
a
want to
great-
ask Destiny then. So
Man, you look like
Destiny,
a bobblehead right now. I don't know why.
Can you stop, Raj? It's really fucking rude. Like, I didn't say anything about your appearance. It's because I was looking at my top monitor, peasant. What do you have, one?
Oh, I'm sorry, Dan. Oh, I'm so sorry, sir.
Very rude.
My,
fucking boomer.
I'm so
So-
sorry, sir. Dan.
So I want to ask Destiny then. So
Let me
like,
get your
other
coat,
than
sir.
these small
Okay.
industries, Destiny, like, do you see a big problem in this? Like, they're gonna do it, but do you see a big problem
Wait, a big problem with what exactly?
with them opening up, having control of their trade agreements now?
For who? I missed some of this. Sorry. What?
Do you want to repeat the question, Wes?
Yeah, repeat the question, Wes.
Oh, there was a question?
Well, I
One.
think
Can
what
we-
he's talking about, Destiny, is the trade agreements.
Yeah, so after
Yeah.
January 31st, the UK is free to make trade deals with whoever the fuck they want without the EU like agreeing on it and being the dictator on it.
Oh yeah, of course. It's part of like the Brexit shit. What about it?
Yeah.
I don't know anything about this, but do they have more negotiating leverage, like as a unit, to get better deals as like being a part of the EU than?
No, because they paid a majority into. They were a big chunk. They were the #1 country.
Did they try to renegotiate that?
I think they tried, but it failed. As far as I understand, they just couldn't come to a.
Well,
good
what I
agreement.
don't like about it is every time I go to like the UK, I'm not in the European Union, so I got to fucking go through passport control twice.
I heard that they're actually with the traveling. I heard they're going to be pretty lax. That's what I heard. They're going to be very lax on previous agreements, but that's what I heard.
Oh.
So wait, but-
Well, actually, come to think of it, you got to go through customs anyway. Twice.
Yeah.
The United Kingdom, no matter what, even when it's a part of the EU, you still have to go through customs when you enter the United Kingdom, regardless of if you were regardless of them being in the EU or not. So if you fly to London, for example, you got to go through customs from the US, and then if you fly from London to Amsterdam, I think you or whatever, you go through customs there, and then vice versa coming back. Is that the case?
I mean, it's the case almost, I think, for any European country, correct?
No,
No,
if
you can go straight through if you have
Yeah.
a passport.
Yeah, if you're, I think it depends on the country. I feel like, right? If you
There's
go to
there's
like,
certain ones that agreed, yeah.
it just depends on which country you're going into. But like, it would be some countries in Europe. If you fly from one to the other, it's almost like flying U.S. domestic. But it just depends.
Yeah. Well, I guess, Wes, I'm the only one talking about it, but yeah.
Yeah, I
think
know. I was just
think
letting
it's a
it
good
die
Did you
out
hear
so I
about
can move on.
I don't know. This is an interesting topic. This just
What
came
is it,
up.
Raj?
Did you hear about this was a long time ago. I don't know if this is even on the table anymore, but they were suggesting that like they drop airport security for really, really small airports and like small routes.
Why?
I don't know. That's what
I thought they were going to privatize it. That's what I heard. They were looking towards privatizing the security since it wasn't on a federal level. It was hard. That's what I heard, but maybe
I don't know. I haven't heard about it.
I'm all for. I mean, I think it should be continued. There needs to be some sort of consistency across the board with security. I mean, I think before 9/11, there was a lot of inconsistency. And that,
Yeah, but it's not like we had like all these horrible problems with airplanes, right? Like,
Thanks, Osama bin Laden. Really
Well, and
ruined
also-
airports for us.
What do you mean,
I would
Destiny?
say that on like a
Like, it's not like-
wildly ineffective.
it's not like airport security was in some
That's what
sad
I've
state and
heard.
we were getting like fucking terrorist attack like every fucking day or some shit because we didn't have the TSA, like poking our butts every time we went through security.
Yeah.
No,
And
but
they
I
don't
mean,
even do their job.
There were
Smaller
definitely-
airports
there were
like
definitely
that.
issues.
But
I
they
mean,
they
there
had
definitely
to
issues with
like
our security.
violently increase the level of security after that big of attack happened. So U.S. like people
It's a
felt
it's a
safe.
deterrent more than anything.
Yeah, and
It's
actually,
not a
I think,
deterrent, it's security theater.
Yeah, exactly. I think it was a move to make people flying feel safer, so
Yep.
like air flying or air cells would go down. That's what it really felt like.
Oh, that's a good
But they
point.
do a damn good job. I think so.
Yeah.
They definitely do a better job, but it's not that big of a deal.
So it's
I was
not.
gonna say, yeah. Does it make anybody actually feel safer when we know how like
It makes
it
me feel
actually
safer for some reason.
that much?
Oh, we found the simp in the chat for the TSA. Thanks, Raj. Now we know why we all have to get fucking raped by the TSA and we go through their fucking lines.
I was gonna
The
say,
people like
You know, some of us pay $85 for 5 years of TSA pre-check, Destiny.
Oh, there you go.
Oh,
wait, so you think that the
I
for the
pay $85 for 5 years worth of TSA breach?
Are you?
Yeah, you're skipping for the TSA, and they're so bad that you pay a fee to skip them. What the fuck?
Dan, look, Destiny, I cannot believe you being a multi-millionaire streamer that you don't have TSA pre-check.
The
Is
problem
this a
is,
hashtag
well,
ad? Are they your fucking sponsor?
I have Clear, which technically gets me to the front of the lines, but the problem is that I have Melina, who's foreign.
You still got to take your shoes off, though.
No, and I don't think so.
Not having global entry in my face.
Yeah.
Well, I would get global, but the problem is, Dan, Melina doesn't qualify for these. So whoop-de-doo, I got through security, an hour earlier, and now I have to wait for my fucking fiance. Like, wow.
Wait, but Destiny, have you tried booking? You guys are always on the same reservation, right?
Wait, I can solve this.
Wait,
Wait. Destiny, you can be at the gate. You can be at the gate playing O&I.
When I have TSA pre-check, whoever I book with me on my reservation, they always usually get it. Always. It's never happened where they.
I'll look into TSA pre. Even for foreign people, for non-Americans, you think they can get TSA pre?
I don't have any foreign friends.
Well, sounds to me like your advice is worth shit. Then thanks, Raj.
Destiny, I don't know. Why don't you try it out without you're jumping to conclusions here? Okay.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and ship them my $85 a year to the Trump TSA.
Destiny,
They'll probably buy an AK-47 and kill a Mexican with my fucking money. Thanks.
What the fuck, man? No, that's not funny. We would never buy an AK-47.
Be an AR.
Wait, so what do you
M4 is
suggest
okay.
about airport security? What do you suggest we do then?
The airport security is bullshit. If people start blowing planes up again, then we'll lock down on that shit. But otherwise, fuck off with these dumbass wastes.
Wait, so what do we do? Should we do nothing? What should we do? Nothing?
I don't know. Whatever they did before seemed like it worked fine. Like, fuck. Like, am I really gonna blow a plane up if I take like 4 ounces of fucking fluid with me instead of 3 through a fucking airport thing? Like,
maybe.
You think there aren't scientists who figured out like how much you would approximately need to cause a real threat to a plane? Because
if that's true, then what's to stop me and a friend from both going through and then both of us bringing like fucking 3 ounces each and then combining them into making our super
the
bomb?
Airports are the bathrooms on airplanes are too small to fit 2 people. Everyone knows that, dude. You'd have to in the aisle. You would get solved. You fucking idiot. You're so
and
stupid.
Also, it's really difficult. It's really difficult to like the amount of people that would be required to like construct something that large. It's really hard.
difficult. If my goal was to blow up a fucking airplane, I think I'd be willing to go through the fucking extra intricacies of bringing 5 people onto a fucking mission.
Okay, fine, you could go through it, but you know the screening process, Destiny, starts before you even get to the airport.
Okay, it sounds like that screening process to be able to determine the likelihood of me building a fucking bomb with 4 ounces of fucking toothpaste then. Like,
Destiny, why do you want to build a bomb so fucking bad?
Yeah, I don't know these people.
You're making me really nervous. You're on some really bad list, dude, the way you're talking about this. Destiny?
God fucking damn it. It's fucking mid-player. He's taking my fucking kills.
Oh, he's playing League. This is why. Okay, I just got it. That's why he wants to build a bomb, because League brings out the worst in fucking Destiny, dude. Alright, moving on. So recently an appeals court actually allowed Trump to divert $3.6 billion from military funds to build a border wall. I was surprised that it actually happened, but do you think this is a wise spending of taxpayer money? Do you support or condemn this action by Trump in the appellate court?
He's also not going to actually build the wall, right?
So what do you think he's going to do with 3.6 million?
They've already built the wall. Like,
build like a tiny bit of fencing. Like, he's not going to get the wall.
He's going to build just enough to put like a campaign ad together. And then
to fill the frame of a picture, and that's about all he's going to do.
And it doesn't even the wall is just a symbol. It doesn't actually accomplish anything.
But
like privileged white male thing to say. I bet the Mexicans trying to cross the wall won't feel like it's just a symbol.
Centers and job centers, like said, to welcome in the refugees and immigrants. That's what I've said. A wall's not enough. You have to have multiple things.
A wall's not enough. I don't think a wall even does anything.
No, walls haven't been shown to.
Yeah, a wall by itself doesn't do anything. I agree with that.
Yeah, which we already have. I don't think a wall is going to change the fence that already exists. Or whatever.
Well, it would if you had multiple welcome centers and also at the centers, like I've said, you had day one processing, you have job centers, you have location.
You're talking about
we're already not letting people
in like
through
other
those
facility centers that make like the wall like pointless, right? Like that's
no,
just
it doesn't.
redundant at that point.
Well,
It's
I
wasteful
keeping
spending,
out
right?
is the
Well,
question.
no, it's not because it keeps.
Well, you're not making a case for the wall. You're making a case for expanding, like, the resources available for processing people that want to immigrate here, which is cool, but like that's not a justification for a wall.
And then, of course, when I say build a wall to keep out drugs and stuff, you say, oh well, they're caught at 80% of caught at the port of entries, and again, we're still getting
Like
drugs.
90 something, yeah.
But that's the ones we're catching.
Aren't most
that's what
drugs
we're
and everything, smuggled into the United States through our ports? Not.
No, port of entry. That means like
Port
it
of
comes
entry,
through the
yeah.
border.
Is that what you meant? Oh, port of entry.
But that
only
would-
93 miles of the wall have been built so far, according to like, or at least December of last year. So,
How much has been spent on it? Is 3.6 billion an amount to even fucking matter?
36 billion is what it's estimated.
Wait, 3.6 or 36? These are
3.6 is what just got passed for Trump to divert from military funds to the wall.
It's just enough. It's loyal logic. You know this, right? It's just enough for him to like push his narrative. Like, I don't even think when he first came out with this whole wall rhetoric, I don't even think I think he was just saying it. And he's just trying to do something.
No, people have been talking about the wall for a long time. It wasn't him. I mean, this
didn't start with Trump.
Yeah, it didn't start with Trump.
Wait,
I mean,
nobody.
That's not the argument. Nobody argued that Trump started the wall argument, right? But he's obviously made it a key part of his campaign. Like everybody knows Trump because he's pushing for the wall. Like that's not debatable.
And the people that are trying to come to the country now are different. Like back, like in previous administrations, a lot of them were coming out of Mexico and stuff, which isn't the case anymore. That's not where people are coming from. A lot of them are coming from Central American countries and stuff like that because of conflicts, and that's a totally different way for them to get into the country.
But
They're,
that's
like,
also
legally
kind of
allowed to seek asylum.
Well, yeah, I mean, and again, yes, they should be allowed to seek asylum 100%. I'm for immigrants and for refugees, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't have a wall to then also have ports of entry, to have welcome centers, job centers.
I mean, walls to keep out who, though? There isn't anyone trying to come through the wall.
I stated this criminal. Okay, so are you going to explain to me the multiple cases that can be cited where people have come multiple times into this country, have committed acts of murder, drug smuggling, human smuggling? I mean, so those people are coming back in through walking through no wall. Like now, we know 99.9% of people, but the whole point of the wall is to keep out that small percentage that is causing an issue. It is not to keep out immigrants. It's not to keep out brown people. That's a bullshit fucking narrative that people spin. You have people like me that say, I love immigrants. Let's have welcome centers. Let's have job centers.
But there's ways to circumvent the wall. It won't keep those people out. So you're spending a ton of money to keep out a small number of people, but the wall's not going to.
So you're saying making it more difficult.
And the wall won't even accomplish that, right?
So
we
you're
already
saying
have a fence there. Are we just going to make a bigger and better fence? Is that the argument?
What he's saying is the money efficiency for what you're trying to achieve isn't worth it. That's what he's saying.
Yeah.
It's
You can put money in other places.
Saying trying to prevent this is wrong.
No, he's saying that you should look for
doing it in a bad way is wrong.
Okay, so
these
murderers are coming in and they are saying that they are just walking across and getting in.
The wall is just low hanging fruit.
How do you know? Wait, hold on. Like, how do you
not going to stop all people from coming in illegally?
The wall is going to stop the murders. Like the wall is going to stop.
I didn't say that though.
The wall is such an exorbitant fucking expense.
This sounds like a gun control argument, right? Criminals don't follow the laws, so why have stricter laws in that case, right? That's what all the people on the right. Are these criminals going to respect the wall? Are they going to just like go over?
No, it's going to make it more difficult. And then
how much more difficult? Worth the billions of dollars? I don't think so.
Yeah, and these people are already paying coyotes that have routes to like.
Yes, and it's open. That's why.
They do tunnels too,
and money to get around walls.
Yeah, and that's why we need to invest in people to find. So we're
entire
finding the
wall
tunnels.
The entire wall isn't going to just be a fault.
Then later,
you know the walls, Blake. Some of them are designed to go down. Correct? They're
not doing like a universal wall. There's some parts that are wall and there's some parts that are fence.
There's some places you can't build a wall.
Well, yeah, because a fence is appropriate in certain areas because they don't have the foot traffic.
What about?
I mean, you know this, right? They do fence in certain areas because there's
what about
no
a
foot
rope?
Traffic.
that you throw over the wall. What's the plan for that?
Barbed wire at the top.
whole point is to make it difficult.
Nobody
I never
has
said,
snipped
this is a
this
narrative you
cut
guys
that.
are spinning. Like I said,
I mean,
it's
that
gonna
doesn't
prevent
sound very
something.
difficult. If I can throw a rope over, I think.
I
that we
never
can
said it's
solve
gonna prevent it all.
Yeah, but at the
I
time
never
it
I mean,
says
it seems
throw
like
a
a
rope
narrative
and
to say
climb
that
over.
criminals
It's
never
not for
jump
a
over
response from
walls
Border
and go
Patrol.
over
So
them.
instead of taking a minute to hop a wall, I guess it's gonna take what 2 minutes to hop a wall. I like is that
No,
really,
if
like,
we
the
have a
point?
That's
better,
not a
Yeah,
point.
you
It's
just
a
hop the
question.
wall. It's
Miles
literally
are
that
brutal.
easy.
It's not that easy. I don't know why you would say that. I mean, look at that ladder on one of the walls. It was a huge ladder. It wasn't just, they hop over the wall in 2 minutes. That's why you have better border security. There's even people who propose drones. People have proposed more
The
cameras.
point is that a wall without any other form of like meaningful border protection or even like actually solving the problem of immigration, which is like how long it fucking takes to immigrate here legally.
Yeah.
Of course. I said day one processing. I said day one processing. I said day one processing. That's fine. I said day one processing.
To come here illegally if we don't allow them to come here legally.
And I said processing centers with I'm offering more than any other Republican talking on this would ever offer. It's about compromise. The left gets what they want. It's day one processing, job centers, locations, even busing. So when they do come in, they feel welcome. They can get job placement and they can be shuttled to where they want to go. Otherwise, we don't have a system like this where they just walk in and they don't know where they're going. In this system, the wall is put up. We have dozens and dozens of welcome centers all over the border.
That's not even true. We can even look at the caravan crisis that's going on right now with all the refugees that are trying to like come and apply for asylum, and they do know where to go. Most of them do go, and they go directly to like a port of entry or somewhere else to like apply for refugee status. It's not like these people are just too stupid to understand like what building to go to.
I didn't say
that's not even the case.
There should be more places so they can get people in quicker.
We don't need to herd them into points of entry.
So
like
do we have day one processing? Do we have day one processing, Mindwaves?
No, but
no, we don't.
Exactly,
that's what I said.
That's what I said. You're trying to attach the wall onto these other things that could solve the problem. That's the thing. Is you're trying to say
multi-layered. I said that was multi-layered, Blake. I said that at the beginning. It's about compromise. The left gets what they want. The right gets what they want. No, it's about compromise. It's called politics. The left gets what they want, and the right gets what they want. Both people get what they want.
If someone did that, I would be fine with that. I would be okay wasting the money, but at least I would recognize that it's a waste of money. But you know, the other things.
Why are we pretending
the other
like we're
things,
at war with
I think we do
like,
a lot.
Mexico? Do we really need a fucking wall? Like, I
Little
don't know.
logic. Can I answer the question? So you're pushing for these
hostile.
centers really hard, but why does the wall so important?
Because like I said, it keeps criminal elements out. It keeps the drugs out.
It doesn't.
Again,
it doesn't keep drugs out.
It doesn't.
We don't want to keep the drugs out.
Okay, here's the problem.
Wait. Wes, are you telling me there are not criminals that have come in this country multiple times, been deported 7 times, have come in here and killed people? Are you telling me that right now?
No, I'm saying the wall wouldn't reduce this.
Okay, how do you know that? We don't have the wall.
It's bullshit.
How do you know that?
What logic?
Wait, no, stop, Blake, stop.
No, wait, little logic. So to do this, you're having to assume that the cartel, which is the most resourceful criminal empire of all time, which has accomplished things that governments had never once thought that would be reasonable, and then they find out decades later, once it becomes a real fucking issue, that this fucking wall would stop the most powerful drug cartel in the entire world doing what they want to do.
I said prevent some. Well,
nothing. For what it would cost, it would not prevent enough for it to matter. That's the point.
Lives we measure American lives based on how much. I didn't know we.
Yes.
Wait. Yes.
Of course we do. Yes, that's what we do.
Let's not do universal health care, folks, because it costs too much. Okay.
No. Wait. Hold on. Wait. Okay. First of all, that was all of this is horrible. Of course, we measure lives and money. If we wanted to save American lives, we could reduce the traffic fatalities to 0 by making the speed limit 10 miles per hour. But it would destroy our economy. So, of course. What?
That's hyperbolic.
No, it's not hyperbolic. We make cost-benefit analyses all the time. Like, how many safety factors, should a plane be able to fly, just on its fucking wings? Or should it be able to fly with 1 jet engine or 2? Like, we make these types of calculations all the time. Firstly. Secondly, universal healthcare is not about better outcomes. It's actually about saving money. Because we spend more money than any other fucking country in the world on fucking healthcare. Yep. It's not about like, universal healthcare would make us all healthier, blah, blah, which it does, by the way. But it's more than just like, hey, we waste a fuck ton of money on healthcare. We'd save a lot more if we actually just have the fucking government do it.
So you don't think we're going to save a lot of money setting up the wall and preventing a lot of the DEA agents?
So
I'm just saying.
No, I know. Wait, hold on, because we've all said this argument 50 million times. Okay, I know I've heard everything. Both of you guys are all arguing the same points 50 million times. Here's the problem. Okay, it might be possible that in some world there is some monetary investment we can make on the wall that would cause such a reduction in the amount of money that we spend on drug enforcement in the U.S., et cetera, that it might be financially viable. That might be possible. The problem is you shut out that possibility completely by putting somebody like Trump, who has been on the record saying racist thing after racist thing after racist thing of ever being able to do that wall. You cannot fucking do it without somebody, rightfully so, calling you a racist piece of shit. For a guy that says that people that come from some countries are shithole countries, to say that some people can't make federal rulings because their parents are from another country, for a guy saying he wants to ban all Muslims, for a guy saying that Mexicans that come over the wall are rapists, murderers, and thieves, and some of them might be good people, this is not a guy who can ever be a person that can give you a wall for border security. It's always going to be interpreted as some racist symbol, and absolutely it has earned that reputation. Like, that's it.
Yeah, but I'm arguing.
Say it faster so I believe it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, like, with what? So I'm just glad you agree with what I'm saying somewhat. That's all my point was.
Sure, it's possible, but there's no world. It's also possible that essentially planned like Soviet Union style economy might be able to work someday in some countries.
Destiny, that's hyperbolic.
No, it's the same thing. Trump can never ever be the guy to put a wall on the border, and for somebody like me to not call it like inspired by racist piece of shit.
It doesn't have to.
Yeah, then maybe another not racist fucking president. Maybe you could be able to do it. That's possible. Sure.
Raj, you're not sub to Destiny. Nice try, dude.
So
Wait, yeah, I am.
No, you're not. Your remote
Yeah,
doesn't.
yeah.
Oh,
I'm fine with that.
Son of a bitch, huh?
We have also seen areas where walls have been put up, like in Southern California, and when those walls were put up, we saw that there were a number of tunnels that were starting to be dug that like skyrocketed. We started finding them all over the place. So we already know how people react to the walls being
Well,
there.
yeah, and people
we know
said
they
we need to
automatically
rebuild the
find
walls to
ways
go under.
I
But
mean,
they
they can
say-
still
they
dig
stated
down.
that
How
rational.
deep do you want it? It's just going to
Well,
be.
that's what
how
they said.
deep
They
do you
said
wanna
the
make
walls.
wall versus how
But
deep
they
do you
said
wanna
that
dig.
when that started happening, though, if you go back, there was many people who proposed maybe we need to build new walls to go down. They said that.
So spend more money again,
Okay,
and then go
okay,
dig
so
deeper, and we
if-
build another
if
wall.
your-
It's
If your
slightly
only
deeper.
argument's going to be money, then okay, you win. I can't argue it's not going to be free. So there you go, you win. I don't know what
Yeah,
you
well,
tell
put
you.
the
It's
money
gonna
in a
cost
place
money.
that works. Then that's not.
Yeah,
going
I mean,
towards
you're
a
not
racist
saying
symbol.
your only
That doesn't
argument
work.
is, but your only argument is money. If you can given me another argument other than money,
Well, also that it doesn't
Money is
work
everything.
because
We have to
it
fund
also
these
doesn't
I know,
work.
but Destiny,
People
Destiny,
get
at
under
least
the
you made
walls.
other points. You made
Oh,
other
sure.
points.
Yeah,
That's
but
what-
so
I
at
didn't
the end of
only
the
make
like
the money.
we
I made
have
the
right
point
now.
that they dig tunnels, so it doesn't
Like, we
work.
could-
That's both
we-
of my arguments.
We could make it so that like no bad thing happens ever if we had infinite amounts of money, or we wanted to like gimp our economy like in certain ways. But like, of course, money is an issue. Like,
I know, but to make it the quote that when you can compromise with the other side to both sides get what they want. That's all my point is. The left wants a better, robust immigration system, as do I. I love immigrants. I love refugees. Refugees need to come right away, obviously. I've stated this. Like this is, but we need to have a system. We need to have a system where these people come in. And then the right wants the border wall. There is a compromise that can be made
Okay, wait.
with the two.
I have a question for you. Do you want border wall or do you want better border security? Because those are
I
not.
want it all. That's why I said at the beginning, Blake, it's multi-layer.
But that's what I'm saying is I would rather see that money instead of going to a border wall, actually looking for things that would be actual good for border security. Like that's what I mean. Is I would like to see. What?
Like what?
Like what?
Like that compromise, like that compromise of him wanting border security. I'm okay with that money. I just want it to be going in there to be something useful. And if we already know that the wall isn't useful because it fails, then I want to see something that is useful.
Yeah. So let me ask Loyal this. Loyal, for us to not have the border wall, for us to forego that cost, what would you need to have happen? Like, I mean, what I mean is like effect, right?
Well, I mean, again, I'm about solutions. So you have to remember the right and the left would have to come together. A majority of the right want the walls. The left want better. So you're not going to win.
No, I don't care about that. I'm asking you,
Okay,
Loyal
so
logic. You want?
I would say, okay, let's say the wall, if the wall could be built in like high, let's say we find the areas, not across because I'm
No. Forget the wall, buddy. What I want to know is like you want less criminals coming in, you want less drugs coming in.
Yeah, I'm on. No, that's always what I've been about. Is criminals and drugs.
Well, Logic, let me help you out because I feel like this has turned into you are lecture fan 2.0, and I realize a lot of people here lefties are saying things. I'm kind of did it as well. I'm gonna ask all you talking against it without putting up actual solutions. What is the best solution for U.S. immigration crisis?
That's what I'm getting at. Is that I want him to say exactly what he wants, and I assume it's.
No, I want you to say what you want because he's been like defending himself for 30 minutes.
I want the same thing.
I'm fine. I'm fine.
No, I know it's just getting boring. It's just getting boring. You defending someone coming up with more points.
And we could talk about this another time, maybe.
No, this I wanted to know. Yeah, okay, not that specific. I want to know all
Sure,
you
I can give you one right now. Ready?
Oh,
Number
nice,
one thing
Google.
that we can do
Pog.
to reduce bullshit is to get rid of the war on drugs. It's one of the biggest drivers of crime and bullshit that goes along our southern border in the United States. Repealing that immediately and changing our policy with how we approach drugs would take so much money and so much incentive to do illegal shit on the border out of people south of the border. That's the number one thing that we could do to improve border security.
How do
Sure,
you
also not
how do you
alienate
prevent the
ourselves
cartel
with
from coming in?
Hispanic people so that they will work with law enforcement so that if these criminals like get back into the country, they aren't just harbored in these communities because everyone's too scared to go to the cops. Like that is also something.
Well, to answer what Loyal just said, to answer what Loyal just asked about what Destiny said, we're already seeing like the cartels. It's already being reported that the cartels are feeling the burn of the states that have already legalized marijuana and like the decriminalization of marijuana. They're already feeling the effect. So we can point to that as evidence that if you start decriminalizing other drugs, heroin, cocaine, methamphetamine, etc., that you're going to again have they're going to feel it, and so they're not going to have an incentive to come here because they can't sell their shit.
Like, and you know that a mass amount of drug cartels are growing in California illegally in the forest, right? Like that's a big thing. They're producing metric tons of weed.
Yeah, no, we still need to do enforcement. Yeah, we need to enforce in our land. We need to enforce, when that's happening. Yeah, I'm very familiar with that.
Okay. I'm just saying, like, and then to Rational's point, I would say, like, also why people are intimidated is that this is one thing is that they have family back home. For example, one of my friends, Antonio, in Honduras, like he says, there's people that can't call because he's in Honduras because he knows that his neighbor is going to get hurt. So it's a matter of they have family back home. Like, so if they do something, the cartels know somebody back at their country that's going to hurt their family. So it's multi-layered. They don't just go to the cops just because, they can't work with them. No, they go.
Well, that is a huge thing, though. That's like we noticed.
I agree.
Like sanctuary cities like have way lower crime rates. I mean, like all immigrants like commit less crime, period. But sanctuary cities where they feel more comfortable. I agree that there can be other things that are involved in that. But getting better communication within those communities.
Well, but what are you going to do? The cartels have a stranglehold on some of these countries. So if the person rats here in the United States, they're killing their family back home. There's nothing the government.
I mean, it could just be an anonymous tip. I don't.
But they're going to know if they're going to. Yeah, but they're going to know the cartels are ruthless. They put people in acid barrels for Christ's sake. I mean, these people aren't like, who told? No, they're just going to go after whoever they think told. I mean, it's a problem. I agree, but it's I agree with you though. Maybe
are the majority of criminals that are coming back in multiple times are those like disproportionately cartel people?
Well, there's a mixture. It's
most
not
of the people
cartel.
that smuggle in drugs for the cartel into the United States are U.S. citizens, regardless, right? So it's not like the cartel is
I mean committing
over
other
the
crime.
border to smuggle.
No, he's talking about he's talking Mindwaves. He's talking about other than drugs.
Yeah, I assume that Logic was talking about like if somebody comes into the country and then like robs steals a car or something and then gets
it's a mixture. I
assume those are disproportionately cartel. They're just
it's a mixture. It's a mixed bag, but there are some.
Yeah, that would depend then. Sure.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's done a study on. I would have to look into that. What other than drug crimes, what immigrant committed it, where they belong to cartel? That would be a weird study though.
So think it all comes down to cartel crime, or drugs. So we changing the way
cartels
we view
would
drugs.
move back in. No, because cartels we would have the same thing. We have the problem with trap houses. Cartels would move into this country. The only way I've said this on stream: make all drugs free. No one pays for them. Everybody can go and get their amount as much as they want. That's the only time I'm for legalizing drugs. If we did that, where everything
Destiny, how do you think that getting rid of the war on drugs would not be a huge issue when it comes to the cartels in the United States?
How do I think it wouldn't be a huge issue? Wait, what do you mean?
Like, I feel like if we like how do I phrase this? So eliminating the war on drugs. What do you mean by that? Because just like the political movements or what?
So this whole political movement where we demonize drugs and we make it illegal causes all of that stuff to be sold in underground markets that ultimately fund nefarious sources.
Yes.
That by legalizing it and funneling money to corporations instead, it's probably better than having like cartels south of the border having all that income.
So you want to legalize all drugs? That's our best way to deal with immigration?
That has like a far-reaching effect on other parts of our country. Like it would ease burdens on our criminal justice system, like prisons that are overcrowded with non-violent drug offenders. It would save some people money. It would help alleviate some racial disparities in the United States. So, for instance, African Americans are more likely to be prosecuted for or prosecuted for smoking marijuana or having marijuana, even though white people and black people reported the same rates, et cetera, et cetera. Like there's a whole bunch of far-reaching positive impacts of abolishing the war on drugs, of getting rid of that
but we
mentality.
can just not lock people up that are using drugs. I mean, I've stated that. Let's just
we could. Okay, sure.
laws.
Yeah, there's other things you can do as well. But like, if we get rid of, if drugs are illegal, they're going to be bought by illegal sources. Putting up some wall might reduce crime by some percentage. I don't know if it would be enough that would be worth it, because they are going to get around the wall. That is undeniable. The wall will not. The wall will make it more expensive, but they will continue to get around it. But if we make it so that you're not illegally sourcing those drugs, then you deprive them of that, source of revenue. There's less incentive to come over and do business over here in an illegal manner.
This is okay. So what I've always said, there's a standard. So drugs are normally effective. I say this, the lower end of society, not in a bad way, but those people cannot afford these drugs from corporations. They are much more expensive. I've looked at it. Club weed is more expensive than street weed. So if you have an option, go get heroin from this corporation, but you can get it on the street for cheaper. Again, that's why cartels would still move in.
So
and they would seize on the opportunities of.
I would be absolutely fucking floored if a cartel could produce marijuana for cheaper than Walmart. I don't believe that. I think that once widespread adoption
they're grown in California. Explain that to me. Why are they?
Well, it's grown in California because
wait. If a cartel can grow it in California, then fucking Walmart can grow it in California. Now maybe we have to change the way that we license or register some of these products to remove some of the barriers to entry. I know that buying weed out of stores is a lot more expensive than getting it on the street sometimes, but I'm pretty sure that if we legalize it federally, so we don't have to do all the weird fucking tax loop. Like right now, weed is still in a very weird fucking spot in the United States. Like maybe for us, we don't give a fuck because we just buy it and smoke it. But for actual dealers like stores, it's still really weird. I think it was only recently they started to be able to accept credit cards for transactions. And that doesn't even get into the whole work with them. That doesn't get into the whole banks not working with them, the weird tax classifications, not being able to claim business expenses. Like there's a whole bunch of weird shit.
Move past the weed though, because I'm talking about harder drugs. I mean, we know heroin is extremely cheap to produce. There's fentanyl now. I mean, how do you commit? Even if you made it $10 and the cartel is like, hey, I got a trap house, I sell it for $5. Walmart's not going to have their finger on the pulse and go, oh, what's the street price of heroin? Let it change. They're not going to do that.
Walmart's a trap house should never be able to outcompete. Like this is just a basic, it's called an economy of scale.
The lower end, but you must not listen to my first part. It's the lower end of society that is going to end up going to the cartel still because it's still cheaper. Middle class, I've always said the middle class and the upper class, they're going to be fine with it. They're not going to get hurt by this.
It doesn't, even the lower end, at the very cheapest, there's no possible way that individual micro operations of people can ever produce drugs cheaper than you can at scale.
That's how they operate, though.
They only operate that right.
But that's how the cartel operates.
Where do people get stuff like Xanax? I'm sorry, not Xanax. Where do people get stuff like Xanax from?
Oh, well, we're talking about different. I'm talking about heroin.
No, that's the exact same thing. Those are pharmaceuticals that you can you can absolutely synthetically manufacture these on our own, but that's being handled by pharmaceuticals. You're not going to fucking compete with people that have all these fucking factories and shit manufacturing these. You're just not going to do it.
China's producing fentanyl, so I don't know how you can say this. China's producing fentanyl, Destiny. I mean,
China's producing China, not like 14 guys in a trap house, like the country. Yes. So my whole point is that if you legalize a drug on a massive scale, there is just no way it betrays every understanding that we have of economies of scale that some small trap house of people can produce a product at a more efficient margin.
They're saying they're producing it there, but they're not producing it there. They're importing the drug. It's produced somewhere else and it's imported. That's what I said.
Wait, what does that have to do with anything?
Because how are you supposed to convince anybody to go to the $10 when they can get it for $5 when they're already poor? How are you convincing that person? That's going to happen. Cartels don't work on markets. They price whatever they want. Walmart's working on margins.
Cartels still have to buy things for a cost. They don't invent drugs. They come from somewhere. They have to come from workers. They have to come from farms. They have to be produced somewhere, right?
Yes, and they had
And a big argument for making it legal is that you don't know what you get when you're buying these drugs off the street, because a lot of these cartels, or like the people that the cartel sells it to, and like the dealers, like cut the shit, right? And you don't know what the fuck it's being cut with. Like, I'd rather have people being prescribed fucking like opiates and fucking like heroin like drugs than fucking like getting it off the street, right?
My biggest issue with this whole statement, and that's why I don't know where to fall on this argument, is because it seems, I don't know how the fuck you would ever get the United States to ever accomplish legalizing all drugs. Is there a single major political opponent?
Yes. So what
that
happens
even
is it's
agrees
going to
for
happen. No.
this?
So within the next 10 years, cannabis will hopefully be rescheduled by the DEA. Hopefully, because so many individual states are doing it. That's kind of what we did with gay marriage, right? Weren't there individual states that were saying like, okay, let the gays marry, it's all cool, and then eventually the Supreme Court knocked it down.
Yeah.
Something similar is probably going to happen with cannabis next. Is that like so many states are legalizing it? Eventually, people are going to be like, okay, fuck it, cannabis is okay. We've already seen psilocybin mushrooms being legalized, I think, in 2 different states for medical purposes. Like it's eventually going to happen.
The issue with that is that weed is the whole no counter negative effects. It's not destroying lives.
Yeah.
People aren't overdosing. Families aren't ripped apart by it. So how do you ever convince the majority of like U.S. voters to side with legalizing drugs that do those things?
I mean, we've already legalized drugs that do those things. I mean, painkillers and opiates are some of the worst things in the fucking United States. And there's people talking about, and those are already legal.
But there's a barrier.
Yeah, but hold on, no, wait. The difference between those drugs is they were originally for medical use, and they have actual medical uses that are valid, versus these, which have none at all. Try like
This
heroin,
White Claw is
methamphetamine.
So we've kind of moved into a different thing. If you're talking about like the political chance, the political,
Yeah, like how would this ever happen? Because what's the
I don't
point
think
of
it'll ever happen. It's never gonna happen.
So what's the point of having a solution and like
Because
stating
you
like
asked me
finding-
what the solution was, and I'm telling you what the solution is.
So do
The
you not have
reality
any
is that-
realistic?
No,
is there
problems
no
like
way?
comprehensive immigration reform don't get solved because these problems are too difficult to solve, and the average person that deals with it, that votes, doesn't know fuck all about the issues, and we have an ineffective government for dealing with these types of problems. That's the real answer. The real answer is if you want to deal with problems like these, you need an authoritarian regime like China to make a decision and fucking do it. And the average fucking voter is too fucking stupid to understand the complexity and the nuances of all the different parts, all the different moving cogs of issues like these, so it'll never get fucking solved. That's the real answer.
Can I give a more
Shout out fatalism and nihilism.
Can I give a little happier take? So what I believe is going to happen, I think we're very far from complete legalization, but I think decriminalization is very much a possibility.
I think you're wrong.
Hold on, can I finish?
No.
I think that as we continue to thanks Raj. How's that weed?
I'm not high right now.
Good one, Lycan. Devalue his point because he's high.
I know.
Grow up. You're a drunk. I see you with that bottle of whiskey.
You're advocating for decriminalizing drugs while at the same time ostracizing me for using marijuana. Is that what you're trying to do?
I'm not ostracizing at all, buddy. I'm just being
Hey,
flirtatious.
Raj, this isn't the fucking RajjPatel show. Excuse me.
Fuck off, Loyal Logic. That was a perfect point.
Listen. Well, the point that I'm making is that as the discussion happens nationally, as Trump signed that bill, I can't remember what it was, but with the prison reform, right? We're becoming more aware of prison reform needs. We're becoming more aware of the harm that war on drugs has done to our country, to Mexico, etc. So I think as that grows, the idea of decriminalization is going to be easier for a lot of people.
I think it's more easy than legalization, but I still think it's way out of reach. It'll never happen.
But I think with decriminalization and putting more of the money that we were putting towards the drug war instead towards education, which has been proven to fucking have a lot of the same effects as decriminalization, I think we are very likely to get really close to that.
Raj, why do you disagree?
I think we need to start with weed. Okay, we need to start with I think weed is decriminalized as many different.
Absolutely,
that's what we're doing first. Yeah,
marijuana. It is absolute absurdity that marijuana is not legalized on the federal level. I mean, the fact that people could say that like smoking marijuana is dangerous is just ridiculous. Like, you are more of a threat to your pantry or a bag of Doritos than you are to any member of society.
Well, you know why, Raj, right?
Yes.
Do you know why?
I do believe that I know why. I'm going to try to. I don't know exactly if this is correct or not, but I do believe it goes back to Prohibition times when there was a huge major like smear campaign placed on marijuana by the liquor company.
It's the war on drugs, Raj. That's really what it comes from.
Wasn't drugs was Nixon.
It was the timber industry.
Wasn't there something? There was some sort of
textile
smear
industry.
campaign or something that was put on marijuana.
Yes.
That
so there was that Reefer
created
Madness
this
video.
idea.
Yeah.
Well,
Reefer Madness.
And they tried to pin a lot of that. They tried to blame the Mexicans. They tried to blame black people and stuff like that, and say that they're trying to use this drug, or like black people are.
Yeah, there's
getting
been a
high on
lot
marijuana and
of
raping your women and
propaganda
shit like
against
that.
weed
Like,
for a long time.
A lot of it was very racial in nature as well.
Right. So, but what's so crazy to me is that like that has been it's been proven, like the effects of marijuana and how it affects the body, and like and like the science behind it, what it does. But people still just turn a blind eye to it and think of it as some evil and put it in the same category as something like heroin or crack cocaine or methamphetamine, and they put it in that same category, and it's just not the same. It's not the same thing.
Yeah.
Raj, do you really
That's
feel like
it's the only danger of weed is the education.
I'm not advocating. I guess using nothing is probably the best thing, right? But if I were to choose a stoner or an alcoholic, I'd probably go with the stoner, because I think the stoner, although you probably don't want to, if it's like the lesser of two evils. I think marijuana is the lesser of two evils.
100%.
Well, I want to ask you, Raj. I want to ask Raj. So, but you say that people demonize it. I actually am not seeing many people demonize it. I mean, do you really see like a lot of older people even I'm seeing a lot more
marijuana.
Older people
Yes.
kind of,
Oh, absolutely.
Really? I'm not.
Yeah,
really
like
where you're at.
I mean, it's getting. This is how it works. It's becoming more legal, more decriminalized. So yes, there are people moving away from it, but there's still a huge group of people who see it as this issue.
I don't want to say who this is, but like I've got some family friends that I went on vacation with, and I brought up, I was at a table. We were all at a table together, and we were having a good time. We were relaxed, and they were all drinking and stuff. And I was like, "Do you?" We started talking about marijuana somehow, and it got a little tense. And I said, "Do you guys partake?" And then, all of a sudden, like the conversation got very serious, and they're like, "Oh, I do not do drugs," as they take a.
What are you, a dope? You a dope fiend?
Yeah.
You smoking that dope, boy?
Well,
yeah. So like they got like really tense and like.
Can I ask? Are they religious?
Yes, very.
Okay, well that's what I'm saying. I think we that's why I always say I push my personal religion out when I'm talking about these issues, and some people can't, so.
Yeah, but see, like from a religious standpoint, what is the religious justification for not smoking?
You're poisoning your body, which is your temple.
But so are you with alcohol. So what's
I know. I understand that. And some don't understand.
Yeah, and some sects of Christianity don't drink.
People and these people that I talked about this, they're not stupid people.
No.
Why can't they?
They're ingrained in the beliefs. That's what it is. If you're ingrained in a belief for so long, old habits die hard. No, some people do change, Raj. I've seen people who for 70 years thought it was the worst thing ever, and it's equatable to all these other hard drugs. But then once they see the laws, once they hear people talking about it, and it starts to make more sense, they do change. So, but
and it's so frustrating because
old habits die hard, dude. That's where it comes
I'm not
from.
the most religious person on the planet, but I consider, I do believe in a higher power of some sort. But what's so frustrating me about these,
how high?
Sorry. Like what frustrates me to no end is like how narrow-minded a lot of people that are religious are, and what also frustrates me is I see some of the most hateful people being of those.
I get what you're saying. No, I'm religious.
Some of the most hateful people on the planet.
Well, and that's where I think we have to, as being good religious people, we have to rise above and inform them and say, listen, no, here's this, give them information, say, look at this person. Unfortunately, sometimes you might even have to smoke it in front of them and say, look.
So you're a religious guy, right?
Watch me get high.
That's what I did with my mom. My mom was like, what's going on? And I'm like eating mushrooms in front of her, like, don't worry, mom, in 2 hours.
I don't talk about it on stream because it's personal to me.
Sure, no, that's personal and that's your thing. But I just have a question. Would you consider yourself to be a conservative?
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean,
fiscally conservative.
Fiscally. I mean, and I guess I would say
the problem this is a problem that I have with fiscal, conservatives that are fiscally conservative. And that also say that they're a Christian, which is totally something that I respect. Why do you support policies that are the antithesis to Christianity? You think Jesus was a poor man, and the teachings of Christianity. Hold on, I'm not done yet. The teachings of Christianity advocate for giving to the poor. Why do devout Christians and vote for conservatives who advocate for policies that are the opposite of that. They advocate for policies that give major tax cuts to billionaires while making the poor and people that are less fortunate make more sacrifices.
Well, I think it's
in the benefit of the far more wealthy. I don't understand.
Well, it's a loaded question, but I'll answer as best as I can. Listen, that's why I said when people meet me, I say I'm a Republican, be shocked with my beliefs. I believe in universal health care. I mean, I believe in a robust immigration system. I believe in welfare, the welfare state. And I've even said, let's expand mental health services, billions into healthcare. I believe a lot of this stuff is messaging. It comes down to messaging.
What are you a Republican on then? Like, why do you call yourself Republican?
I am a Republican, and I think the thing is that as some of these rhinos and these neocons get out of the party, you're going to go back to the party of Lincoln, of caring about your fellow citizens a lot more. I think it takes time, just like with the Democrats. People forget the Democrats were the party of the KKK and racism.
Oh my
and look, and the journey that they had, let me finish. The journey that they had up till now, look how far they come. So it does take time for people to change, and you have to keep faith in your fellow man to do that. And again, I try to tell people.
My question is, why wouldn't you be on the? Why wouldn't you?
Because
be on
I'm not.
Why wouldn't you?
Because I'm the party of Lincoln. I'm not.
Why wouldn't you be on the other side of the aisle? Don't you? With that same
I would never
logic
be on
of
that.
people can, you think people can change. Why wouldn't you get on the side of the aisle where people are a little bit closer to the change than the other side?
Never gonna happen. I appreciate it though.
No.
Wait. What is the actual answer to that? Wait. What is the actual answer to that? What is the
because
actual?
I believe in the party of Lincoln. I've
Wait.
said
What does that mean?
That party
like,
is
Abraham
dead.
Lincoln has
It's
been
been
dead
dead
for a
no,
long
it's not
time.
dead. No. Okay, when people fucking say the party's fucking dead, that's your perception.
No.
No.
You're just
trying to,
no.
no,
This isn't an
you're trying to
opinion.
define
You're just
my beliefs.
No, I'm not. No.
No.
I'm telling you what the modern day Republican Party is. Now, if you want to live a delusional life where you pretend it's the party of Lincoln, that's fine. But
there's plenty of people that believe in what I believe.
Hold on, but Lincoln.
Yeah, but yes, they're called Democrats.
No, that's not true.
Yeah,
Okay, so
all
you're
those
saying
progressives
with Destiny, are you saying every Republican's bad?
No, we're not talking about bad, but we're talking about our policy positions of the political parties. If we were to poll on things like climate change or healthcare, all the positions that you're supposedly having that are kind of sounding left-leaning, these are held by Democrats.
But I disagree with a lot of the ways that they talk about climate change, but I believe climate change is happening. And they want to do things like the new Green Deal.
Okay, but like the policies that you described majorly align with the Democratic Party. Why would you?
But the solutions on how to fix a lot of this stuff
You remind me of a friend
actually
of mine
realistic.
You remind me of my friend that really good friend of mine that when he would break down his viewpoints, he would be like aligned with the Democratic Party on almost everything, but for some reason he voted Republican.
Yeah, and it's also these arguments like the party
I vote
of
for Democrats. No, I vote for Democrats. What are you talking about?
No, but you align with the Republican Party, but where?
What are you talking about? I align with the.
That's what I was
Party.
trying to ask.
This is not. I'm not trying to put you.
No, I want the border wall. I want lower taxes. I want government out of my pocket.
Lower taxes on who?
Lower taxes across the board.
Okay, but who? How the hell do we pay for anything? I don't understand. What, like this.
Sounding libertarian over there, Loyal.
Oh, you always say this too, Steve. You say, "Oh, the libertarian," then you go back.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Destiny. Please, I'm not like super politically involved, but is it true that like most Republican presidents that cut taxes, usually a Democrat has to come in and raise them because the disparity in the I
think generally Republicans are generally in favor of cutting taxes, and Democrats are generally in favor of like being more taxed on the wealthy. Generally, like over the past 20 years.
Spend. Wow.
Yeah, but everybody spends. Democrats and Republicans spend. Republicans criticize Democrats for spending, but they spend usually more than Democrats.
They also cut taxes
across the board. Where does the revenue come from?
Because Republicans will tell you that they want to pair tax cuts with spending cuts, so they want to cut social services as well.
So you cut social.
Yes,
well, no,
but it doesn't.
Well, then where does the money come from?
Yeah, because where does the money come from otherwise?
Well, Logic, answer the question. How? Yeah. Where?
Well, I was about to answer.
This?
I think healthy reinvestment in our country and the infrastructure, the government can fund other programs, as well as bring in the private industry in. We totally demonize a lot of companies that are willing to provide jobs in this country. Look,
wait. We're not talking about jobs. Unemployment is like 3.5%. The problem isn't providing jobs right now. What do you mean?
Okay, but you're talking about bringing money, tax revenue, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, tax revenue. So with more companies reinvesting, that means more tax revenue. You bring
no,
it
it
down.
doesn't. Wait, what do you mean?
Wait, so you're saying
wait. Actually, hold on. Stop. A company reinvesting in itself is a tax write-off half the time. That's the opposite of tax receipts. What do you mean?
Wait, so
if I reinvest in myself by purchasing things for my company, I write that off. It's a business expense. It's the opposite of tax receipts.
I mean, I don't understand how you don't think a lower tax rate, but they're making more period of time.
Yes, yes. There's something called the Laffer curve, right? If you tax somebody at 100%, you're probably not going to make any revenue. If you tax something at 0%, you're not going to make any revenue. But there's some number in the middle where if you tax somebody a little bit more, you make more money. If you tax them less, you make
I mean, I'm not talking about no taxes. Raj, if you thought that's what I meant, I don't talk about no.
You're talking about lowering them from where they're at right now.
But if you lower them across the board, you got to pay for something somehow.
I would say we need to look at the tax rates, and if they're appropriate, I would say maybe a little bit more here and there. It depends.
Give me examples. I want to know where your money comes from. How do you pay for all this shit?
And what's up with this idea that large corporations, by giving them tax cuts, all of a sudden they're going to go hire a bunch of different people?
And we know they don't. We know that they don't.
Wait. So you're saying
with the Trump cuts that
didn't happen? Something? What? Wait, what?
Wait, what?
Say again. Nothing. Walmart came from nothing. You understand that, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so you're telling me that the tax incentives they had for moving state to state didn't exist?
Tax incentives aren't why companies hire people. Hiring employees is considered a cost of doing business. No amount of tax cuts is going to cause you to increase your costs.
But they bring revenue to the state. They bring revenue with jobs. Like, that's a fact. Like, I am employing people. More revenue goes into that city because of the employment. What? Like, it's a fact.
Yeah, he's got you there, Steve.
Wait, what?
But cutting.
You're saying a company opening up a facility, employing people. And
I'm saying that cutting taxes doesn't magically make people hire more people. People hire people when they have like products to sell.
The company has an incentive to go to a state that is going to give them a better tax deal. And that's how Walmart companies like
But they're not going to hire more
Burger
people that
King.
way. They'll close down the place in the higher tax
No, that wasn't my point, Raj. What Rational said is, they're not doing that. Walmart came from nothing to something because of the system we had. If we had any other system, they wouldn't have been able to scale the way they did.
No, I mean we can look at Trump's tax cuts and what happened with that, and it didn't result in more jobs. It resulted.
We don't
in
know that over time.
We do.
No, wait. So you're saying we have to have an immediate effect on tax cuts to show its long-term effects?
But has it ever?
How long do you want to wait
has
for
it ever been proven
that it somehow resulted in jobs?
Raj, Walmart went from nothing to something. Burger King, McDonald's.
None of this has anything to do with tax cuts. What do you mean?
Yes, loyal. So you're telling me that if we had higher taxes, these companies wouldn't enter the market?
They're not going to be able to expand as fast.
Who's going to just be like, I have to pay taxes. I'm not going to do business anymore. Is that what you think?
No, they're not going to. If a state or area has higher taxes, they're not.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but I don't think that like taxes are. I don't think anybody's like saying raise taxes to a point where it's impossible to do business. I don't think that's what anybody's advocating for.
There's some people that actually say they.
Well, I'm not advocating for that.
Okay.
I'm not advocating that, but I think that you raise taxes to a reasonable level, higher than probably what Trump would or most conservatives or Republicans would advocate for.
Well, I mean, and when we talk about raising taxes on corporations, we're not talking about like any businesses. We're not talking about like small time businesses trying to get started up or like startups or anything like that.
I like I'm the only fucking Republican talking. Thanks, Steven.
We're talking about mega corporations that have over a certain number of employees, make over a certain amount of money, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's like this.
It's hard to get a word in here.
Loyal, like people like companies like Walmart, because they're paying taxes or they get tax breaks, right? They're not going to hire more people when they get the tax breaks. It's usually going to turn into something else.
No, you're misunderstanding what I said. So I'll go back to what I said.
You pissed someone off.
Taxation is theft.
Companies have expanded over a period of time, like Walmart, Taco Bell, Burger King, because of incentives in our country.
So you think that these companies have expanded because of tax breaks? That's what you think?
Well, yeah, incentives to open up in certain areas.
Wait, this is not true. Hold on. This claim is not true. Okay.
So you think they
No, wait. Let me. So real quick, to explain what you're talking about, right? Is that different statements have different tax treatments for different entities for different purposes. That's very vague. But like, you might be thinking of moving from one state to another state, right? And maybe in one state they're willing to negotiate with you a lower tax burden or some sort of preferential tax treatment for you to move there. That's all you're talking about when you say one company might move to some state or another. But that doesn't broadly broadly explain.
No, but cities, they have county taxes.
Yeah, sure. But that doesn't broadly explain where a company comes from, or like that company wouldn't. You're talking about like a very niche, like very aggressive expansion strategy from like a multinational or a very, very large corporation. You're like causing these preferential tax treatments, and when one state competes with another, it's not creating a company. That has nothing to do with it. These are totally disconnected ideas.
Well, there's been many cases where a company will not go to one county; it'll go.
Hello? Yeah, of course, because they're competing on. You might.
They're still in business.
Wait, so what's the point? But if we just lower taxes everywhere, that still doesn't answer the fundamental question.
I didn't say everywhere. I said we look at where the tax rates are at. If they're appropriate, we keep them as is. If they're not, we lower them.
What do you use to judge appropriability, though? Like that's actually.
Well, that's where I've always said that states need to do a better job of looking at monetary policy in their own state. We depend too much on the federal government.
Wait, what does that mean? Monetary policy in your state? So every state should have its own central bank, its own currency?
No. But we need to look. We need to look at what's being done on each state level. Every state looks to the federal government way too much. They just do.
For what? Like, what should they be looking at themselves for?
Well, many things, don't you think? Don't look at California universal health care. We got universal health care here. Every person can have universal health care. I don't know why other states aren't looking.
Wait, we have universal health care in California?
Yeah.
Wait,
it's
what?
free.
What does that mean? So every single person, if I go to Oakland or something,
if you make under a certain amount, you can get. So pretty much, if you can't afford it, they will give.
That's available in most states, and that's mainly like Medicare funded.
Yeah, are you talking about? Are you talking about Medicaid?
No,
it's Medi-Cal.
Medicaid, yeah.
Medi-Cal,
Medi-Cal,
yeah. I mean, it's
in California.
Is it the same thing, or is there a difference?
It's partially funded with federal funding, right? That's where most of it comes from.
That's very true.
Oh, fuck, I need to look at more on it. I'm skeptical. But...
I'm sorry. Okay, no, I'm not. I mean, trying to say is that states need to take a little more control.
Well, although if you do want to go that route, let's say that I grant all of that, which I'm almost positive this isn't true, because every time I've looked at the claim like that made, I'm almost positive it's true. But let's say that I grant you all of that. So would you be in favor of every state raising their state income taxes to the level that California's at? Because California,
if they find it appropriate, yes, I think that it's perfectly fine.
Nevada state tax is perfect.
Yeah, I mean, I think if the state like a state like Montana, for example, very small state, but they have a lot of land. If they say, hey, we need to bump it up 5 points, that is their governor, their legislator making that decision. I have no right in California to dictate that. Now, if the federal government, for some reason, says they're doing something illegal, like drugs and stuff, that's where the federal government can step in, or, something else, like, the FBI deals with child porn and stuff, like, what I'm saying? Like those types of issues, that's where the federal government can step in. But when it comes to, tax rates and stuff, why aren't the states doing this on their own? I don't understand why people
you want to see lower federal taxes and higher state taxes, ideally.
If the state,
great. So my follow-up question, because of that, I just want to make sure that was clear. If that's the case, how do you fund programs that are federal programs then if you're going to lower the federal tax rate? So if you're talking about universal healthcare, you're saying you don't want universal healthcare, you want functionally state-provided healthcare.
Yeah, to an extent. To an extent.
You want higher state taxes and lower federal taxes.
I've said with universal healthcare, I disagree with the Democrats. I think the best way to do universal healthcare is negotiating, like we've done with, for example, I've said this, military manufacturers. We go to the table with them and negotiate prices. For example, on stream one time, I talked about for 10,000 X-ray machines and 10,000 CAT scan machines. If negotiated, we could get it for $50 billion. Brand new, they can last 40, 50 years, some of these machines. So why are we going to these companies and making these deals and negotiating on it and then purchasing? That's all my point. When you do this, the system will ultimately be very cheaper and universal because of it. So yeah, people might have to pay a little bit, but it's going to be so low that people won't mind.
Well, the thing is that you're trying to say that like you want universal coverage, you want everybody covered, but even what you're advocating for, like the California system, still leaves 2.7 million people uncovered, right? Over 7% of the population isn't covered in California.
Well, because they make too much. That's the problem. That's where we might have to go on the state level and raise it, because I think it's 22,000 right now. So it might have to be buffed up with inflation and stuff.
So you don't want universal. You want an expanded functional Medicare, Medicaid.
When people talk about universal healthcare, they need to understand what are they really talking about. When I think about universal healthcare, I want it to be universally affordable for everybody and so cheap. I want us to negotiate prices with drug companies that are manufacturing the technology. We need to be going to the table with these people and getting the best price possible, like we do with jets. Why aren't we doing this?
Well, partly because Republicans have made it illegal for not Social Security, for Medicare, for instance, to negotiate drug prices. But
well, and again, I think there's certain issues that we need to really focus on, and doing that, negotiating, going to the table is something we are going to have to start doing in the future. Otherwise, prices are just going to get out of control, and I've been stating this for a while.
Can we ban lobbying? You can look at Republican states.
I've talked about lobbying.
The Obama administration offered more Medicaid aid to red states, and a lot of them declined it for political reasons.
Yeah, but the problem is the prices.
They don't give a shit about covering people.
Okay, but the prices aren't negotiated with these companies. Companies are going to get a blank check from the government, and they go, "Oh yeah, my machine still costs $10,000. I'm going to charge the government still $10,000." Why aren't we going to them and say, "Hey, you know what? I'll buy 10,000 machines at $5,000 a piece," and they go, "Well, why would we do that? Because we're buying in bulk."
Shit.
I mean, I don't understand why we're not doing that. If we're buying something in bulk and we're getting, it's just like with jets. All these warmongers, they love to run
health insurance. Wait, health insurance doesn't cover like MRI machines and shit like that. That's like cost like that the hospital eats up, right? When we're talking about like drug costs, we're talking about prescription drugs. That's like like other like general like medical practices, right?
But the cost is passed on through doctors' visits, hospital. All this cost is fixed into when you get that fat bill. They're upping their prices because these machines cost them so much. So if you go and you negotiate again, Boeing doesn't give a shit. They're happy to come to the table because they want that government money. But we're letting these companies just get away with, hey, here's a blank check, put whatever you want on there. It's not right.
I mean, I don't know what is the cost to make like a machine like that? Because what I imagine is happening is it is being inflated because they can.
Well,
right?
I mean, they're making a profit on it. And like I said,
the thing is that like that's the only reason the insurance companies, private insurance, exists, right? Is to extract a portion of the profit and of the money that you give them, right? And then they act as a middleman, take off a portion of the top, and then hand it to the people that actually provide you healthcare, right? If we just took away the middleman, if we took away private insurance and left private healthcare insurance only as like supplemental care, if we had like a universal plan that covered everybody and you can opt into like more coverage, like
just give him a blank check. Okay, I mean, give him a blank check and let him pit in.
No, we're not talking about giving blank checks. We're
Who's
talking
negotiating
about, like,
the prices?
allowing the government to actually negotiate these prices, not allowing companies like private insurers to like get away with like letting them charge like $30 for a Band-Aid and shit like that, right? These are things that should be regulated, and the only way to do this really is to take away the incentive to extract profit off the top of it.
Why are they charging $30?
Why are they charging $30?
Because the price that the hospital is quoting them is high because of what the hospital had to invest.
Because the hospitals know that they can get more money out of the insurance by charging them that, right?
No, it's because they had a high cost of overhead. That's why it's cost.
No. Insurance offers specific rates for certain things. I don't know if you like know this, but when I was doing a counseling firm, like there's a certain amount of money you will make for certain things. Okay, and it is pretty much you will make this money, and it's not like you can negotiate with a lot of like the insurance companies there. You will either make this money or you won't. So based on that is like how much money you're bringing in. Like like the insurance companies
talked about
high up on how much.
Yeah, but of course, but that does. But here's the thing: insurance companies are always going to have. You're never going to. The whole goal of insurance companies, like what Rajj said, limiting their lobbying power so they can't influence how much insurance can be given.
Limiting? How about getting rid of it?
Yeah. Universal healthcare would get rid of insurance companies.
I just don't know.
We can still have private insurance, but it would be supplemental care, right? You can opt out of like not opt out. You'd still have to pay into, right? But you can have your own private insurance if you want to, if you feel like it covers like what you want.
Loyal, don't you see something fundamentally wrong with for-profit entities with the interest of making money as their primary purpose, giving and providing health care for people? I mean,
why is that wrong? Wait, why is that wrong?
I disagree with that.
Yeah, that's a trick question.
Yeah, why is that wrong?
Okay.
Yeah,
because their interests are in making money and not
No, I know, but when I own a counseling firm, I still wanted to make money. It wasn't like I'm doing this for like just for nothing. I still do want to make money.
Why, Blake? You're helping. Why? They need. They need your help.
You want to help people, but
they need your help. They need mental help, Blake. Why?
I know. What do you
mean?
Why?
Why can't you do it for free? I don't understand. People need your help.
No, he agrees.
About
no,
doing
he
it for
disagrees.
free. It's about.
I don't think that they should.
They obviously have to cover their costs, right?
I'm not saying that they should do it for free. I just don't think that anybody. I just don't think they should be in business to begin with. That's
Why?
Yeah,
Blake,
you shouldn't be
a business.
extracting profit off of the top of it, right? You
I
should
think
be able
he's
to, like,
wording it
you should
wrong.
be able to
No,
fund
he's
your
not.
system enough to pay
think he
for
is.
it, right?
Rajj,
But
why?
not be extracting profit.
Wait,
wanna
but
ask
nobody's
Rajj.
going to
Rajj
start a
hasn't
business
spoke.
if there's no money to be made. It's
Yeah.
not like
Rajj,
That's why they
why
shouldn't
not?
do
You
it.
shouldn't
That's
be
why the
leaving this up
government
to
should
private
do it.
interest.
Yeah.
That's the whole argument, right?
Wait,
We
what
shouldn't
about
be
like
leaving healthcare
food
insurance.
or water? What do you mean? There's tons of things that are essential to people that we live with the private markets. Like all of our food comes from like private manufacturers and stuff. Like
Yeah, why do you
Well, yeah,
think it
and
should
a
be
lot
done
of
at all?
people go starving in the United States. Look, I would argue that we should like
That's not an
nationalize,
argument.
Like, some sort of, like,
Starvation is
the
not a
food
big
supply.
issue in the U.S.
I would make the
It's
same
not.
argument
It's
for
not,
like
Wes, but they
housing. We
say
should
it a lot.
decommodify housing and like, but like we're not even close to that. We are close to universal healthcare, and we can do it. Other countries
we're
do it all
nowhere
the time.
near universal healthcare. What do you mean?
Not even close.
We're
I
closer
don't
than
think
we've
so.
ever been. You could look at how many
We're at
Democrats on the
3%
stage
instead of
the Democratic
1%.
Party.
Pog, dude. That's not really an
No,
argument
you
either,
can look
by
at
the
like
way.
how many people on the Democratic stage right now running for president are championing Medicare for all. You can question their sincerity. You could say like, oh well, maybe Warren doesn't really fucking believe it.
So
but that's her
firstly, there's
fucking
only
plan.
one
That's what she
person
says.
pushing. There's only one person really strongly pushing it out, and that's Bernie Sanders.
And
like the rest of
championing
them aren't
for
even
it
really
doesn't
pushing
even
it.
mean that it could even fucking happen.
Yeah, and also this
Well,
is
no
literally
one's
the
gonna get
primary
anything
season, and that's still like a minority candidate, like that is pushing it. So the idea that we're really, really close when what we had before, the ACA, wasn't even that wasn't remotely any type of universal,
point is
and we
that
already
it's
dismantled
politically
part
viable.
of it. Like,
It is politically viable to come out and support these policies. Like the American people are more like open and like accepting of the idea of socialized healthcare than ever before.
Why do
right?
you
So
think
that
he's a
means that, like,
minority
if you're,
candidate?
If you're
That's the
able, you can use
Yeah,
that
it's
to
a good
like
point,
convince other senators to get on board with you and pass like policy, right? That's the whole point. It's politically viable. It didn't used to be like 20 years ago.
Destiny
And Rajj,
diversion.
I want to ask.
Why do you think?
Rajj? Oh, I want to ask because Rajj, after you addressed it, they went off. And I went, so Rajj, that the whole point of what you said is that it's collapses on itself because then you have people like Blake. Let's say Blake wanted to
Low
open
logic.
up a small practice.
I was trying to
Well,
slowly
because
move past that.
no, but he was quiet afterwards. I want to address the point out of respect for Rajj.
Go on, yeah, sure.
And so you have someone like Blake that wants to open up a small practice with 3 or 4 people that are, doing mental health. That's my point. Is that you might want to go after the big fish, but ultimately by going after the big fish, you're hurting the little fish like Blake that are trying to get a degree
wait.
and
Are you
help
talking
people.
about? Oh yeah, okay. I see
He
your
wants to
point.
go to mental
Yeah.
health services. That's my point, Rajj. So
Yeah,
I get what
okay,
you're
yeah.
saying. By going after the big guy, the big fish,
Yeah.
you're hurting the little fish.
True.
I see that. I can see that.
That's true.
I think insurance companies are probably honestly the bigger issues than it
That's
is.
why we got to
necessarily
lobbying
things.
for. Lobbying.
So-
Well, wait, hold on.
What?
I don't know what. Were you talking? Well, I guess it kind of goes into anything, right? So, like, if you say that insurance companies shouldn't be able to be profitable, then it trickles down and be like, well, then nobody that helps anybody should be profitable, sort of thing.
Yeah.
But if you have the insurance companies run by the government, then they don't need to be profitable. You remove the idea of it necessarily being a profitable business. So
That's what
unless
I
you
was
wanted
saying.
everything run by the government, which I don't know how
Do you
feasible it
really
is.
want the
for it
government to run our fucking healthcare? That's the part that scares me. The government
but
sucks
the
dick.
insurance-
But Wes,
They're really not good at running
You
things.
want the
It's really
insurance
popular.
companies to run your health
Thank
care.
you.
I don't want
Wes.
either.
But
I don't
there's
think
a
there's a
down-
better way, dude. No,
Yeah.
I don't know what
Then
to
what's-
fucking do.
Well, what I think I would much prefer the government to control my health care than the insurance company.
I prefer government to have a little bit of a hand in the healthcare system and insurance companies, but I definitely don't want the government to control it. And the way it is now, where they're out of control completely, isn't right either. Because
And-
either way is
let
fucked.
me give you an
Either
example,
extreme
okay?
is fucked.
So let me give you an example for mental health because I know this. Because I looked at doing a sliding scale for low-income people, which is the idea that you would charge less for people. The problem with doing a sliding scale is you actually get fucked by the insurance because whatever your lowest price is, you need to do that for everyone across the board. So they literally fuck you from being able to do lower prices for individuals who actually can't afford it. So I might do a sliding scale for someone who actually can afford it versus someone who can't, but I can't because the insurance company is literally going to fuck me.
This is something that I hear passed around as like a life pro tip on Reddit all the time, that like if you pay cash or whatever, they cut you big discounts and whatnot. In any place I've ever gone to buy like healthcare related stuff, I've never heard that before. No one has ever, like there was one lady that I spoke to once, and she said that it's possible that if I really needed help, she could fudge the numbers on like some low income qualification plan. But like that's the only way they do it. But the idea that like if you just pay cash, like, oh, you get these huge discounts everywhere. I'm talking a lot of shit right now. I could be wrong, but I've never seen that in any place.
I'm gonna be very careful, like how I say. I'm just gonna say I know a guy that pays his he pays his doctor to get his visits, and he makes it very affordable. So
I know a guy.
I'm pretty sure that's pretty illegal too. I'm just throwing
The only
doctor.
The only exception is that if there is a place that does this, then they don't take insurance to it because you can't
No, they
charge
do,
like
they do.
insurers.
You either don't take insurance and you do all cash, or you just accept the fact that some
Fucking
people are
love
going
that
to get.
phrase.
Yeah, but and to be fair, I can understand why, because to the insurance companies, it basically looks like you're fucking them. Like, oh well, yeah. So, but yeah.
I know a guy.
I think this talking point might come about because there are some instances where, like, if you aren't insured and you go and you get like some operation or whatever, you come out with a bill, and you look at the bill and it has like basically like the total, right? Or they'll have like some like charges laid out, but it's not like fully itemized. If you actually go to the hospital and you ask for an itemized bill, sometimes what they'll do is like things that they normally charge you exorbitant rates for, they'll actually lower because it's itemized. Like the Band-Aid example, right? So instead of like the insurance company charging you $30 like they would without an itemized bill, you would actually see the cost of the Band-Aid be like $3 or something like that, right? Like,
I'd be pretty surprised if that was true, but.
Well, no, it is true. Like there's been multiple examples of people.
I would be super curious to see that, because my understanding, just from what I know of like how corporations work, my time at the casino, is that the departments that handle like billing and itemization, all of that shit is so fucking disconnected. This sounds like a story that like a Redditor would have thought up of, where they're like, oh, like the hospital doesn't want you to know how much they're fucking. So the one guy that does the invoicing and handles the cost of like the internal markets and everything, and sets the prices for the hospital, and does it, that one guy is going to fudge reports. My guess is going to be that these departments are all so disconnected that would never happen. I would be shocked if like that was like a thing. We're itemizing that report. It's not for insurance though. It's for a dude. So make sure that you fudge those. Like, I would be shocked if like that actually happened. It could be wrong, but yeah.
Destiny, I want to ask you, because people in chat lost their fucking mind when you said it. Why do you think
What?
Bernie's a minority candidate?
He's barely moved past 26, 27 points in the polls. He's never going higher. He's hopelessly lost, but.
You don't think he'll
Wow. Why?
No, he's not. I'm starting to lean toward the same thing. I just don't.
Damn. Okay.
Who do you think is going to win the nomination for president, Destiny?
I mean, right now the front runner is Biden, and then it's a toss-up between like Warren or Buttigieg if they have like these massive breakout performances.
I don't think Buttigieg would. I think Trump would whoop his ass.
I mean, arguably Trump could whoop anybody's ass.
though, right?
Like, the only person that has the rhetorical chops or skill to like best Trump in a debate that looks good, in my opinion, is probably Bernie Sanders. Maybe Biden, depending on how he plays it. But anybody else like Warren or Pete, I think would get demolished by somebody like Trump in a debate.
Pete's got the charisma of a wet dish towel, in my
Yeah,
opinion.
Pete comes off as sounding like too much like an intellectual.
That's too kind of you.
Like, no, seriously, like he just he looks as a voter, as a like a representative of the general public, Pete looks weak. Period.
What about as a fellow gay man?
He looks weak. Period.
Wow.
It has nothing to do with his sexuality whatsoever.
He's just a weak gay man. He has nothing to do with him being gay.
Because
you know what sucks about Pete is Pete's too nice. He's too nice.
Yeah, and I'm just giving you the like the perspective of like what a voter would see, and it has nothing to do with his sexuality whatsoever. There's many gay men that don't look weak. It has nothing to do with that at all. You know, in fact, if I were to look at Pete, he doesn't fit like the quote unquote stereotype. So like, I don't know. I don't even know how you could get to that conclusion that like you would judge that he would be weak for being gay. It's not. I wouldn't even say that.
One time,
I think it'd be hard to get there.
I just think he's too nice. I can't imagine him sitting on stage and debating Trump. That's the truth.
I want to run a test here. I want to see if one by one, each person can say who is the worst candidate running without anyone else talking at the same time and not losing their fucking mind. Killer Steven, who do you think's the worst candidate running right now?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, just
Klobuchar.
That's not fair. He took all of our answers.
Is she still in it? Yeah.
Killer Steven, who do you think's the worst in the Democratic?
Bernie.
Really?
Rajj, you fucking ruined it. Blake, who is it? I know that people can't do this.
To be honest, I don't know. I just look for the person who I want to vote for. To be honest, otherwise I think it's fucking hopeless.
Fuck off, you shill. Destiny, who is
I know.
it?
Fuck it. Fuck it.
Are you asking me who I hate the most, or who is at least like
the worst?
Who's the
Yeah, your
worst?
personal vendetta. Like, who's the
Destiny
worst?
just doesn't want to say the same
You
thing.
can't elaborate, motherfucker. One
Oh,
word.
oh, easy one. I'm sorry. Tulsi Gabbard. Fuck.
Oh,
mine.
Is she?
I guess that does count still.
Wait, is she still in? I thought she was out.
Thanks, TFR Raven. My wife and I asked
She
her.
hasn't officially dropped out.
She just
Why
didn't
the fuck
qualify
is
for the last
Buttigieg
debate.
even polling high?
Because
down
he's
there with
likable, he's
Steyer and
nice.
Yang.
Raj,
He's
really a nice
adorable.
guy. Yeah, he's a nice guy. I mean,
Who
people,
gives a nice? I don't want a
I knew
nice
it wouldn't
guy
work.
running for
But people
president.
like
Vote
that.
for Trump.
I knew it
also
wouldn't
like
work.
Guy.
There's no way
He's a
that would
smart
ever
guy.
get
Listen,
through.
Pete's a smart guy. His policy plans are usually like pretty decent. The way that he like talks about things is pretty intelligent. But he's never going to get a minority vote, so he's.
I think,
fucked.
I think it's going to be a while for him to get back to the stage.
Okay, I have one last serious topic, and I want to end on a meme topic. Okay, this one.
Hell yeah.
I want you to pay attention
Holy
not pay
shit,
attention.
I've been here the whole time.
Yeah, look at you, Raj.
Oh, and also, real quick, everybody that's triggered about my Bernie take, I put 850 on him losing the nomination. If you fucking feel so strong about this shit, you're a fucking public commentator, go put some fucking money on it. I bet on stream, you're so fucking confident. There's 4-1 odds right now. You put 850 on it, you'll win fucking, what is it?
That's
It'd be
$1,800.
$632, $400. You'll $3,400 for
Oh,
you.
really?
You can bet on that. Where?
Oh, 4-1. 4-1.
Where do you bet on it? Like ACR?
Predict it. We'll let you bet up to $850. Yeah, if you're so confident that Bernie will win,
Holy
then fucking go
shit.
bet on him, guys. Put your money where your mouth is. If you're confident, fuck it.
Okay, last one. This one has a little bit of backstory. So, the New Hampshire Secretary of State is currently under fire for not accepting cybersecurity help from federal or state agencies concerning the primary election voting. He claims the pencil can't be hacked, and instead he contracts with private vendors to perform security tests. So my question kind of goes back to tampering we've seen before was the reason I wrote this question. When it comes to election tampering, do you believe he's actually making the right move, trusting private vendors, since concern has been raised from like a federal level of tampering, for example, like Trump and Russia and the collusion bullshit from the past election?
I think the private market is always better than the government solution.
Those
Well,
voting
my
systems
question-
are awful.
Yeah, I would say my question would be: Is this third party vetted by the government? Like, are they checked to make sure they have
They
standards?
said that there was no audit.
Then
It
I
is
would say
Putin
not.
Security
But again-
International.
Yeah, I mean, if that company's not vetted in any way, then that really opens it up to companies like taking form and then saying, "Hey, market us, we're cheap," you know. So
Who do you think's a
I
bigger
just
danger?
I don't see these machines solving any problem, right?
No,
like,
they
the
create
way that we do
problems.
paper ballots already is like super secure. Like,
Yeah.
there's really no huge problem with election fraud or anything like that.
Yeah, if you
so
want
I
to
don't
fuck
know what
Raj
issue we're
Patel,
having
just
here.
Twitch
Yeah,
Prime. Isn't that how you do it, Raj?
There have been so many sexual advances made on me in the Twitch
See,
chat
this is
tonight.
why you
It's
should
been
keep your cam on. You're a hot
alarming.
fucking
Jesus
dude.
Christ.
You would make so much more money just because a
I
whole bunch of
don't-
gay
I
dudes
don't-
want to fuck you.
come on, hey Raj, I can appeal to your family, buddy. You're single. I can appeal to your family.
Wait, you want me? Are you trying to fuck me too, Loyal? What's
No.
Jesus Christ.
Look?
TwitchCon is
I
gonna
don't
be
keep-
interesting
I don't
this
keep
year.
I don't keep my camera off because I'm insecure. I just keep it off just because
You're the host.
you're.
I'm the host. I
don't know.
like being a more interactive host though, because I think you
No, I
can
keep
direct
it off because
conversation a
I
lot
usually-
well as a
I
host.
usually like to. I've never been. I've been off camera for quite some time. Like I started to streaming in 2013, and
I'd
obviously.
clap Raj's cute
wasn't-
cheeks, no homo. See, I got a Twitch Prime out of that. People want to fuck you, Raj. I'm making money because of how of a sexy gay man you are. God, thank you, Raj. I'm using your
So-
sexuality for my own personal gain. Shout out, just chatting, dude.
You know, but yeah, I just haven't been on camera very much from the time I started. I've been streaming since 2013 and only started coming on camera. I think starting in like 2017 is when I
No,
started.
you did great tonight.
Yeah, because it would have destroyed your character back then. Because no one actually
Yeah.
knew if you were in. I remember when I first came on the Raw show, no one actually knew you were a white guy, and I was like, "Are you guys fucking?"
Yeah, I
stupid?
know. It was so stupid. I was so immature. I was just dumb. I
That's
just.
fine.
I just.
I
it
don't
was a
think
part of
I
the
had a
journey,
conversation about
suppose,
this.
but-
I don't think you did anything wrong with the last name or the accent. I don't think you were making racial stereotypes or anything like that. You just had a character that you wanted to be an Indian guy. So I don't
any
white knight you,
acting
but you didn't
offers?
do anything fucked up with the
You
whole
getting
persona.
acting offers because you played it off. You played it off great. Man.
Well, I grew up. See, people don't know where it came from. I grew up in a predominantly Indian neighborhood, I should say, and I'm not going to use the cliched, "Oh, I had an Indian friend," so you know. But it came about from my friend and I used to do prank calls. My Indian friend and I used to do prank calls, and we used to alternate doing the accent and the prank as RajjPatel. And I took that pranking and trolling to the internet, and that's where it came from.
Nice.
Yeah. So
Ownage pranks. That's immediately what I thought of.
Even
That's
though
my
I'm not
favorite
an Indian
YouTuber.
guy, I'm like Irish Lebanese, but
Irish. What a weird mix. I get people fuck if they want to fuck, I guess.
Well, you kind of try to play
Lebanese
like a
people
more
are pretty-
neutral, like a more. You
Why is
try
it
to play like a more neutral like host or moderator, right? So like
I
I'm sure
have-
not having your camera on like kind of helps that.
my
as well, right?
my philosophy of shows in general is you have to maintain, like as a host, you have to maintain your neutrality. That's like my philosophy.
Yeah.
Because
and not having your camera on kind of helps.
Because as soon as I become biased and I start attacking people that are on my show and like siding with other guests, then like I'll start like isolating those people. And
Yeah,
they
Wes.
won't wanna come
Well, hold
on.
on. Fuck off. This show is not even that decisive. It's just people who can have conversations about it. There's very little like shit. If anything, I do the shit talking
I'm
because I
fucking
think
with
it's
you,
more
bro.
fun.
I love this show.
Shut up, Dick Ryder. Okay.
Yeah, sure. I mean, look, hold on.
Sorry.
I want to point to what fucking CX Network said in the chat, and you can tell probably.
Oh,
a lot
here
by
we
his
go.
fucking name.
Call him out.
But what? Raj is biased. Yeah, every fucking human being is biased. You
Wrong,
stupid
I'm not.
fuck.
Yes, you
Everybody's
are.
biased. Everybody has
Okay.
biases. Of course.
What a bait.
Of course, I'm biased. Of course. Like, you really think I agree with all the like a lot of the shit that people say on my stream? I just don't talk.
Yeah.
I just don't.
Exactly.
I don't let my
You're
biases.
pretty well at hiding your bias, but sometimes
Yeah,
it
so
does
I
come
hide
out.
my bias.
Like
Right,
it came
yeah,
out today a little bit
I
when we were
let it-
talking
I
about
let it
some
slip
shit.
out a little bit, like when
Yeah.
I attacked Lectured Fan for saying he was a Christian yet advocating for policies.
And then you
that
did
are-
the same thing to Loyal Logic.
And I did the
I
same
didn't
thing to
care.
Loyal Logic.
No, it's
and
just
I
it was
still
just
believe-
repeated again. I was like, oh god, here we
You probably heard it on
fucking go.
Hassan's stream, and he's like, "Oh, this is a good one. I'm gonna go tell all my
Yeah.
friends this."
My boyfriend Hassan taught me so much about politics.
What I like about
No, I've
you,
always thought
Raj,
that. I've always thought that. I've always thought that it was.
But Raj,
hypocritical.
what I like about the way you talked tonight, it was you and you were honest. Like, I don't hate it when people attack me if they're honest about it. I hate it when they're dishonest. That's where I get really kind of upset, and I'm like, I don't want to engage with you. You
Yeah, of
did it in
course.
an honest way, you know. So I'm like, hey,
Well,
I'll engage with you.
I still wonder. Well, in your particular case, I still wonder why you're a Republican, because I think that
No, we're not getting back into that.
I'm wondering that.
Just hit me up. We'll talk.
Yeah,
bud, if
talk
you
later,
want.
even
dude.
Killer
We've been on that
Stevens wondering
forever.
that, right?
Oh yeah, he always says no. It's a meme.
religious?
He says that he says that to me
It's
every.
just a meme.
Well, I
Steven, are you
normally, I mean,
religious?
nah. I mean, I was raised very Christian, but I never like felt anything. Never really considered myself religious.
Boy, you let me ride that mustache, and I'll send you
I
to
would
fucking
much
God.
rather- I would much
Show me
rather,
God,
like,
Wes.
Yeah.
I would much rather like these like evangelical, you know, and like really super religious types. I would much rather them just support Trump, do their thing, but stop trying to drag their fucking religion and paint him as like I saw
They
this one
can't do that.
ridiculous thing. I think it might have been a meme, but it was a picture of the spirit of Jesus, like a ghostly figure.
Trump
of Jesus Christ.
retweeted some shit like that, didn't he?
Yeah.
Didn't Trump
Holding-
retweet it?
Holding the pen behind Trump's back.
Fucking
And
idiot.
behind Trump as he signed in legislation. Like, is this
I
really your
love
man
those
of God?
memes.
Like,
I mean,
he's
That's
violated
like
probably every like
Multiple
everything
wives.
that the-
Talked
that
about wanting to.
Christianity
Says his
stands
daughters are
for
hot.
morally.
But the thing though is that he's passing judges like fucking crazy, right? He went after the Supreme Court. He passed judges there. That's what evangelicals fucking care about at the end of the day. They can say, "Hey, this is like this guy sucks," but he's getting us like these
He's getting what you
conservative
want.
religious judges that are going to
True.
pass what we want later
That's
on.
true.
And again, that's what I
So-
said at the beginning, Raj. It's politics, and
Do
that's
it.
why I have to separate your religion and personal out of it. I say that on my stream all the time. I have to do that because otherwise I become a partisan hack, and I never argue against my own side.
All right. My last question.
What's your meme topic?
Is this the meme question?
Yep. There was some news that came out about the Epstein suicide. Okay. So apparently,
Oh, that was the meme question?
Okay, there's a real meme question for New Frogs. I'll get to that right before you leave. But this one is kind of memey. So the footage of his suicide attempt somehow got accidentally permanently deleted. As they also had a backup, and all of that was deleted. So with more and more evidence like this coming out, seeming a little fishy, do you think he killed himself? Do you think he was murdered, and have you switched since the first day news came out?
Epstein didn't kill himself. It was on Hillary's server, and it got acid washed.
I will say, you never know, dude. Accidents happen, bro.
Yeah, I love Hillary Clinton. I love Bill Clinton. And he did not kill himself. I don't have any association with these guys, but Epstein did kill himself.
Were there another like
burnt
guards
it's
that
like,
were guarding that hard
I
drive?
wonder if Epstein's even
There was two.
Me
There was
too.
two.
I think he could be alive.
Again.
That's true.
Yeah.
He could be alive.
He's on a beach fucking kid somewhere. I swear to God, dude.
He's hanging out with fucking Tupac, smoking blunts and writing albums.
Where is that
It's either
fucking
the most
island? The
highly
hidden island.
convenient negligence of like suicide ever.
But there's so many tiers to it. It keeps
That's
happening.
like a bad so hot.
Brothers.
It's like
I can't wait for the movie.
it's
I
fucked.
can't wait for the movie. The movie
Oh
is
yeah,
gonna be
they
great.
better get Coen Brothers. Yeah.
Dude,
It's
whoever
gonna be
comes
great.
up with like a movie about it, if it's well done, it could be unbelievably good. Like such a good cult
Because
classic.
everybody's gonna watch the movie and be like, "This is so far fetched. This is absolute horseshit. How would people not catch on to this? Why would anybody fall for that?" And then they're gonna look back at us and be like, "Man, you guys were stupid."
But dude,
Yeah,
there's
people say the
got
same thing about electing Trump.
there's got to be a director out there good
Like
enough.
Passion of the Christ too.
What about the guy who made Inception? He could make it believable somehow.
Yeah.
What's his name?
Dude, Epstein
Christopher
could come
Nolan.
back from
Christopher
the fucking
Nolan
dead
could
and
do
go
that,
full
dude.
Punisher on like the Clinton Foundation or some shit. Like,
Oh, Punisher season 3, Epstein.
Imagine the twist though if he came out and like if he was like Snowden and he was in Russia and he came out with a video and he said, "I'm alive." Oh my!
Holy shit, that'd be awesome.
I think
that would be awesome.
Wow.
Fuck yeah.
What a
dude.
twist.
Too bad
What a
he's
Plot
dead.
twist.
Okay.
Plot twist. James O'Keefe puts it out with Project Veritas, and everybody says it's not true.
So nobody believes it.
Nobody believes it.
All right, I got one last. This is the final question before we start saying our outros. Okay. Has anyone here been on this? Destiny's been on the Degencast. Fuck. Who's new? It's
Me.
Rajj, Blake, Killer Steven, Rational Disconnect. Okay. Rational Disconnect. Have you ever eaten your own cum?
Ooh,
Have I
like
ever
this
eaten
stuff.
my own cum?
Why or why not?
I have.
I tasted my own cum.
Oh
I've
my god,
never
I
eaten
really
my
want
own
to come
cum.
in my mouth. Sorry, I know this question wasn't about me, but I love cum a lot.
Okay. I'll
Like,
get to
all
you
your
next,
voting
Raj.
credit?
Jesus
It's convenient
Christ.
for you. You got good access to
Oh
it.
my God. So you've only
Yeah, but
tasted
the problem.
it.
See, there's a fundamental problem with eating your own cum, and that is by the time you get to a point where you're ready to eat it, it's not tasty anymore. You know what I mean?
I have no
You
idea
lose-
what
you come.
That's what I would have said. It might sound like a good idea until it happens.
Dan, excuse me. I'm sorry, Dan. Dan.
I need
Dan
to
can't
see
take
his
this.
Oh, Raj, you're the
nuanced
perfect
take
person
on
for this
cum.
question.
Hold on. See, back when Dan was younger, being gay was illegal, so he just can't take it.
It's not illegal anymore? Are you serious? Wait, are you serious? Wait, it's not
Dan
illegal.
can't handle it. So, so the thing is, you know, like you achieve that nut clarity, like
Oh god, you're like, I don't care about this anymore.
exactly. Like,
Gotcha.
see,
Yeah.
kinda, so I've done this before. This is disgusting for anybody that.
I'm listening.
Are you listening?
Yeah, I am.
This might
keep
grow
going,
people
Raj.
out, but, like,
It's
No,
finally
go ahead,
becoming
Raj.
Degen at the end.
Yeah,
If
I like
you're-
to end it in degenerative
If you're
style.
interested in a little taste, you know, sometimes you gotta like maybe. God, this is actually disgusting.
Say it,
Oh,
pussy.
I want to hear
Say
more
it, you
about the
pussy.
businessman Raj. I respect you, Raj. Go ahead.
You probably gotta like, you know, you gotta like half.
Half cum? What is a half
You
cum?
gotta still enjoy it, you know, while you still have the you know.
Raj, you're the perfect guy for this question because I'm assuming. Have you ever eaten another man's cum?
Yes.
Do you prefer eating another dude's cum instead of your own cum?
Of course.
Oh,
yeah. Well,
fuck.
I don't think anybody enjoys like the taste of it. It's not. Doesn't
No,
taste
that's
very
what I'm
good.
saying. Well, I know some people who fucking love that shit.
I don't like the taste of it. I don't think anybody does.
But this,
I
I
think
usually have
it's just- I think
straight
more-
men.
It's
Why?
more of a visual thing more than.
I've never
anything.
had a girl say no, and I've had tons of dudes say they've never eaten their own cum. And I'm not sure if they're liars or they're pussies, but it's one of the two. Blake, have you eaten your own cum?
No.
Why
no.
not?
Destiny, have you?
Okay, so I've
All the
thought
time,
about
right?
it. I will say that far. I've thought about it because I've been like, I really want to make sure at least it tastes good, and maybe I should eat some more fruit or something like that. But I can
Like
never
quality control.
Yeah, like quality.
I don't think you need to like fucking
quality
control.
But I could never bring myself to do it. I guess I'm just a pussy.
What the fuck?
Oh, come on,
I'll
Dan.
accept
You know
that.
you have.
You are a pussy.
No,
Dan,
I think Rajj hit the nail on the head. Like you might think about it and be like, maybe it seems like a good idea, and then when you're done and you finish and you're looking at this filth in your hand, you're like, it doesn't seem like a good idea anymore.
Like, well, I mean, this is what kills me. Like, okay, Dan, do you eat ass?
Listen, I'm reminded now of when you're like beating off and you fucking when you're done and you look at what you're beating off to and you're like, I'm a disgusting.
You hate yourself so much.
What went wrong in my life? That's like that's just tough.
I need a fucking timer to auto, like it's synced up to my dick the second I come and auto closes the window, because after you come and then you have to close the window, you hate yourself so much because you get one more look at it and you're like, fuck, I'm an awful
on
person.
this now, because when I was younger I felt that way, but I don't really feel any shame after I jerk off. Like I don't really feel any shame.
What kind of shit do you jerk off to? Because I jerk off to really fucking weird
Well,
stuff.
maybe I don't really jerk off to that much fucked up shit. It's
Yo,
traditional stuff.
What?
You know, maybe some POV stuff. You know, maybe a little.
Oh, nice.
I don't know.
Hey, I can tell you. Do you know what's really dangerous? Okay, I had to get rid of it. Okay.
Autoerotic asphyxiation.
No, hold on. Okay, if you guys haven't tried it, try it, but be careful. Okay, virtual reality porn.
It's the worst.
No, well, hold on.
It's
Let me say why it's
fucking
good and why
creepy.
it's bad.
Okay.
It's good because you're there. You look around, you see what's going on. It's amazing. The bad part is, after a while, you're doing it, and you realize that if anyone walks in the room, there's you with this thing on your head going like this. You don't see them, and you're going to fucking town. It's way too much. You can't be in the know. It's way too
Anxiety.
Dan, when I do it, I've only ever tried it
You have
once,
to have
and
your
I
senses
hate it.
about you, know, to
It
react.
felt like I was
Exactly. Dude, when you're married or you've been married for a while, you're a fucking cat, dude. You're over here. You're trying to get a quick one out. You hear something.
You're hearing out.
I'm on my fucking spreadsheets instantly.
It
Should've
feels like
started
you're
with this
fucking
topic.
a giant. When you're in a
I
VR
don't
porn,
understand,
you're
Dan,
fucking a
Dan,
giant.
we don't. Most of us don't jerk off in our fucking living room. I don't know why you're.
I'm not in my fucking living
Like,
room.
because nobody.
That's
Wait,
not a
people
good
jack
example.
off in their bed.
Usually we're
I
in a
always jack
safe
off at my
space, Dan.
computer.
That, like,
That's like the right.
Like one of the first
You
things you
jerk
do
off
when
on
you're
the
about to
computer
jerk
you
off
stream
is you
on? That's
establish the
risky
most
shit.
common point of entry,
course.
and you secure that
Virtual
door.
desktop.
Right?
Oh, I'm sorry, Raj. Like, it would be nice if like I had keys to my own place and no one else had them. But if you have the fucking VR mask on and you have the fucking like 5-way
Yeah,
digital
you're rich.
audio
Just
coming
make
in
a
and
room
shit
that
happening.
locks. I don't
5-way?
understand. How hard is
Yeah,
it?
or putting like a door stop on
Imagine
the
not having Omni
Then
audio.
how am I going to explain that? My wife tries to come in here trying to open the door. I'm
Tell her
here
it's a
beating off with
storm
this thing on
shelter.
my fucking face. Hey, babe,
Yeah,
what's
I don't
going
know.
on? I thought
Dan,
you were
Dan,
dead.
You're just gonna have a conversation with
Dan,
your wife.
just tell her you were
jerking off.
jerking off. You have
Yeah, you
no
need that time.
Listen. When you're married for a while, all right, some things to yourself, all right?
I have a fucking question. I'm tired of being called
I
a brony
want
by my chat.
that to be a secret
Oh, I know.
when I do it and when. Okay,
I know
don't wanna
why,
have
because-
shit
Does
on
that
the
add
computer.
an element to it that it's that anxiety?
I
Of like,
don't
oh, am I
want
gonna
it-
get caught?
I don't want
Adding
this whole thing
experience?
on the schedule where I'm like, oh, sweetheart, it's 2 p.m. Do you want to go play with yourself right now? Okay, I'll catch you
What
later.
the fuck?
No, I want this shit on the DL. Okay.
Dan, why don't you just say you have a phone meeting and then put like a recording on speakerphone and then put on some headphones and then just do your thing?
That might kill the vibe.
5-head, dude.
Listen, this is way
He's
too much.
listening to a
This is
business
way
call?
too much. Listen, you can't see this, but right now. Oh, hold on, maybe you can see this. All right, so right now the solution is I have a full camera setup. All right,
Holy
I'm watching.
shit.
I'm watching for everything that's coming
my
in here
God.
from every direction. Okay, that's why. So what happens?
Bro, your face is
What happens is you're jerking off. You're doing the quick 180 shit like that.
Oh my god.
You gotta put the porn monitor on top of those, and then you just look down.
Oh my
It's a lot more
god.
I
convenient.
can't put screens below my screen. I got too many screens as it is. All right, it's complicated.
12 monitors. Okay.
Yeah,
All right. Anything else you boys want to cover before we wrap this up?
Just your face.
That's another question.
Sorry. It was Degen.
Fuck off.
Oh man,
All right.
I don't know.
Now
Mine
Can we
was-
talk about this worrying trend that like people like Rajj support,
Like what?
Which is people that masturbate. They no longer masturbate at their computers. They use their fucking phone.
I hate that.
Yeah.
I love jerking off on my computer.
No, you
It's
know what?
the best.
You know what, Destiny? I'm gonna say.
I'm with Raj.
Fuck you. Okay, this is why. Okay, let me tell you why, Destiny. The reason why I jerk up in my bed, in the comfort of my bed, is because it's a more realistic scenario in which, like, a place where I'd have sex. I'm not gonna have sex in my computer chair. I mean,
Why
maybe
not?
you are.
It's comfortable.
No,
I
I'm not.
mean, you can.
I like to jerk off in places that I would have sex. I don't know, like in an airport bathroom.
What?
Well, maybe like a private. Never mind.
Why is it the first thing that came to mind?
Great.
Okay,
Now there's
so-
cameras in the bathrooms.
Just
Wait,
know
are they-
what Raj is doing when he's on in the.
No, like, okay, I've jerked off like I've jerked off in, like, you know, one of those like private bathrooms in the airports. You know what I'm talking about? Is that illegal? Can I not do that?
Yeah,
Who
it
cares?
is.
Statute
Is
of
it illegal?
limitations or some
I
shit.
think so.
I vape in airport
I think
bathrooms. I, don't
technically
give
it's
a
illegal
fuck.
to
I
like
break the
jerk off in a
law.
lavatory of a plane too. I've done that before.
What? Why?
That's illegal?
Yeah, somebody.
Maybe
told me
after
that it's
9/11
illegal
when
to
everyone
jerk
got so
off in a-
fucking sensitive.
Yeah. I'm so sorry. I love that.
Not like a public, not in like a stall, you know, not like a stall, but it's just like in a place in London or whatever. Like they have those big bathrooms.
Wait, why are we talking about that?
I don't even know how we got here.
I don't know.
What the
I
hell's
don't.
our
I truly don't know. This is what happens when there's no structure. I just let it release.
Well, I mean, you kind of started it when you asked us if we ate our own cum. I mean, it was like a transition. You
It's
kinda
my favorite part of the
Yeah,
show,
no,
dude.
exactly.
Where did you think that was going
But
to
I
end
think the
up?
more interesting question is like, where's the most awkward place you guys have ever jacked off at?
In an airport bathroom.
In the car while driving.
The awkward part was that Raj was in the pediatric care section.
Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yo, you're with Elon Musk, aren't you, Raj? You son of a bitch.
No,
You're in that tunnel with all them kids.
No, my grandma was in the hospital. Oh, that's so fucked up.
I jerked off outside my grandfather's funeral in the car.
Really?
Yeah, I was
ever
just.
stay at home. You ever stay home at like a relative's house, like for like you're visiting or something, and like you want to jack off, but you don't want to also feel guilty that you're jacking off at like your grandmother's house or some shit?
No.
That's fucking awkward.
No.
I think
For
all
me,
guilt goes out the window.
I
when
fucking
you're
hate my
alone.
relatives. I just want to jerk off. I want my relatives to walk in on me jerking off. Be like, yeah, you fucking like, get out of my room. That feels awesome, dude. That was last year with the fuck
me,
West. I
if-
was horny.
Somebody said
if
use
it's
the
your
car.
relatives, they'll probably.
Yeah, I did it once while I was driving.
I did it once while driving, but I didn't do it for it to be like good. It was like I was
West
on a
of-
long ass drive, like 9-10 hour drive.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm going to fall asleep, and I'm like, fuck, just slapping my face, putting all the windows down, blaring music. And I'm like,
Jerk it.
I'm still gonna fall asleep. Like, fuck it, I'm just gonna try it. Does this?
I have been Pavlovianly conditioned to get horny when I leave Austin, Texas. So the first time I left Austin after I went down there to see some friends, I was so bored I watched porn the whole way home. Now every time I drive home from Austin back to Denton, I get incredibly erect and I almost always want to jerk off. And it,
Yeah, wait,
it's
hold
so
on.
strange.
Did you jerk off the night after you dropped me off?
I didn't because I had to look at your fucking
your phone
face
was
last.
dying, right?
No, it's because I couldn't get the thought of your ugly fucking mug out of my brain. And it
Really?
Just, it ruined
Wait,
my...
you just called me sexy like multiple different times.
Yeah, you're sexy if I was gay, but you're ugly as fuck because I'm straight.
Oh, okay.
It's just logically. I don't fuck men, okay? I fuck
Oh,
real
yeah.
good.
Okay.
I
You know,
fuck real good.
something I've noticed, Raj, is like over half your stories end with "Oh fuck, this was terrible," or like start with that. Like that's like you start like over half. You're like,
What do you
"Oh
mean?
fuck!" Like
Give
you
me an
think about the
example.
story and you're about to tell it, and you're like, "Oh fuck, this is terrible."
Well, because usually something that'll make people laugh, it's like more shocking, right? So that's probably why. Because like it's a story that ends like really like normal. That's not very funny to tell or fun to tell, you know. So, but give me an example.
Like jacking off in the plane.
Yeah, I mean, it felt really good. I mean,
Yeah.
A lot of
I'm
things
just saying
feel
you
really
start
good.
like
They're
every
also
single-
illegal.
I didn't think it's that bad. Like that's something
It
that
was a
I
little
can see
bumpy,
doing.
and I had to
I'm like,
climb
you know
to the
what?
toilet.
That seems
It's kinda hard.
reasonable.
Wait, has nobody jacked off on the clock? Well, it's like nobody been like, fuck this,
Oh,
dude.
while
I'm
working,
taking
you
a
beat your
10. I'm
dick.
going to the restroom and locking the door.
I think there's something more.
Oh, at work?
Jacking off on the clock.
I have, yeah.
It's kind of genius.
Hell yeah, dude. Getting paid to jerk off.
Us streamers can't jack
You think
off
pooping
the
on
clock.
company time's awesome? Try jerking on company time. I have my cam level at a perfect level, or put at a certain level, so I can bring my balls and dick out because I need air a lot of the time. Because I stream for a long time. Right now I can whip my balls and dick out, no one would see.
Wait a second. I can hold on. Okay, here you go. You ready? If you do this, you are fucked in the head.
Oh, okay.
I just recently found out some people do this. I don't understand. Some people
Nervous.
masturbate by just pulling out their dick.
Oh, like
and they leave their
flexing your
balls.
muscles?
No. They pull their dick, but they leave their balls like tucked into their pants.
Oh yeah, dude, you have to have free ball movement.
How can
especially
you?
if
I
you're
feel like
left,
if you were to
cut.
do that, I'd be worried about
Oh.
choking like your dick off and like something getting atrophied.
That makes you a psychopath. If you don't free your
I think
balls
that
when
is
you're
actually
jerking
like
off,
a
you're serial
psychopathic
killer.
test.
I
Yeah,
agree.
holy shit.
Yeah,
There
they
they
said every serial killer's always done that, dude. That's fucked up. No
That's
human
like trying to
being
jerk
did
off like
that.
under your pants. Like that just doesn't work. Dude. You gotta let
Yeah,
that shit
you're just
fucking-
like
you gotta let
stroking
it
your
free, dude.
cock through a pant hole, like on the side, on a bulge. That's fucking weird too.
It's not natural.
That's what.
Why didn't you open with this question, Wes? This
Because
is
then
more
we would
fun.
never would have gotten back on topic. We would have been talking about this for 4 hours, and then everyone would be uncomfortable. After about 10, 15 minutes, these kind of topics, people are just like, Jesus.
This makes
Christ.
people uncomfortable. I feel like I've learned so much more about all of you in the last 10 minutes than I did in the previous, 4 hours?
I run a lot. Some shows are very degenerative. We get drunk and talk about fucked up things, and I run this one show that's supposed to be talking about like higher knowledge topics.
Is it going to go back to Degen, or are you?
No, I just need a better name for Degencast. I just don't have a good one. I want to
Get me on the drunken one of these days. I'm down.
Yeah, get me on one of those.
Yeah,
dude.
Fucked Up Fridays
I talk
is
enough
that
with
show.
I talk enough with these political Andes all the fucking time. dude.
Yeah.
I need other people to meme with.
Yeah, I'll invite you for.
Well, the problem
Fucked
is
Up
I don't
Fridays.
fucking drink. So
Yeah, then you're
it's
not
like-
invited. The best thing about drunk
now we
streams.
know why you're Republican.
Yeah.
Is that it?
Well, I drink. I just don't drink a
You don't
lot.
party?
I party hard. What the fuck are you talking about?
Dude, the drunk streams are so much fun because a lot of streamers have like a persona that they hide behind, and they won't let their true words come out. But for some reason, every time they get drunk, they'll say the wildest shit. So it just makes
I
it's
drank
easiest
on stream
content.
one time. I drank on stream one time. Is that Killer State? Because they always kept roasting me on the Friday show. I never drink, so I
Yeah.
drank.
I just don't invite people.
That's
who
the
don't
only
drink.
round table is get people
I've seen
together
your
and get
Fucked Up
drunk and
Friday,
talk shit.
I would be so fucked.
You gotta get
so
fucked up.
Blake, you totally should, dude. I bet you'd have a good
Oh god, fuck.
I make entire drinking games where I have a
Do
wheel
it.
called the Wheel of Drinking,
Do
and every
it.
time it lands on
Yeah.
something, we do a different drinking game. It's insane, but it's a total
I
blast.
have not drank in a
What if I
pretty
just hit a
long
bong
time, so
instead?
No, I
That
hate
was
that
fucking
cringe.
funny.
People are like, "Oh,
You
take
gotta
a
drink
every
the bong
time."
water.
No, getting high doesn't make you funnier or more sociable. It just makes you uncomfortable and weird. Okay.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Hey, speak for yourself.
No, dude. Well, I've tried that. I've tried weed smokers. Every single time, they're not conducive to the conversation. They're not like involved in what we're doing.
True.
It's
I
like,
hate
bullshit.
weed
Didn't you have,
smokers.
like,
no,
That's worse.
that's not what I'm saying. But it's like
Weed
when you put
smokers
a
suck.
dude who's super
I
stoned around a
honestly
bunch of
haven't
drunk
smoked
people,
weed
it
in
doesn't
2
work.
days.
Nice, Raj.
No, you mean like I haven't smoked like a full fucking
Bowl?
joint or
No,
whatever,
I
right?
haven't,
But
I
you,
haven't smoked weed in 2 days.
you haven't taken a
Is
single
that why you're?
hit.
Not a single hit in 2 days.
Wow. Okay.
Wow.
Congratulations.
Good
I
luck
did take
taking
a
work to
But does that include
Okay.
edibles and?
Wait, you didn't take a what?
A Benadryl.
Warchecks was good. He was
Damn,
okay.
dude, calm
It
down.
makes me
Greg.
drowsy. So I pop a Benny every once in a while, you know?
Dude,
Wait,
just get
Steven,
the
you're the only
melatonin
person I
tablets.
didn't
That
ask.
shit
Have
Yeah,
you eat your own cum?
melatonin
Works
works
wonders.
so good. Oh my god, melatonin's like, oh, it's amazing.
But if you fight
No.
through melatonin, you turn into a psycho. I've tried.
Yeah.
After like I won't go to sleep. I was like, realize that my brain doesn't work.
I take it as I'm rolling over to go to bed. Like, so
Yeah.
then by the time I get comfy, it's settled in.
Let's say our goodbyes, and I got a big announcement for I end stream that none of you get to share with
Holy
me.
shit! What's the announcement about?
No, I'm gonna cuck all of you. That way the viewers don't leave, so I can do the announcement.
Smart.
Smart.
Okay, Wes.
One by
is it
one.
over now?
Mm-hmm. I've exhausted everything I have.
Thank you, everybody, for having me.
Thanks,
Do I leave
Raj.
now?
Yeah, you did really well. I'm glad that you got out of your shell. You were nice to have on. See,
Well,
it's not so
I
aggressive.
come on podcasts sometimes.
Yeah, but sorry, I don't have 10,000 average viewers, so you don't accept my invites. My bad, dude.
Honestly, Wes, you got a point.
I know I do.
I mean, honestly, if you had more viewers, maybe I'd be more inclined to come.
Okay, well, sorry, dude.
I'm joking.
And eat it.
Destiny
I'm
eats his
joking,
own
Wes.
cum all the time. I don't need to ask him that. I've
Thank
asked him
you.
multiple
Amen,
times.
brother.
Don't act like you're joking. I know why you don't reply to my email, Raj. All right.
Well,
Because it's an email.
Mindwaves, yours is
first of all, I don't
pure
reply to your email
politics.
because it's an email. I don't know why
Yeah.
you fucking email me.
Yeah.
What
just
is this, the
Discord.
80s? Right, Dan?
What the fuck? How else am I supposed to contact Discord?
Discord, like a normal person.
I just hang out in Discord.
I've known Raj for what, a year and a half now? I don't think I've ever done anything besides Discord. I don't even have his fucking phone number when we've hung out with in real life.
Don't you have closed DMs? I'm pretty sure I tried.
I
to
do,
message
yeah.
you.
Oh.
You just have to be creative about how you message me.
Oh.
You know?
All right.
Just donate for it.
It's like an obstacle course.
They just moved. What does this guy keep asking me about? They just moved the Doomsday
What do you want to do
clock?
with me, Mindwaves? Your podcast, right?
Oh, yeah, that happened a couple of days ago.
I'm trying to
didn't
invite
it?
more like not so political Andes. Like I'm having Sushi on. Fuck it. I don't know. I tried
Oh,
to have
so you
Wes
wanna
on, but
ruin
he
your
doesn't let me
show?
moderate him. Like yeah, but yeah.
Oh, I want to. Fuck, this is such a good topic, but it's already over. I'll save it for next
What?
DJ.
Yeah,
Okay,
next
fuck
time.
It.
Yeah.
Fuck it.
Yeah.
So,
You ever eat your own shit?
Tell everybody to be a pussy on that one.
yeah,
too.
I'll save it. I'll save it. This is a good
Yeah,
topic.
I never eat my
Yeah, I'll
own
save it, I'll
shit,
save it.
ever.
I have not even tasted my own
We'll
shit,
do it next
so-
Saturday.
Bye.
Sounds good.
Okay. Well, Raj, thank you very much for coming, buddy. I love you. Thank you so
Love you
much.
too, Wes.
for,
Thank you. I'm
being a
happy that
part
I
of
could
it.
give back for once. Now I don't have to
Thanks.
come on ever again.
That's
I'm just
true. You
kidding.
don't.
I'll probably come on. No, Wes.
I
you know
can't
what?
bully you for it.
I love to support small streamers. I really do. So
If that's a roast, I have no shame in it.
I'm just kidding.
It's
You're not
shit roast.
Wes. You understand having 2,450 viewers puts you in the top 1% of Twitch. You realize
Puts
that,
me a
right?
lot higher than that, actually.
Bernie's coming
Yeah,
for
oh,
you.
it's- Okay, Mr. Ego.
I'm like 0.5 or 1% with
you're, you're
300
at the
hours.
top. You're at the top percent. Seriously.
Well,
you're
yeah,
up
thanks,
there.
Destiny and Raj. And everyone
That
else.
purple check mark.
I'll never get partnered, but fuck that, dude. Okay.
Brother.
Yeah, it was a great stream. Okay, Destiny or fuck Raj. Thank
Destiny,
you.
do you sleep hanging upside down?
Is he
Like a bat?
Bat?
What?
What the fuck? Can you get to the joke part
Yes,
so we can
but with
pretend to
his
laugh?
balls
No, it's not a joke. I'm serious. Like you just seem like that type of guy.
What does
How
that
many people do you
mean?
know that do that?
I don't know.
One.
You seem
Are
like
you
you would.
sure you didn't smoke before
Can
this,
you,
Rob?
can you explain like what type of person?
Are you sure you don't smoke weed in the past 2 days?
I don't know.
What
I
other
just I feel
question
like
is
he's one of the
that?
most interesting people on the planet. Like he just, I don't know. Like I don't know. Like, do you sleep with your eyes?
Raj, what the fuck is wrong with you?
I've been thinking
What
like
the
3
fuck?
years ago.
What did he do?
We vote kick Raj. Yeah, vote to kick.
I'm not high. I'm not high at
It
all.
would be interesting to know if Destiny talks in his sleep and what it sounds like. If it's
Why
the
is
same
that
speed.
He just
Is
says
that
the N
insulting?
word over and over when he's sleeping because he know no one can hear it.
Was that
Says it while
insulting?
he's awake.
No,
he knows
it
that's
wasn't.
the one time he can't get in trouble.
Yes, the one time. If Destiny ever does a sleep stream, he is fucked, dude. It's not gonna go well for you, buddy.
Do you think if you said the N word while you were sleeping on stream, do you think you'd get punished for it, or would that be like in context?
What could you be like? I have sleep Tourette's.
Well, how do you prove you're
Well, wait, what do you mean? Like Anita says the N word sometimes, and
Yeah,
she
but
just
she has
because it's like out of her
Tourette's.
control. So, and I'm sleeping. It's not like I'm choosing to say
Yeah, but
it.
it's in your
That is
brain.
point.
It's in
No,
your
that's-
brain, dude.
That's like
Thought
crime.
policing.
I don't know.
Yeah. In the re-education camp.
Good night, Wes.
Not Raj. Love you, buddy.
Love you too.
Later.
Bye, guys.
Okay, Blake, go for it, friend. Say your fond farewells.
No, thanks for having me on the show. I really appreciate it. You kind of reached out from nowhere, so
Yeah, you're welcome.
I appreciate
dude.
it.
I hope you
So-
enjoyed yourself.
yeah, I had a lot of fun. So
Thanks, buddy.
yeah, if anyone wants to find me, it's twitch.tv/thsportsdm. But thank you for having me on.
Of course,
So
dude.
peace.
Have a good night, brother. All right, Rational Disconnect.
Hey, yeah, thanks for having me on. This is the first stream like this that I've done. So hopefully I was not totally boring. You can find me at Rational Connect on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. So thanks for having me on.
Cool. Thanks, brother. All right, Harkdan. Fucking.
Twitch.tv/Harkdan if you want to watch. That's it. It was fun to be here as always. Was.
Can I move in with you?
Hey, we'll see. We'll see if we'll do
The fucking dope spot.
Yeah. We'll
Okay.
see.
Loyal Logic.
I'm Loyal Logic. Hit me up on Twitch and Twitter. Just chilling, talking shit.
Thanks, dude. All right.
Later, bud.
Killer Steven.
Yeah. Killer Steven. I don't have anything interesting. Taxation is theft. Stop eating animals.
Oh, you're a
Get another
vegan.
joke, dude. We get it. Taxation's not theft, all right? Libertarians need like another motto. All right.
We're not having a four-person debate.
It's a way of life.
We're not doing this.
And no, I don't eat my cum.
Oh God.
Well, what would the libertarian motto be? Have you ever wanted to go to work, keep 100% of your income, and then come home and fuck your wonderful 12-year-old girlfriend while smoking a joint without getting in trouble by the federal government? Libertarianism is the place for you, baby.
At the same time.
I'm sorry, what?
I'm married, bro.
Doesn't have to do with pedophilia, dude. Where's the connection?
So hashtag not all libertarians, but sometimes you run into people who the first thing they bring up for some reason is like, let's talk about age of consent laws. Is that really like a thing? Like, I don't know. It's just a thing with some
the only time I ever hear that come up is people using it like as an attack against libertarians. I don't know too many people on the libertarian side that instantly bring up age of consent. Like it's more of an attack than it is.
In high school.
Destiny, you know what we should actually bring up?
He would always talk to me about fucking conspiracy theories, and then he would like try to debate me on the age of consent. I was like, what the fuck is this, dude?
Destiny, you know what we should
Well,
actually
you can't be a libertarian unless someone tells you you're not a real libertarian. So I would say that your teacher was not a real libertarian then.
Damn.
That is the libertarian.
I don't think there are any real libertarians. I can't even believe what they espouse, honestly. But.
Wow.
Damn.
That's a pretty charged statement coming from a Bernie bro. Are you gonna take
push
that?
them on the issues and they fucking their values collapse. So.
Does any fucking Bernie bro on Earth not wear a fucking shitty looking beanie and have a shit hairline? Is there a single one? Is there a single Bernie bro that doesn't look like a Starbucks barista? I am so sick and tired of it.
What are you kidding? The biggest Bernie bro on the platform is Sasan. He's fucking gorgeous. All right? What are you talking about?
Is Sasan a Bernie bro?
Yes.
Of course he is. Didn't he unironically say he was Bernie or bust and he wouldn't vote for like the fuck anybody else
multiple
that wins the
times?
Like, yeah, like what kind of fucking dumb take is that? That's like the definition of a Bernie bro. I don't know.
All right.
Not to say that like Bernie bros are like a huge fucking problem, but yeah, I don't know.
They are. They're the worst. Such a minority candidate. Imagine getting behind it, right, Destiny?
Oh, you hate minorities now? I knew it, dude.
All right, before I keep you guys here all night, thanks for having me, man. I appreciate it. It's been fun.
Pleasure, brother. Thanks for coming
one
on.
of your drunken ones, man. I'd love to hang out with you guys and get drunk and talk about eating our cum and shit.
Yeah. There's no politics on those shows. Just degeneracy. It's degeneracy only. This is degeneracy light.
Yeah. Well, y'all take it easy.
Thanks so much for coming on, Steven.
No problem, buddy.
Mind waves. Last but not least.
Last but not least, I'm not even last.
I have a bone to pick with Destiny.
Fuck.
Oh shit! All right, is that the surprise at the end or what?
No, it's not.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, hey, thanks for letting me roll around in the mud and mostly watch the shit show. It was fun and twitch.tv/MindwavesTV. Big Brain Podcast next Tuesday on the 28th. So if you like politics, tune into that. All right. Should be also Destiny. Reply to my email about that. Yeah.
Who fucking emails anymore?
I know you're done. All right, later, guys.
Assholes.
Be careful.
Destiny.
What?
Thanks for coming on, dude.
Thanks for having me, buddy.
All right, bye.